fifth final deciding round of the 2026 WSK Supermaster Series takes place right here today at FRANCIACORTA. Good morning, everybody. Nice to have your company wherever you're watching us live around the world. This is the sixth event of the WSK season, but it's the fifth round of the Supermaster Series with 372 drivers from 57 nations around the world ready to fight for the 6 titles this afternoon. An action-packed program on the calendar today, or on the program today. 12 pre-finals this morning, starting with KZ2, and then our 6 finals this afternoon. 2 championships have already been decided. Zane Burgess, champion-elect in Mini Under 10, and Nicolo Pedico in OKNJ. But we're in for a fantastic day of racing here at Franciacorta in the north of Italy, the first weekend of springtime. Before we do race today, let's check out some of the highlights of what happened round 4 2 weeks ago, just down the road at South Garda Karting. Only a 30-minute drive from the South Garda Karting circuit is Franciacorta, where we raced this morning, and today, the 5th final round of the WSK Supermaster Series. KZ2 pre-final A for the gearbox category. 57 drivers from around the world, including no less than 5 world champions in the field. We have been asking the question all year, the rhetorical question, has anybody got an answer for the Sodi Kart racing team? Well, this weekend, finally, we have, because Christian Bertuca and Noah Wolf for the Barrel Art racing team lock out the front row of the grid for pre-final A. Victor Gustafsson, Marek Skriven on the second row of the grid. Pedro Hilbrand, one of 5 world champions in the field, along with Victor Gustafsson, starts alongside Jaden T. And Alex Marigliano for the Render Motorsport team. Maximilian Schleimer, Marti Rittinen, and Menu Kroescher out of grid 10. Sam Nopier's Rotax Max Grand Finals E20 champion of the world, alongside Alois Girardet, Michael Eder on his home circuit, Alessandro Zalocco. The team from here at Franciacorta, KCS Racing, Oliver Stadler, the German who's had a great weekend, alongside Jean Louillet, Samuel Louillet, his brother Tom Spiegel, Simas Pachuska, and Enzo Lacruz. Jensen Graham on the podium in the Euro Series back in February at Viterbo out of grid 21. Kipras Yerse, Morgan Knudsen, Hugo Besson, Manuel Kestel, Alexei Shishov, Matis Ormet, Andrei Shishov, I should say, the Russian ahead of the French Senegalese driver. In fact, the Africans there on the 14th row alongside Suleiman Zenfadi. Matis Ormet from Senegal, and of course Suleiman Zanfari from Morocco, Kantan Van Leven, Jaden Gushikin, and Yahun Shiako, the 44-year-old Russian, for the Antonelli Motorsport team out of grid 31. Ian Silvestrin with you for the day. It's a big day, and joining me once again alongside in the studio here is Zach Sweeney. Good morning, Zach. This is going to be an action-packed day.
It is indeed, and very much looking forward to it. It's been a cracking season in the Supermaster Series. Of course, as Ian alluded to, 2 champions already crowned. Zane Burgess, after a penalty overturned from Lenato, gave him the Mini Under 10 Championship, wrapping that one up with 2 victories to his name. Nicola Pedico has been the one setting the standard in OKNJ and has wrapped that one up as well, of course. 4 champions still to be crowned, though, especially in KZ2. Maxim Orlov versus Sanne van Valstein, who we will not be seeing in this pre-final. They'll be facing each other in pre-final B in just a moment. But it's the WSK 2025 Final Cup champion of Christian Bertucka alongside Noah Wolf at Birolart 1 and 2. And we talk of Sody Karts. The first one is Marek Scriven, only 4th for Sody Kart. What are they playing at?
Marek Scriven, 3rd in the championship, though, behind his 2 Sody Kart teammates. Max Orloff, 397 points, exactly 100 clear of Sanne van Valstein. Yes, for the first time this year, the Sody Kart team not on the front row of the grid. Pre-final A. You can see Christian to the left of your screen, Noah Wolf to the right. The Birolart team from Lisone, walking distance from the Monza circuit. On the front row of the grid, Christian Cannibal, 1-3-2 with the visor open. It's Noah Lupo, Noah Wolf to the right of your screen. Pre-final A for the first time here this morning, over 14 laps. We race. Perfect start from Christian Bertucka. Victor in the CRG goes through to P3. Marek Scriven in the 1-3-1 Sody Kart has made a good start, and the Czech driver goes through into 2nd place. The opening lap of the final day of the WSK Supermaster Series. And Christian Cannibal Bertucka, who won this title 2 times in 2024 and 2023, has got the race lead, looking to start on pole position for the final later this afternoon. Down the back straight for the first time. Marek Scriven in 2nd place ahead of Victor Gustafsson, the 2022 KZ1 world champion. But it's Christian who leads across the line for the first time.
Yeah, nice start indeed from Bertucka. He's had a bit of a slow start to 2026, but the last couple of rounds he's really started to find his stride and sort of get back to the form that we'd expect from Christian Cannibal into turn number 5. This sort of hairpin really widens up on the exit. We're going to be expecting to see plenty of moves over the duration of the day. Also look out for Marek Scriven, of course, the first of the Sody Karts chasing after Christian Bertucka, or at the very least trying to. Victor Gustafsson in the CRG, though, applying a little bit of pressure. It's the orange and black, that's the CRG. The orange and white is the Sody Kart. This run towards the hotel hairpin, probably the prime overtaking opportunity on the circuit. It's going to open up for Victor Gustafsson, who sends one to the inside. Nicely done there from the Swede, up in a 2nd position. Meanwhile, though, Christian Bertucka continuing to run away with things up in front while they squabble for 2nd onto this, the 3rd lap of 14.
Good start from Jean Louillet. Further back in the pack in P10 behind Max Schleimer, head of Meni Krosher and Sam Nopies. Christian Bertucka almost 1 second clear of the driver on your screen, Victor Gustafsson, the Swede in the CRG. And then we go back to Marek Scriven, Pedro Hilbrand from Blanes, north of Barcelona in Spain. 2016 world champion, multiple WSK and European champion, the 1-3-3 Birolart. Ahead of his teammate, Noah Wolf. Noah Lupo in P5, and Alex Marigliano for the Renzo Motorsport team. Alex in 1-2-2. It's the Charles Leclerc car, the 1-2-2 CL machine, tuned by the maestro Aldo Arenda himself. Jaden Tian, Rotax Max, Winter Cup champion a couple of seasons ago at Campillos, as we see a move down the inside. Both the Birolards go on through. Pedro and Noah Wolf take the check. Marek Scriven loses 2 positions. Watch, there's the Sicilian, Alex Marigliano for the Renda Motorsport team, who a couple of seasons ago launched onto the scene by winning the final race of 2023 at South Garda Karting. This WSK Final Cup, his first ever major trophy. And he's been a front runner since. Alex Marigliano, 1-2-2. Head of Jaden Tian, JT, winning the Rotax Max Winter Cup at Campillos in 2024. Schleimer, German champion, ahead of Alois Girardet, the Hungarian Menu Krosa. These are the race leaders. Christian Bertucka has Victor, cuts the gap down to half a second. The CRG Road Rebel chassis. Purple sector from Noah Wolf, who's been super impressive this weekend on the podium in the KZ2 World Cup. The title which was won by Christian in 2024 when he clean swept everything, including the WSK Supermaster Series. Fastest lap now for Noah Wolf with a 45.285 from Scriven, Marigliano, Tien, Schleimer, the German ahead of Alois Girardet, Croatia, Jean-Louis Simas Pachuska up into 12 from grid 19, younger brother of World Rallycross driver and sometime Dakar Rally Raid runner, Rokas Pachuska, Simas, the Lithuanian, head of Samuel Louye, Michael Ida, Il Bresciano, Rittinen, Zaloko, Enzo La Cruz, the second Lithuanian, Kipras Jose, Oliver Stadler, the two teammates in 3 and 4. In fact, the Berylarts first, third and fourth, only split by the CRG of Victor Gustafsson, who cuts the gap down to 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, of course, for Christian Batuka, a circuit that he very much likes in the former Franciacorta. At the beginning of the Final Cup Championship, took victory here ahead of Emilian Danner and Marcus Kayak. The first round of 3, where Christian Batuka, of course, went to effectively dominate the KZ2 Championship. Halfway through the race, though, it's looking good for Batuka. However, Gustafsson closing back into a quarter of a second. Halfway through the race, lap 8 of 14, Christian Batuka's lead has been slashed down by Victor Gustafsson. You can see the orange and black CRG machine of the Swede closing into the reigning Final Cup champion of Christian Batuka, who, like I said, took victory at the circuit just a few months ago. Victor Gustafsson chasing him down. Also, the two Berylarts of Pedro Hiltbrand and Noah Wolf trying to get themselves back into contention. Of course, the KZs and the more senior categories get longer laps, so these races, of course, now 18.2 kilometers in length, plenty of time for the moves to get done. Batuka, who got an initial pretty decent start to this race, that gap, like I said, now been reeled down by Victor Gustafsson, who's now going to be looking as to where he can start to attack the Italian. And also, if you're Hiltbrand and Noah Wolf, the two Berylarts, you're going to be trying to, well, provide a little bit of support to your teammate, but also get yourself into the fight yourself. Lap 9 of 14, so still a few laps to go, 5 at the line. Gustafsson has got the time here to sort of play it patiently. Behind Noah Wolf, you've got about a 2-second or so gap to Marek Scriven. So they've got a little bit of wiggle room here, but not too much. They don't want to go too aggressive as to fall themselves into the chasing pack behind because, of course, the likes of Marek Scriven, Jaden Tien, we've seen so far this season, they're not going to be shy to go for a move should it open up. Christian Batuka, though, definitely driving as if he's got a cart behind him, taking slightly earlier turn-ins just to cover off the thought of a dive bomb coming in from Victor Gustafsson.
4 laps remaining. Christian Batuka from Victor Gustafsson. The red and white team is back. Split by the CRG of Victor. Marek Scriven, CPB Sport, the Slotty kart. He is the first of the French manufactured karts in P5. 4 laps remaining at the end of this one. The first of our 12 pre-finals here this morning. This is the final day, the final round of the 2026 WSK Supermaster Series, and it's Christian Batuka who leads the way down the back straight. Scrivan in the background from Jaden Tien, who's got by and taken the Sicilian, Alex Marigliano. Schleimer, Girardet, Croatia round out the top 10 ahead of Jean Louye, the first 4. 3 Berylarts in the CRG. 2 world champions inside the top 4. And Christian Batuka, the 2022 KZ2 World Cup champion. As we see Pedro on the outside of Victor. That did not work, and he loses the position. Did give space to his teammate, to be fair. Noah Wolf goes back through into position 3. Scriven in the background. Pre-final A for KZ2. Just a reminder, Max Orloff, 100 points clear in the championship, which will be decided today. Stenven Wallstein on 297. And Max Orloff on 397. Marek Scriven, currently 5th in pre-final A and 3rd in the championship.
Indeed so, just a couple of laps left to go in this race. Christian Batuka leading 0.3 of a second from Victor Gustafsson. Pedro Hiltbrand, though, you have to say, very impressive stuff. Same 2 from the 2 chasing Berylarts. Won't be long until they're applying a bit more pressure to the Swede. Penultimate lap of the race, Christian Batuka still in front by half a second, been able to stretch a bit more breathing room after the battle and the squabbles between the CRG of Victor Gustafsson and the two Pirouettes of Noah Wolf and Pedro Hiltbrand respectively. Noah Wolf has, of course, capitalised very well on his teammate going for the move on Victor Gustafsson. The gap opened up for the Brit, and now he's eyeing up his second position. Just a lap and a half left to go here at FRANCIACORTA. Christian Batuka feeling little pressure as Gustafsson's initial sort of charge is now sort of turning into maybe a bit of consolidation and keeping second place. Noah Wolf semi-defensive from his teammate instead of trying to apply the pressure for Victor Gustafsson. On to the final lap of the race for the first pre-final of 12 for the final round of the WSK Supermasters Series in 2026. The two Pirouettes doing battle in the fight for P3. Noah Wolf, of course, needs as high a position as he can get. Currently sat P4 in the overall classification, and thus a P4 start for the final later on as it stands. If he can get through on Gustafsson, he's going to make it a little bit easier for himself to start a bit higher up. We'll have to wait and see. But one thing absolutely cannot be taken away from Christian Batuka's ascend back to form here at FRANCIACORTA. Just a couple of corners left to negotiate, and it seems that it's unlikely, if not nearly improbable, that Noah Wolf will be able to attack Victor Gustafsson. Who's going to get away with it is the Swede. Once again, defensive from Noah Wolf, defending a bit of thin air into the final hairpin, but not taking any chances. The checker flag will wave. For the first time today, Christian Batuka will take victory in the KZ2 pre-final away from Victor Gustafsson and Noah Wolf, who complete the top three. Pedro Hiltbrand and Marek Scriven complete the top five, and a pretty decent way to get the racing underway. Christian Batuka, though, undeniable form coming into this one, definitely is a contender versus the likes of Stene van Volstein and Emilian Denner, who are looking incredibly strong, as we've seen and we will see in pre-final B. Let's take a look at the highlights. The race got underway, and it was a good start from the get-go for Christian Batuka.
Yes, the two-time WSK Supermasters Series champion from pole position for the Viral Art race team. Victor from P3 in the CRG down the inside into second place, where he'd ultimately finish. Pedro Hiltbrand, Noah Wolf also flying the flag for the team from Lisone. This move not working for Pedro, trying to attack Victor, the two world champions. Going wheel to wheel, Pedro back to four, Noah's third. Victor in second, but it's Batuka who takes the victory and will line up almost certainly on pole position for the final this afternoon. That is provisional, of course. But he's had a great weekend. He's back in form. Christian Batuka, KZ2 World Cup champion, two-time WSK Supermasters Series champion. Stene van Volstein is the reigning Supermasters Series champion. He'll be on the grid in just a moment for pre-final B. These are the results of pre-final A. Christian from Victor, Noah Lupo in P3 from Pedro, Marek Scriven P5 keeps his championships hopes alive. Underway with the first of our pre-finals here this morning. Andrei Sishov, Martti Rittanen and Michael Eder, who did set initially the best lap of the race, along with Sam Nopier's 4 retirements from the first of the two pre-finals for KZ2. Stene van Volstein, who has won twice thus far in the WSK Supermasters Series. He is the reigning world champion at this circuit. He is the reigning WSK Supermasters Series champion. He will start on pole position for pre-final B for KZ2. Nice to have your company wherever you join us live around the world on wsk.it and Motorsport TV as well. It's actually, I'll make a slight correction, the 7th WSK event of 2026. The 5th round of the Supermaster Series. We've already raced at Leopard Circuit Viterbo. The WSK Euro Series opener, that's next on the calendar, incidentally, on Saturday, April 18. And then last weekend, not too far from here, at Cremona, the first round of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy. And as I say this, I'll make yet another correction, of course. We had the Rotax Max Winter Cup at Campillos in the south of Spain. So, Zach, it's actually the 8th event of the year, the 5th round of the Supermaster Series, but counting the Euro Series and, of course, the Rotax European events, the 8th WSK race of the year, the first weekend of spring in the north of Italy.
Yeah, it's very nice. Been quite nice weather. I know right now it's a bit cloudy and a little bit miserable, but as we get through the day, it should start to clear up a little bit. It's been lush over the course of the last couple of days here in FRANCIACORTA. And yeah, if you count the Euro Trophy, of course, we'll have 15 events over the course of the year. And well, we're already 8 of them through. Over halfway through the season. It's only the end of March.
KZ2 pre-final B next on the circuit. Senna van Walstein, the reigning champion, will start on pole position. Before we do race, let's check out some of the highlights this week at FRANCIACORTA in KZ2. Less than 1 hour's drive from the fashion capital of Europe, the city of Milan, is this, the FRANCIACORTA circuit, which was built in 2020, hosting the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series. The sun is shining as we take a look at the grid for pre-final B. Senna van Walstein, the reigning champion, on pole. Emilian Denner is alongside Senna on the front row of the grid for the Formula K SRP team of Mike Sabeke. Jean Nomblot, Lorenzo Travisanuto, two-time world champion, Ellie Goldstein, who's been in brilliant form for the Tibi Racing Car team, the championship leader Max Orloff, who also took pole position on Friday, Albanese on the podium at Lonato, Il Trentino, Filippo Sala, Daniel Mathia finding form is suspended, and Dion van Verven, who won the Euro Series opener in the pouring rain at Viterbo in February. Giuseppe Palomba, Il Napolitano, David Levinsky, Dominic Šimek, Daniel Vasile, now with the Maranello kart team, former WSK champion. MK back on 15, he took pole for the Formula K team at this circuit in the World Championships last year. Alba Simesvara, Andrea De Brigita, Ethan Frigamoska, Andrea Spagni, and Tommy van der Stroes van the Netherlands, MP kart racing in the Hensa kart on row number 10. Mark Brovko on grid 21, Paul Andriotis from north of the border in Switzerland, Zvaric from Thailand, and it's Jesse Kirkby, Yankov, Varbitsaliev, the two Bulgarians, Radek Vavra, Pietro Fioravanti, Henrikas Klipikas. He's alongside Kilian Boss, another Swiss driver on debut in WSK. Eric Vest, the German, on grid 31. Senna van Walstein, the reigning world champion. At this very circuit 6 months ago, he's the reigning WSK Supermaster Series champion. He's second in the championship, 297 points. Max Orloff, his teammate starting outside row 3, is the championship leader on 397 points. There is Ellie Goldstein, the third generation racer, the fluorescent green and white, the Tibi kart, the team from the north of Italy. Magnificently presented. The Sol Tibi kart racing here this weekend. The Brenner family, the Tibi kart racing team, multiple international champions, the S197 chassis. You can see Ellie lining up on grid 5, the Speedway Arai helmet, inside third row of the grid, the third generation racer, a contender for victory here this afternoon. Do not discount the Belgian, who starts on the inside of the third row alongside the championship leader Max Orloff, who took victory in the season opener at La Conca Muro Lecce World Circuit, and also 14 days ago just up the road at South Garda Karting. Kilian Boss pulls into position. Eric Vest does likewise. Pre-final B for KZ2, Emilian Denner has already pointed the kart towards the first corner. We race. Denner shoots off the line like a rocket. Goes wheel to wheel with Senna van Walstein. And they touch. Senna goes off into the marbles. Senna Van Wallstein, a disastrous start. We told you to watch for Ellie Goldstein. And the Belgian in the Tippy cart goes through to position 3. Denner goes by Senna to take the race lead. Goldstein in 3rd place. And it's Danilo Albanese coming off a podium at Lonato 2 weeks ago. Sits in behind the first of the Sodi carts as they go down the hill for the first time. Jean Nomblot in 1:2.9. The French driver ahead of Albanese. Senna Van Wallstein back into P5. Needs a maximum result here to keep his championship hopes alive. Dion van Berven. Max Orloff, Daniel Mafia with a great start. And then behind the 3 world champions, Giuseppe Palomba, Lorenzo Travisanuto, and Senna Van Wallstein back to P10. Denner has got the race lead from Jean Nomblot. The 2 French drivers, 1-2 in the opening stages of the KZ2 pre-final here this morning. There's Ellie Goldstein, the Tippy Cart S197 chassis, TM powered. In fact, TM powered 1, 2, and 3. Emilian Denner for the Formula K SRP team of Mike Zabecki, official factory team for the bottle green carts into turn 1. Jean Nomblot, P2, Goldstein, Albanese, and the championship leader critically trying to get points. Maximum points from this pre-final this morning. Maxim Orloff as Albanese goes down the inside. And Orloff follows him on through. The French drivers 1-2. And this is the Tuscan, Danilo Albanese.
This is critical for the championship for Senna Van Wallstein. He comes into this race 88 points adrift. Of course, they were 100 points. Senna was able to gain 12 off the back of the qualifying heats. He effectively needs to win this race in order to keep the championship alive, to have any hope of keeping this championship alive. All of only across the pre-final and the final needs to score 53 championship points to guarantee himself the championship. Right now he's running 4th, which already gets him over halfway there. It's a 30-point score for Max Orloff, and that's under the assumption that Senna goes to win. Orloff down the inside as well. Now these are the moves that craft the champion. Max Orloff already vastly accomplished in the world of karting, and right now he's looking very secure to set himself once again into the Hall of Fame. We'll have to wait and see. But Orloff right now gaining points on Senna Van Wallstein. There's only 80 points available for the final. I say only. For Senna Van Wallstein, it's definitely only. Losing points to Max Orloff will seal the deal in the championship. But Orloff driving very riskily out there. He's on the back of Nomblot and Emilian Denner already, still with plenty of this race remaining. Senna Van Wallstein really needs to get a move on to keep the championship alive. He needs to outscore Max Orloff by 8 points in this race. Because when it goes to the final, down the inside goes Max Orloff. Well, that's just made it even worse for Senna Van Wallstein, made it even harder. He's now got to come through from already a settled race in 7th to victory to have any chance of keeping this championship alive. Max Orloff, it's almost like he's driving as if he's got the championship on the line. He's driving like he knows he can crown himself by the checkered flag. And Senna Van Wallstein, it's slipping out of the reigning champion's hands. Fair enough, though. You know, he's only done 4 of the 5 rounds. He's taken 2 victories, has Senna Van Wallstein. So he's had a valiant effort to even be within the conversation. It's more than most. But Max Orloff has just been superb, setting the standard. And now on lap 6, he's eyeing up the move on Emilian Denner, looking for it through turn number 4. Surely not. He's good on the brakes through turn 5. He's going to launch it from a mile back. Max Orloff down the inside of Emilian Denner. What a move that was from the Sodi car. And Max Orloff in prime position to take the championship, to take the title, with still the final to go. It was always going to be tough for Van Wallstein, but there was always a chance, a hope. Max Orloff's driving in this race, though. I mean, he is a worthy champion, if no one else. Emilian Denner now dropping into the clutches of Nomblot, but the moves that Orloff have been making from 6th now into the race lead as we tick away onto lap 7 will conclude half distance at the end of this lap in KZ2 pre-final B. Through turn number 2 once more. Senna Van Wallstein continuing to make some slow progress. He's up into 6th position. So the 2 championship rivals swapping effectively. Senna starting first, now 6th. Orloff starting 6th, now 1st. 45.3 though for Senna Van Wallstein. He set the fastest lap of the race. always going to be a bit of an underdog, although Van Volstein never an underdog, but in terms of the narrative of the championship, it was never going to be easy. Max Orloff half a second clear now of the field, his pace. I mean, again, motivated by that championship. He knows he's got to go and win it. Emilian Denner under a lot of pressure now from Nomblon in the fight for second.
We got a glimpse of Jesse Kirby's cart. In fact, it was Killian Boss's cart on the side of the circuit. Jesse Kirby has retired along with Eric Bess, Andreas Spani with a 5-second penalty. Orloff now from Denner, Nomblo, Albanese in P4, and Senna in P5. The quickest driver on the circuit will close up to the back of Albanese imminently. There is Daniel Marthia, the Spaniard, just behind, having a great weekend in P6 from Dion van Verven. Palomba Goldstein, after that great start, has dropped back to P9. MK in P10. Marcus Kayak from Daniel Vasile. Simek Travisanuto. First race of the year for the two-time world champion. Head of Filippo Sala, Tommy van der Stroes. Levinsky. Battle for the lead. You can see Maxim Orlov going on through. Has got 1.1 seconds clear over Denner, Nomblo. Senna just taking there. Danilo Albanese. Albanese not fighting the reigning world champion too much. So Maxim Orlov potentially with one hand on the trophy. Albanese just glances behind, having been passed by Senna van Walstein, who closes up on his French teammate, Jean Nomblo, the Russian, with a beautiful lead, 1.4 seconds. Fastest on the circuit as well with a 45.324. Down into turn 5. The track drops away off camber, offline. Van Walstein behind Jean Nomblo. Pre-final B for KZ2, Christian Bertuca watching on from pit lane. Will start from pole position for the final this afternoon. Killian Boss's CL cart abandoned on the infield. Look at the gap back from Max to Denner. Nomblo, then Senna. Albanese, Mafia. The Le Mans LMP3 driver, Euro Cup Formula 3 driver in the CRG 177. Kali car to be precise for the CRG racing team. Having a great run. That's Daniel, the Spaniard from Dion van Verven. Giuseppe Palomba. Head of Eli Goldstein and Marcus Kayak, the Estonian, who knows how to go quickly around this circuit in P10. The dying stages of pre-final B for KZ2. The sun comes out to shine on the first weekend of springtime here in the north of Italy. Look at the lead from Max into the hotel hairpin. Turns in early as opposed to Denner, who skates under brakes at the last possible moment. The Formula K, SRP tuned TM engine. Senna all over the back. On the outside, dives down the inside. Senna past Denner. Then Walstein into second place. First and second in the championship. Now first and second in pre-final B. Christian Bertuca at the moment will be joined by Senna van Walstein on the front row of the grid for the final. This is a great recovery for Senna van Walstein. Back to P9 at the end of the first lap when he and Emilian Denner came wheel to wheel. But he's just got revenge on the driver from Strasbourg in France. The Formula K back to P3. And again, we've seen this all season, Zach. CPB Sports, Saudi Kart, 1 and 2 again.
Yeah, but I mean, they've really had to fight for it. I mean, it's not been handed to them, right? We've had such a diverse field. You know, the Birolazzo are very strong, the Formula K is very strong, the CRG is very, very strong in this field. It's not come easy. It's not that they're dominant. I just think it's that Max Orlov and Senna van Volstein have given everyone else a demonstration on what it's like to drive a KZ2. And I have to say, Van Volstein, he is driving with his heart on his sleeve in trying to keep this championship alive. If Max Orlov was within touching distance, then maybe there was a chance. But with 2.5 seconds left and 1 lap of Franciacorta to go, it's going to be a parade lap and a coronation for Max Orlov, because as it stands, the gap would grow to 98 points with just 80 available in the final. And that would give the Supermaster Series Championship over to Max Orlov. And we would crown our third champion of the 2026 WSK season. The final lap of the race, Max Orlov through the final couple of corners. 2.6 seconds clear of the field. I mean, he has just been brilliant as Max Orlov. Of course, provisionally taking the championship after the appeals and everything, but we'll call it as it is, because on paper, mathematically, he cannot be caught out of the final corner in KZ2 pre-final B. Max Orlov has done the job. He has taken the title of the WSK Supermaster Series in 2026. Senna van Volstein, a valiant effort, a worthy contender, but it's not enough. And Max Orlov, with victory in pre-final B, is going to have a very easy ride through the final as he takes the championship. Senna van Volstein in second, like I say, wearing his heart on his sleeve in this drive. Emilien Denner, a fantastic run for the Frenchman. The Formula K, a great start, and maybe this is where it all came undone for Senna van Volstein. Down at turn number 2, locking wheels, locking horns, with Emilien Denner running wide and falling back into the pack. Emilien Denner would assume an early lead, and Max Orlov would quickly try and carve his way through the field. You had the likes of Nomblon, Albanese as well, fighting towards the sharp end of the field. Albanese making some good moves. Max Orlov not hesitant in the slightest to follow through. His biggest strength, the brakes into turn number 5. He made that move on so many occasions, knows where he's strong, lined up the move and executed. Brilliant stuff from Max Orlov. It was just lap after lap. Domination defined from the Russian. Through on Emilien Denner and running away with it. Van Volstein, meanwhile, of course, would be carving his way back through, would get the move done on Albanese through turn number 2, and then try and chase after John Nomblon, and then very quickly dispatch of him. The checker flag would fly, and we would crown provisionally our third champion of 2026.
So once again, the Saudi carts come home 1-2. Max Orlov takes victory in pre-final B. And we'll start grid 8 for the final this afternoon. Senna van Volstein P2 and P2 on the grid for this afternoon's final. Denner, Nomblon, the two French drivers, Albanese, who was in the grass off the start, Mathia Daniel from Dion van Verven, Palomba Goldstein, and Marcus Kayak ahead of Daniel Vasile, MK in P10. Jesse Kirkby, Killian Boss out at the start. It will be tough for the German and Swiss drivers to make it through to the final this afternoon. The same can be said for Eric Vers. Almost certainly the Germans' weekend is over. Christian Bertucca to start pole position for the final of the WSK Supermaster Series final this afternoon. Pre-final A for OK in just a moment. Luke Kornda. As we go to the direct drive original kart category, we ask the question again. Finally, can Luke Kornda break through for a much-deserved win? He starts on pole position. Luke has been as quick as lightning all weekend, in fact all season, but has also been one of the most unlucky drivers. Has fallen off the podium, not literally, but after starting from pole position multiple times in the WSK Supermaster Series and Euro Series in the first half of 2026, has not yet won despite being consistently, arguably the fastest driver at each round. He starts on pole for pre-final A. The karts to roll out onto the circuit in just a moment. 1.3 kilometre FRANCIACORTA circuit built in 2020. The first weekend of springtime here, the final round of the Supermaster Series. 372 drivers from 57 nations around the world. 6 new champions for the title, the series, which dates back to 2010. This is the grid for pre-final A. Luke and Carrard on the front row of the grid. Benjamin Magnac, who won at Lonato 2 weeks ago via Piana. He was also on the podium at South Garda Karting. Luke Language, it's Luke Tull and Dean Hugendorn, twee pilot van the Netherlands. Ludwiko Mazzola and Vladimir Ivanikov, the Birrell Art drivers, on the 4th row of the grid. Antonio Cocchianella and the Australian William Collegia for Paralin out of grid 10. Sixth row of the grid sees Jindrik Peschel for the Tony Kart Racing team. Niklas Schaufler, the Austrian, has been awesome throughout the heats here this weekend. Rasmussen, Aston Sharp from Aberdeen in Scotland. Clara Kowalczyk, Angelina Torres. Evan Purcell, the Northern Irishman, and then the Welshman, Archie Owen. Zach Green for Jamie Green Racing, and the second generation racer, Dan Alleman for VDK Racing out of Grid 20. Grid 21, Max Christea, the Romanian-American. Tobias Seni, Gabriel Canal, Jean-Matteo Russo, Giamar back on 24. Blanco, Ismarelli, Kraft, Solovov, Francois Codel, and Nicola Stanley back on Grid 30. Vanessa Sulcaniati, Amelia Vizormiska. Isaac Sia also for Jamie Green Racing. Fernando Viswe Cruz, Yves Riss, and Nefeli Kosmopoulou, the Greek girl, out of Grid 35. Nefeli driving for the CRG Racing team together with her brother Jason here this weekend. Second formation lap, pre-final A, over 14 laps as the sun comes out to shine. The Porsche Centre of Excellence in the background, which previously has hosted rounds of the Porsche Carrera Cup Italian Championship. This is Franciacorta on the outskirts, the very outskirts of Milan in the north of Italy. This is Luke Kornda, pole position for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. Luke from Cologne in Germany, the former German European champion. Third in the Rotax Max Challenge European Series a couple of years ago. Has been so fast in 2026. It has not yet won, despite being the fastest, arguably, at each round of the Supermaster Series. Pre-final A for OK. Luke on pole. We race. Krar shoots to the inside, but the Indonesian, the all-road management driver, already back to P4, makes up one position back, gets back in front of the first of the two Dutchmen. Luke Tal in the Henza car. Luke Kornda with the race lead. Benjamin Magnac, in fact, it is, the first of the Ward Racing drivers. Krar the second Ward Racing driver, the WSK Euro Series race winner. There is Luke Tal. They go down the back straight for the first time. Valerio Villapiana for the Jan Koski Motorsport team. So Kornda already with a nice lead, goes wide at the exit of the hotel hairpin. He's not the only one. Luke Tal almost into the grass. Does well to recover, but comes across the line in P8 ahead of William Kalija. Jindrik Peschel, the Scotsman, Aston Sharp, the Dane, Oliver Rasmussen, Coquinella, Clara Kowalczyk, Christea Purcell, Zach Green, and Francois Codel. Luke Kornda with the race lead. Benjamin Magnac for Ward Racing has also been so quick in the early stages of 2026. WSK Euro Series race winner, Karar Finhan behind. Benjamin Magnac winning at Lonato 2 weeks ago. Kornda, the gap 0.4 of a second. The Ward Racing duo in second and third. Back to Villapiana, Mazzola. So the driver in six, we have to tell you about the awesome Austrian Niklas Schaufler. Had his time deleted from qualifying in Heat 1. He drove, listen to this, from grid 33 to finish in P5. His last heat yesterday from grid 33 into position 11. He was carving through the field like a hot knife through butter. Niklas Schaufler for DPK Racing in the background. Where would he be had he have set a representative qualifying time? There's the Austrian down the inside. So Niklas, in form this weekend, goes through to position 4. Niklas Schaufler, just in this pre-final here this morning, he's already passed 8 karts in the first 3 laps. Lap 4 of 14, the order is Luke Honda, who's been caught by the Ward Racing duo, Benjamin Magnac, the British Spaniard from Carrera Firan, and then Schaufler, who puts in a 067. Schaufler in P4 from grid 12 to P4 in this pre-final as Ferran down the inside of his British-Spanish teammate from Barcelona for the Swedish team of Joachim Ward. The Ward Racing TM Paralins, they trade positions. So now Carrera Firan sets off after Luke Honda, the German, for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Still in P1, Schaufler is carving through the field. He's setting purple sector after purple sector. The Austrian, awesome here this weekend. Just repeating, Heat 1, he came from grid 33 to finish in P5. An unbelievable drive on Friday afternoon. Has been on the podium before here at Franciacorta. Pole position in his group at Sano in his first race back, the second round of the Supermaster Series. His first race since 2024, after spending 2025 in the Spanish Formula 4 Series. An unhappy season for the Austrian, but he's reminding everyone, the entire motorsport world, why he's one of the fastest drivers. The Austrian in P4, and it's Ivanikov, Peschel, Mazzola, Kalija, Tal, Cocchianella, and Rasmussen ahead of Zach Green for Jamie Gree Racing, who's into P12 from grid 19. So Luke Honda from Carrera Firan, if he keeps this going, he will start from pole position. But Carrera Firan can also start grid 1 for this afternoon's final. Again, fastest lap, 46.720, as opposed to 47.1 for Luke Honda. Here comes Schaufler, the Austrian, awesome, in P4 for DPK Racing. Luke Honda looking to start again from pole position. He's done that multiple times already, but the driver absolutely electrifying us here this weekend. Didn't set a time in qualifying, and now he's up into P4. That's Nicholas Schaufler.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Of course, it's going to be an uphill battle for the final again, and that's the importance on qualifying, right? You get 6 minutes. They leave it as late as possible to get off of the grid and onto the circuit. They then get 1, 2, maybe 3 flying laps, and that sort of sets the precedent for the entirety of the weekend. If you're at the back of qualifying, like we saw from Schaufler, you've then got to fight your way through all 3 heats. If you're not finishing towards the front in the heats, you then start poorly for the pre-final. If you start poorly for the pre-final, you might not even make it to the final. But Nicholas Schaufler has just completely ripped up that narrative and is now fighting towards the sharp end. Not quite inside the top 8 in the overall classification, so will once again start outside the front 4 rows for the final. But in terms of his racecraft, has demonstrated just how good he is, the Austrian. From this race, up 8 positions from 12th into 4th, and a couple more would definitely go a long way in the Austrians weekend. Luke Honda, though, doing a brilliant job. A driver that we've always said has got the potential to do fantastic things every single weekend. And on a number of occasions so far this year in 2026, just hasn't quite capitalized on those for reasons of his own control or outside of his control, technical problems or contact with teammates, whatever it is. Something has always got in the way, but right now it seems to be Luke Honda's day in the sun. He's got a few laps left to go, under quite a bit of pressure though from Croix Fahan, who maximised basically everything you could do at Viterbo. Showed everyone how it was done in that wet and wild weekend as we finish the 9th lap and head on to the 10th. Luke Honda from Croix Fahan, then comes Benjamin Magnac, Nicholas Schaufler from Yenrik Peschel, an outside shot for the Czech at the championship. But I think as the weekend goes on, slowly and slowly, that candle fading for Yenrik Peschel. Vladimir Ivanikov from Mazzola, Will Kalija, who's been on the podium a couple of times this year, from Nuttall and Cocchianella, the top 10 as they run. The 10th lap of 14, so 4.5 left to go. Talk of big gainers, we've got the likes of Christea up 10 from 21st into 10th as there's a move from the inside there. Magnac goes through, up in a second position. This is going to allow Schaufler to close back in. A nice move from the Spaniard. And now into the hotel hairpin. This is going to allow Corner to get away, but Schaufler's going to tick off another one. 8 becomes 9 as the Austrian goes through into 3rd.
Absolutely awesome again from Nicholas Schaufler. Benjamin Magnac back into 2nd place. Yes, Luke Honda now with some breathing space, 0.6 of a second clear. If he holds on for another 3 laps, he'll start from pole position again for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Ward Racing 2 and 4. DPK Racing in 3rd. Potentially 2nd in just a moment. The better backed Austrian for DPK Racing in the Kart Republic. Splits the 2 TM Tune parallels. Almost thought about going down the inside into the double left. On the back of Benjamin Magnac, the Brit from Barcelona in Spain. Luke the German leads. There's Peschel in the background. Yes, still 3rd in the championship. As you mentioned, Zach, he's driving nicely for the Tony Kart Racing team, powered by the Vortex. Ivanikov and Kalija just coming on behind. Into turn 2. 2.5 laps remaining. The gap still 0.6 of a second. Kalija now goes purple. The Australian with a 46.631. Up into P7 on the back of Vladimir Ivanikov. This is Schaufler on the back of Magnac, the Lenato race winner. Carrara Firan, he won the season opening WSK Euro Series race in the pouring rain at Leopard Circuit Viterbo, north of the eternal city of Rome. Corned Magnac, Schaufler, not this time. Kalija with a purple sector as well, still on the back of Vladimir Ivanikov. Max Christea into P11 from Zach Green and Archie Owen. They've all driven brilliant races. Kalija now with a 46.493. He's driving a parallel, as is Benjamin on your screen, and Karad in P4, both for the Ward Racing team. Looking good though for Luke Cornda for Ricky Flynn Motorsport to start pole position for this afternoon's final. As the sun comes out to shine, Jindrik Peschel for the Tony Kart Racing team. 2-time WSK champion from the Czech Republic. Still 3rd in the championship and now in P5. Final lap of the race, final few corners. Luke Cornda into the hotel hairpin as Magnac defends from Schaufler. It will be the German who starts from pole position for this afternoon's final. Magnac just holds off Schaufler, who comes home 3rd from grid 12 from Firan. Peschel, Ivanikov, Kalija with a 46.42 on the final lap of the race, ahead of Mats-Ola Rasmussen and Luke Tal in P10. Luke Cornda wins again and again will start the final from pole position. Zach, finally can the German break through for his first victory? We've seen how fast he is. We've also seen how fast both the Ward Racing drivers, Firan and Magnac, were, along with Schaufler. But it's Luke who'll start from grid 1.
It is indeed. He's done a brilliant job, has the German, and finally maybe some of that potential to come to fruition. Benjamin Magnac, of course, hanging on for 2nd. And of course, the rise of Nicolas Schaufler. The race, of course, got underway quite quickly. Luke Cornda would sort of hold firm on pole position. Quafahan dropping back from the outside of the front row. Always difficult to hold on around the outside of a brutal double right-hander. Both taking at speed, and turn 2 looping all the way around. Very similar to sort of Sano in that fashion, that the outside of the front row, well, just dropped back. Here are the results after 14 laps of racing in OK pre-final away. Luke Cornda secures pole position for the final with victory here. Benjamin Magnac from Nicolas Schaufler, a drive through the heats and into the pre-final to have a fighting chance in the final. Quafahan from Jindrik Peschel. Vladimir Ivanikov from Will Kalija. Then comes Mats-Ola Rasmussen and Luke Tal, the top 10. Christea up 10 positions from P21 to P11 ahead of the Jamie Green Racing of Zach Green. Then comes Kokinada, Archie and Dean Hugendorn, our pole winner Friday, only 15th from Say. Stixeni, Kovalchik from Purcell, and Sukanate up 11 positions as well. Rousseau, Simons, Canal, Blanco, Nicholas Stanley only 25th from Cosmopolis, Morelli, Kraft, Solanov, Rish, Visay Cruz and Kadal, the last of our finishers, with the likes of Aston Sharp, Vismorska, Viapiana and Alaman all either not starting or getting lost through that race. Time, of course, for OK pre-final B, and this is the one where our main heavy hitters in the championship are going to be. Looks for the likes of Lev Krutikolov and Zach Drummond, who start this race 4th and 5th. In the championship after the qualifying heats, there are 49 points between them, with still 140 on offer. Lev Krutikolov needs a good result here. Zach Drummond has been fighting forwards all weekend, similar to Schaffler, didn't nail qualifying, and now starts this one from 5th.
Michael McCoy will start from pole position. Yes, as you just mentioned, Valerio Viapiana. He was on the podium at Lonato. He was among the DNF drivers just a moment ago, along with the first of the two Scotsmen racing in OK, Aston Sharp, Emilia Vijor-Miska and Dan Alleman. The retirements from pre-final A. This is pre-final B in just a moment. You join us here at FRANCIACORTA for the series final of the WSK Supermasters Series. Last year, the champion in OK was Dries van Langendonk. The McLaren Junior a year prior, it was the Belgian Ian Eichmans. We'll decide a new champion this afternoon in the Supermasters Series. We'll take a look firstly at the highlights of what has taken place this week at OK, in OK here at FRANCIACORTA. The American Michael McCoy, a previous WSK race winner, starts on pole position for the Koski Motorsport team. Yes, Valerio Viapiana not finishing just a moment ago, despite finishing on the podium at Lonato a fortnight back. McCoy, Iskander on the front row of the grid. Kasper Reipold, Lev Krutikolov, the championship leader for the Energy Course team out of 4. Watch for Zach Drummond. Out of grid 5 has been electrifying this weekend. Andrea Mani, the Mercedes Junior, James Anagnostiadis, Posco. It's Arias for RFM. And Devon alongside El Peruviano, Waltz and Mariano Lopez. Gilles Herman for the Tony Kart Racing team, Zadif. Raikal, Davide Bottaro, Oscar Galan, Aminko out of 15. For the Halp Racing team, Pradea, Nicola Frick, Emiliano Hernandez, Marco Gast, and Lucas Sell for Victory Lane. Manuel Miguez, Drew Waltz in 225 out of 22. Eiley Crisan, Oliver Shinmark, Baglam back on 25. Alongside the Floridian, Aisha Rockstein, Yuri Lavar, Indo Arata, Adam Brilla, and Henry Domain, we believe, won't start from grid 30. Matias Gonzalez for the Beyond Racing team, Martino Rulanova from Cape Town in South Africa. Will Marshall scrapes into the pre-final despite a tough weekend. He has been quick for the Ward Racing team. Starts on grid 33 alongside Daniel Picconi, Aaron Cavillo, and Matteo Gallo. The London-born French driver for the Fusion Motorsport team on the final row of the grid. Michael in 282 for the Koski Motorsport team. This is the FRANCIACORTA circuit in the north of Italy, the first weekend of springtime. The final round of the Supermasters Series. Pre-final B for OK. We don't race. Another formation lap under the control of our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, deputy race director, Mr. Philip Trombeck, and Mr. Alessandro Ferrari in race control. McCoy, who won the first round of the Supermasters Series at La Conga last year in OK Junior, the Jan Koski Motorsport team, Miami-powered Kart Republic. His teammate Valerio Villapiana helpless as he watches on from pit lane. Will have to rely on the results of this young Valerio, the Italian, to make it through to this afternoon's final. 81 drivers in the original kart category. OK direct drive. Michael on pole position. Pre-final B for OK. Luke Cornda locks in pole position regardless of what happens over the next 14 laps. Iskandar, the Great, from Istanbul in Turkey. 2 heat victories for the Tony Kart Racing team. Has been so quick, starts out at grid 2. The championship leader, Lev Krutogolov, just behind. We race. Andrea Mani shoots to the inside, does the monogasque, but only finds Lev Krutogolov just ahead. James Anagnostiatis, an awesome start for the Aussie. He's got Lev Krutogolov just ahead. Iskandar Zulfikari from grid 2 has dropped back to P4. Zach on the attack. What about Drummond? Sends it through to P2. Awesome from the Scotsman. Sets off after the American. Michael McCoy, Zach Drummond. They both are driving Miami-powered Kart Republics. They go 1-2 into the hotel hairpin for the first time. You can see into turn 5, an incident has taken out Aili Christian, Adam Brilla, Martino Rumlenova, Daniel Piccone, and Matteo Gallo. A local yellow only for the moment. Michael McCoy from Zach Drummond. Casper Reipold is there in position 3 for the VDK Racing team. The Polish driver for the Belgian team. As we see Lev Krutogolov go down the inside and put Zulfikari back to P5. Here comes James Anagnostiatis, and right behind the Spaniard, Bosco Arias for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Zach Drummond attacking. He knows how to do that. On the inside, it becomes the outside of Michael McCoy into the hotel hairpin. Michael tries to put him into the grass. Fake touch. Zach goes on through. Cops a hit from McCoy on the exit. It's the Scotsman who goes position 1. A fantastic start to pre-final B for OK. It's the Scotsman who leads the way. Zach Drummond with the race lead. Zach Sweeney with me here in commentary. That was impressive to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Drummond, he's been driving incredibly well this weekend. Didn't get it in qualifying, and he's driving for the championship, right? Similar to what we saw from Van Volstein and Orlov. Also as well, look for the Energy Corsa, the 279 of Lev Krutogolov, the championship leader as it stands. By some 40-odd points ahead of Zach Drummond, 49 to be exact, ahead of Zach Drummond. Now, Zach scoring 60 points as it stands for a pre-final victory. Lev in third, 40, so that nearly halves the points gap. And if Lev Krutogolov gets further caught in battles, it could then allow Drummond to reel himself closer and closer in the fight for the championship. Yet to take a victory, Zach Drummond in WSK in 2026. He's taken 2 podiums thus far. Lev Krutogolov, 2 victories from those 3 podiums, including a fantastic drive last time out at Lonato to carve his way forward to a podium in the final. Michael McCoy keeping Lev Krutogolov at bay. Meanwhile, the Fusion Motorsport Scotsman of Zach Drummond driving away with it. The 3 of them, though, as a collective, relative to the rest of the field, very, very quick indeed. Reipold can't quite stay on tabs with the Energy Corsa of Lev Krutogolov, but maybe the battle between the Ukrainian and the American could well reel in the pole. As into the hotel hairpin, the space opens up. The Energy Corsa of Lev Krutogolov goes down the inside. And now our top 2 championship protagonists run 1 and 2 in OK pre-final B. On to the 5th lap of racing. It's Zach Drummond now from Lev Krutogolov.
Second in the championship, P1 on the road. Championship leader second. It is Drummond, Fusion Motorsport from Krutogolov. Nice pass from the Ukrainian to take the American. Casper Reipold, the all-in-back pole. Head of Waltz, it's Devon in 226. Botaro Mani has retaken P7 from James Anagnostiatis. Lopez, Minkara Osman for the Haupt Racing team. Nicola Freak Baglin, a fantastic start for the reigning junior world champion, who is up into P12 from grid 25. Devon makes up a position, does the American. This was the move that put the championship leader critically into second place. Lev Kurutugulov with a 46.695 now. William Kalija in pre-final A with a 46.424. Set the fastest lap of the preceding pre-final. And now first, second on the road. Second, first in the championship. Kurutugulov, the Energy Corsa, just dancing off the 1.3 kilometre circuit. Look at the inside rear, just bouncing off the deck. He gets the drive. They go down the back straight, both IAME powered. Fusion Motorsport for Zach Drummond, GFR tuned. In fact, I'll get that right. It's an IAME engine now on Lev Kurutugulov's Energy Course Car, who puts in a 46.644. Shadows the back of Zach Drummond. They both need to be careful here as we go into the second half of pre-final B. Points for the pre-final, but they get 0 if they come together. Zach Drummond, Fusion Motorsport. IAME powered Kart Republic down the back straight. Lev Kurutugulov gets a good run though. The track 12 metres wide into the hotel hairpin. Lev waits. McCoy in the background. Devon Waltz in P4 from Mani Bottaro. James Anagnosiadis from El Peruviano Mariano Lopez. Watch into turn 2. Lev dives down the inside. Zach says, no you don't, buddy. And Drummond slams the door closed on the Ukrainian. Michael McCoy in P3 just watches on. They flashed across the line at 128 kilometres an hour. Lev Kurutugulov with a 46.612. Fastest lap of the race to pass Zach Drummond. Yeah, it's not easy. In fact, he's one of the most aggressive, one of the most talented drivers in the world of karting. We watch into the hotel hairpin. Glances back, Lev Kurutugulov puts the Energy Kinetic just in the middle of the circuit. Watch again into turn 2.
Indeed so. Zach Drummond will leave Lev Kurutugulov, and I can tell you from experience, he is one tough nut to crack in terms of just how aware he is, how aggressive he is. Albeit in the sim when I was racing him, but he gave me a demonstration as to carve his way forward in a pack. His racecraft, his awareness, his defensive driving is almost second to none, really. And Lev Kurutugulov, they're both fighting for this championship. And right now, this fight for the victory has a 40-point swing. Either Lev Kurutugulov wins and the gap grows to 69, or Zach Drummond wins and it shrinks to 29. Zach Drummond knows how important, how crucial, how vital it is for the Scotsman to win this race. Lev Kurutugulov equally knows how much easier his time in the final will be if he can get through on the Scotsman. It's the immovable object versus the unstoppable force.
That's right, you have raced him, albeit in iRacing on the simulator. Zach versus Zach, you know firsthand, albeit simulated racing, how tough the Scotsman is.
Well, simulated driving, the racing's real.
Of course.
It's, yeah, I mean, of course, I don't mean to be pedantic, but, you know, and just how quick he is. We both messed up qualifying, and I was taking it easy. I was sort of, you know, being cautious, being aware, and Zach Drummond was just flying forwards.
Yes, of course, not to be disrespectful, not simulated racing at all, but on track, it is as real as it gets. Drummond, as it gets, Drummond is now defending not only from Lev Kurutugulov, but Michael McCoy is back in P3. The Kart Republics in first and third split by the Energy. It's actually the Eclipse chassis as they go down into the hotel hairpin. Lev gets the run. Zach almost puts him into the grass. Drummond holds him off, but goes deep. He goes wide. Kurutugulov, the championship leader, goes on through. Michael McCoy, the American, now on the back of the Ukrainian. Watch Zach around the outside. Drummond back to P3, down into turn 5. Needs every possible point. Kurutugulov, the inside rear of the Energy Eclipse, just dancing off the deck. The move to the left of your screen, he tried to defend, went too deep. It didn't work. Drummond from P1 back to P3. Michael McCoy into second place. And into the background, here comes Devon. Waltz up into P4 is catching, as is Andrea Mani, Davide Bottaro for the Lenovo Kalikat team, and James Anagnostiadis. 2 laps remaining. Lev Krutugolov. Do we start engraving his name on the trophy? Well, not if Zach Drummond has anything to say about it. The penultimate lap of the race. The Scotsman trying to at least take the American who defends. Kart Republic versus Kart Republic. Michael McCoy, fabulous defense there. Put it in the middle of the circuit. They were both slow on the exit. McCoy held the position, but Waltz in P4. Devon is flying. Devon with a purple sector. Devon for Ricky Flynn Motorsport has now caught up to the back of the Scotsman. Lev Krutugolov will win pre-final B and put one hand on the championship trophy. He's got 1 lap remaining. He was in second behind Drummond, who crosses the line in P3. Krutugolov, a second clear. Zach on the inside. On the attack goes Zach. Drummond back to P2. Well, the championship fight is not over yet. Here comes Devon for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Money in P5. Andrea for the Prema Racing team. Lev Krutugolov, 1.4 seconds clear of the Scotsman, who's back in second. First and second in the championship. First and second on this, the last lap of the race. Watch Zach Drummond defend. He doesn't need to, because Michael McCoy is fighting off his fellow American Devon Waltz. Lev Krutugolov wins pre-final B and will start grid 4 for this afternoon's final.
Oh, what an important race that was, and what an error from Zach Drummond. Well read from Lev Krutugolov to lift off and not sort of get baited by sending it too deep and braking where your opponent brakes. Zach Drummond squeezed him and then just got it a little bit too wrong under brakes, round wide, and not only did it allow Lev Krutugolov through, that was the problem in of itself, it then wasted 2 laps of the race for Zach Drummond to get back through on Michael McCoy. We'll take through a look through the highlights. Michael McCoy, of course, starting this one from pole position. Zach Drummond and Lev Krutugolov would quickly make some progress through. Zach Drummond, especially from the inside third row of the grid, carving his way up to third and applying some pressure onto the likes of Kasper Reichbold in the VDK racing machine. He himself would carve his way up into second early doors. Lev Krutugolov slowly chipping his way through the field as well. Zach Drummond found a way past on Michael McCoy. Lev Krutugolov went straight down the inside of the hotel hairpin. And then Zach Drummond versus Lev Krutugolov, the clash of titans at the sharp end of OK. Drummond's defense was near perfect, but this is where it went wrong. Lev Krutugolov backing out, opting to brake early, getting the exit. Michael McCoy underneath the pair of them almost. The checkered flag would fly, and the championship gap would grow to 59 points, with 80 available in the final. Lev Krutugolov versus Zach Drummond. Later on in the final, they'll be starting from 4th and 6th respectively, with Luke Korda taking the pole position for the final. Let's run you through the classification of Krutugolov from Zach Drummond, top 2 in the championship, and it comes down to 1 more race in the WSK Supermaster Series. The 2 Americans of McCoy and Waltz in 3 and 4 comes Andrea Mani and Noah Baglin, the birthday boy of yesterday. 19 positions gained for the Brit to finish 6th. Then comes Bottaro, Agnostiatis from Kara Osman and Pradier, the top 10. Lopez from Frigg, Hernandez, Gast, and the Malaysian of Reykjavik, the top 15. Then comes Miguez, Ochstein, Gallen, Volt, Arata, the top 20. Lucasel from Kinmark, Marshall, the South African from Leva, Kivalo, Reipold, who fell all the way down to 26th position, did the pole, down 23 positions. Gonzalez, the last of our finishers, and then we lost, get this, quite a few. Herman, Zulfikari, Bosco Arias, the 2025 Final Cup OKJ champion, Chrisen, Brilla, Domain, who didn't start, Rumlanova, Porcaroni and Gallo, who we all lost at turn 5 on the opening lap of the race. Now, this championship is going to be coming down absolutely to the wire. Just 59 championship points left on offer. If Zach Drummond wins, he'd score 80. All Lev Krutugolov needs is 21 points in order to secure the championship. And all he needs to do that is to score the 25 you get for P7. 7th or above, and there's nothing that Drummond can do to wrap up the Supermaster Series Championship. Lev Krutugolov has got it all to play for later on this afternoon.
Luke Korda, though, will start from pole position alongside Michael McCoy, Karar Firan, and then Lev to start on grid 4. Benjamin Magnac and Zach Drummond will be on the third row of the grid. Mani and Luke Tull will start on row 4. Yes, a couple of retirements critical there. Haile Christian out on the first lap. Iskander Zulfikari DNF, as did Bosco Arias. Okay, Jay, pre-final A in just a moment. 74 of the original kart junior drivers here at FRANCIACORTA. These are the highlights of what has taken place thus far this week here at Short France. The pole, Leo Gorski, will start on pole for pre-final A. Yes, 74 drivers here this weekend in the original kart junior category. We've had beautiful weather here this weekend, the first weekend of springtime, as opposed to, well, certainly we think of Leopard Circuit Viterbo for the Euro Series opener and the third round of the series. And also at Sano and a wild weekend on January 25 at La Conca Muro Lecce for the series opener. This is pre-final A. Okay, Jay, it is Gorski on pole position in beautiful springtime sunshine. Gypsy out of 2. The Swiss-Estonian Albert Tam and Theo Pearl front for victory lane out of 4. Max Felder, Matvey Derganov. Benjamin, not Ben, Westwood out of grid 7 alongside Julian Frasnelli, Oliver Cini and Seva for Koski Motorsport out of grid 10. WG out of position 11, the Williams junior driver, Will Green, Rocco Simone, Samuel Hugon, Zvaric, Bob Dushoff, Oiva Vetnaranta, Kevin Pentel, Jackie Justo, Shia and Mark Lumetz for the Lenovo Carly-Kart team. Out of grid 20, Yasin Kosmopoulos, Julia Angelad, Sten Ratashki back on 23 alongside the Argentine, Martin Bertolacini, Roland Nige, Antonio Yanni, Pet Suto, head of Lucas Palacio, Libov Vlasak, Lazarus, rising from the back of the grid. Savary Dukowski, Santiago Diaz de la Vega, the Mexican, Austin Newstead from the south of England, Jeff Verbeeke, the Belgian out of grid 34 for Forza Racing, Hendrix Svoboda, and just scraping into the field, the Emirati-born Australian for DPK Racing, Princess Ava. It's Ava Lawrence out of grid 36. Gorski for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, the racing future driver, on pole position for RFM's second race with the legendary British team Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Gypsy, the reigning OKN Junior World Cup champion for the Paralin Motorsport team. Here is Girardello, 342 out of grid 2. Tam inside second row. Max fell there for Ward Racing. Inside third row off the grid, and watch for Benjamin, 330 from Malta, the island to the south of Sicily. He's been in great form inside fourth row of the grid alongside Julian Frasnelli. Gorski on pole for RFM. We race pre-final A. Theo Pelfran looks for space on the inside of the circuit, but the second generation French victory lane driver has lost out big time. Gorski with the race lead. Great start from Benjamin, who's gone through to position 3, the Paralin in second place. It's not a great start for Girardello, it's Albert Tam in P2. What about green? WG. Will Green. 3, 2, 1. Up into position 5 in the opening stages of pre-final A for OKJ. It's Gorski who leads the way down into the hotel hairpin for the first time. Tam in second. Great start also for Samuel Hugon, Théo Pelfran, the second French driver trying to recover positions. Gorski, P1 across the line. Tam, there's Benjamin. Westwood in third place for the Forza Racing team. Oliver Cini and his Prema Racing teammate, that's Will Green, from grid 11 up into P5. Having to defend from Gypsy Girardello. Hugon, Durgunov, Pelfran, Max Felder rounds out the top 10. It's Gorski who leads the way for RFM.
Yeah, good start from the pole, from pole position. Of course, Ricky Flynn Motorsport, esteemed team in the world of karting, taken through the likes of Landon Orosowski Piastri through their ranks. Look to the inside from Tam, half offensive, half defensive to keep Benjamin Westwood at bay. The Maltese driver up 4 positions and now pressuring the Swiss Estonian onto the third of 13 laps. The space opens up to the inside of turn number 2, and Tam is going to fill it. Nicely done there from Albert Tam in the Paralim. Set it up through turn number 1, got it sealed through turn number 2, defensive through 5. And Leo Gorski has to settle for second position. Benjamin Westwood applying a bit of pressure. Is the Forza Racing driver. Also look out for, of course, Olivier Cini in what is 4th position. Then you've got Hugo Girardello, Will Green, the 3-2-1, currently running 3rd in the championship, but mathematically and realistically out of it in the fight for the between Daniel Mir and Arante and Antonio Petoni for the OKJ Supermaster Series title in 2026. We'll see those two out in pre-final B in just a few moments' time, of course. And that 4 of 13, and Leo Gorski, well, putting the anchors down and backing up. Well, the Gorski Express, it really seems. Fast lap of the race coming in from Diath. Up 22 positions from 32nd now into 22nd. And a fast lap of the race of 48.0. In and amongst the likes of Stan Ratajski and Guisto. Also got Bertolacchini for company in the fight for 20th and the sort of the lower regions of the field. But definitely showcasing the pace absolutely there. Demonstrating the level of competition at this level of karting. Tucking and diving to the inside, a bit further back in the pack. The likes of Théo Pelfran for victory lane, trying to keep the likes of Mark Felder and, of course, Frasnelli at bay. Onto that 5 of 13, and while Leo Gorski still having to defend every corner possible, he knows where Albert Town likes to get the move done. It's at turn number 2, and now into turn 5. The space not quite opening up for the Paralim. They're playing bowling a little bit, though. Oliver Cini a little bit too late on the brakes into the back of Westwood, who went into the back of Tam, caused a bit of a hip check. Going through there is the 330 of Westwood. He takes second, albeit in probably quite a scruffy manner through turn number 5. Tam, of course, backed off the brakes slightly in order to keep from running into the back of Leo Gorski. That memo did not follow through the entirety of the snake. Battle for second is Pelfrene still having to defend from Frasnelli now for the fight for 8th and 9th. Halfway through the race now, and Leo Gorski, because of that kerfuffle, you've got a bit of a reprieve, a bit of breathing room. 0.8 of a second now back to the Maltese driver of Benjamin Westwood.
Zach, what that did, it gave Leo Gorski some breathing space because they were starting to bottleneck. As we see Matvei Durgunov down the inside. Well, the field was starting to bunch up behind Leo Gorski, who went defensive into turn 2. The pole for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, managing his racing future, yes, pun intended. And he's now got a gap of 0.6 of a second. Back to the Maltese driver, Westwood. Durgunov goes through on a corner where you cannot pass. The Russian for Prima Racing in the Energy into 3rd place. Albert Tam's in trouble. The Swiss Estonian falling back was in position 3. He's now back to P6 being attacked by Théo Pelfran. Girardello is next from Julian Frasnelli, Will Green, Max Felder, Seva from Kevin Pantel, Chier, Rocco Simone, Oiva Veteranata, and Stan Ratajski, the former WSK Open Cup champion, the French pole, head of Julia Angelard. She's having a great race. the Richard Mill Young Talent Academy junior driver, Julia Angelard from Yanni Justo, who rounds out the top 20 ahead of Santiago, the Mexican. Move down the inside. Samuel Hugon in the CRG goes on through and signals to Albert Tam that the leaders are getting away. But the Paralin driver, he's got other problems. Firstly, in the form of his teammate, Girardello, who started from the front row of the grid. Durganov in the Energy, in second place in the Energy Eclipse. Closing in on the back of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport, the GFR Tune TM engine on the Lando Norris kart. The LN4 launched by Lando himself at the all-new Silverstone International Kart Circuit last month. And of course, among the VIP special guests were, of course, Mr. Ricky Flynn himself, watching on from pit lane. He's a British-based Polish driver. In P1, Gorski, but Durganov is catching the gap, was 0.3 of a second. You can see he's now getting the slipstream as they cross the line at 121 kilometers an hour. 5 laps remaining at the end of this one. The Lando Norris car, 327 in P1. Durganov is flying into turn 5. He gets the drive on the back of the RFM machine into the double right at the highest part of this 1.3 kilometer circuit, which is FRANCIACORTA. Pre-final A for OKJ. This is the 5th final round of the WSK Supermaster Series as Matvey sends it on the inside of the left-hander. He now takes the race lead. Benjamin, not Ben, he's in 3rd place for Forza Racing. Now he's on the inside, he's on the outside. Goes wheel to wheel, cuts back. Fantastic racing. And the Indonesian Oliver Sini will be in this fight momentarily. Durganov now, he has to defend. Gorski in 2nd. Westwood from Malta for the Forza Racing team in 3rd place. And Sini, here comes the Indonesian. Fantastic fight in pre-final A for OKJ. The final this afternoon as we decide the WSK Supermaster Series. Westwood down the inside, crashes with Gorski. They're both out. No! No, no, no! Westwood and Gorski both come together. Durganov slips on through. He's now clear. Sini in 2nd. Gorski, Westwood out of pre-final A. Wow, a sensation here this morning. And that will put them both way down the grid for this afternoon's final. Yeah. Zach, I hate to say this, we were not on track. It's not really for us to give an opinion. However, that was probably unnecessary.
I mean, any bit of contact is unnecessary in motorsport, isn't it? It's a no-contact sport, it's the whole point. But obviously tensions are going to boil over, and you know, aggression and desperation and perseverance. I mean, there's so many adjectives that you could sort of link to it, both positive and negative. And I mean, you know, these things happen, of course, but what it does mean for Leo Gorski, he goes from effectively a guaranteed pole position in the final to not even inside the top 8. Let's take another look at it. Ascend to the inside, up over the curb, and it all happens so quickly, especially through that part of the circuit where you are carrying quite a bit of speed. You're going over the crest, so the car sort of deloads. You then press back in, and then, of course, you've got that curb, and we all know how sensitive karts are over curbs. You know, let's not pretend. Benjamin Westwood versus Leo Gorski there. Westwood maybe pinched on the curb. You know, we can only see one angle of it. So I'm sure race control and the stewards will be taking a lovely look at that over the next couple of hours. But yeah, all in all, it's now 2 fantastic drivers, 2 heavy hitters of this championship, down and out with, well, an uphill battle to climb when we get to the final this afternoon. Matvey Durganov, though, no complaints from him. Energy Corsa having a great day.
They certainly are. They're in contention for the OK Championship. Matvey comes across the line. The Energy Corsa Eclipse chassis to start the last lap of the race. Westwood and Gorski out. Whose fault? It's irrelevant. It does not matter. Westwood going down the inside of Gorski. They came together the slightest contact. They're going through that corner at around 85 kilometers an hour. Their karts just to the right of screen. This is Matvey Durganov, though. Let's give him some credit. He's going to win pre-final A. Sini, the Indonesian, in 2nd. from Girardello. Et super aussi pour Samuel Hugon, 4e place. The checkered flag and the Energy Corsa. The Eclipse chassis takes victory from Sini, the Indonesian. Girardello, Hugon, and WG. Great. Home in P5 from grid 11. Gorski, Westwood, they did not finish. They weren't the only ones. Kevin Pantel, Martin Bertolacini, Ava Lawrence. Her weekend comes to an end. As that of Svadic and Cosmopolis. We take a look at the highlights of pre-final A. Leo Gorski, the pole, started on pole position. Albert Tam soon through into position 2. Great start from Westwood. Samuel Hugon in the background. French CRG driver making his way through. Ultimately, the finish in P4. Max Felder fighting with Thiao Pelfran in the background. And then this, far from the cleanest race we've seen. Sini, Tam, Matvei Durganov, Girardello and Westwood. It gave Leo breathing space, but Benjamin Westwood was flying. As Sini made his way up through the field, the Indonesian ultimately would finish in 2nd place. Nice move there from Samuel Hugon. Matvei Durganov down the inside. Nice pass into the double left. Gorski tried to fight back, but had to worry about the Maltese driver Benjamin Westwood. And then this. Gorski and Westwood retire from 2nd and 3rd. Matvei Durganov races by to take victory in pre-final A. Sini, the Indonesian, in 2nd place. Girardello will start at worst grid 2 this afternoon. Great drive from Samuel Hugon, and the same from Will Green. Tam, Pelfra, Seva from Max Felder, and Julian Frasnelli finishes in P10. We face a good race from Stan Rutaski. Super for Stan over Veteranrata. Santiago ahead of Jackie Justo, Rocco Simone, Julia Angelard, Lumets Palacio down the field. The Americans had a tough weekend. Austin Newstead, and it was Roland Nys, Yanis Svoboda, Maxim Bobrashov, Dudkowski, Jeff Verbeke, Vlasak, Enia Petsuto. Lazarus also. He's had a tough weekend, the Bulgarian, not finishing out on the final lap. So the story of pre-final A, Benjamin Westwood, Leo Gorski, they come together. They drop down the grid for this afternoon's final, which we will decide in just a moment. Pre-final B for OKJ. LDP will start from pole position. Il Laziale ha segnato pole position. Super Lolo for the Kart Republic Motorsport team is alongside Antonio Pizzonia, who is the championship leader. Pre-final B for OKJ. The sun coming out to shine here in the north of Italy. Finally, winter has ended after a very cold, wet, let's be honest, miserable start. At times, we think back to the WSK Euro Series at the magnificent Leopard Circuit Viterbo, where it rained and rained, then it rained, after that it rained some more, and then it rained. But we've got beautiful springtime sunshine here at FRANCIACORTA. You're watching us live on WSK.it and also Motorsport TV. The 5th final round of the WSK Supermaster Series pre-final B for OKJ in just a moment. There's 74 drivers here this weekend in the original car junior category. 5th round of the Supermaster Series. In OKJ, last year it was Dean the Dutchman Hugendorn who took the title. He'll be on track later this afternoon in OK. Nicholas Schaufler, who's also racing in OK, he won the junior championship in 2024. And it was Stepan Antonov who won for Kart Republic at this circuit in 2023. Alexander Pontarev won in 2022, racing with us in the Italian F4 Championship, taking the rookie title last year. Did the Ukrainian Rashid Albaheri, 2021, the Emirati, he was champion. Arvid Lindblad, 2020 champion. The third F1 driver on the grid, having raced for Forza Racing. Together with George Russell and Isaac Hadjar. Arvid, the 2020 WSK Supermasters Series champion. 2019, it was Andrea Antonelli Il Bolognese who joined us at the circuit on Friday. He took the title back in 2019. This is the grid for pre-final B. Lorenzo and O Menino do Brasil Antonio. On the front row of the grid, Oscar Valle, Daniel Miron Lorenzo, the Lenato race winner, Semchek, Alessandro Truscio, Zach Shu, Jarlath Sayer, Juan Bruno, and BBS. Out of grid 10 is the Dutchman, Billy van Staveren. Mani Novellini, the Mercedes AMG junior driver. He had a great run at Viterbo, not so good at Lenato. Starts out of grid 11, alongside Zdenek Babicek, who's taken 3 victories thus far in 2026, including 7 days ago in the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Robertson Mason, the Scotsman from Barcelona, starts out at grid 13, alongside Henri de Kleine-Kumpen. Alex Malotta, former WSK race winner, is alongside Jean-Paul Peugeot de Le Sud de la France, Stepan Matsepin. Also for the Tony Kart Racing Team, Lekenki Alexander, the 2023 WSK Champions Cup mini champion. The Ukrainian ahead of the Georgian, Leon Chalitze, and the second, Menino do Brasil, Nicholas Guth, out of grid 20. Mark Pilipenko for Forza Racing is alongside Jan Gadzelic, Mark Casada for the team at Victory Lane. Oliver Spencer, the now Emirati-based Brit, I should say. Oliver is starting along just ahead of Frank Rock, Francisco Rocha from Sao Paulo in Brazil, Juan Garciache, and from Venice, not too far from here, Alex Puligedo. The Venetian is alongside the Irishman from Kildare, Christian Kobe. He's had a tough weekend. Starts back on grid 28 for the MP kart racing team. Felipe Sanchez, also do Brasil, and Tiberius Muller for the Beyond Racing team of Neil McKernan. On debut in WSK, the Russian Emirati Savali Kogai is alongside Jonas Pundas, Yubo Wen, Buana Gasese. You may remember 12 months ago, he crossed the line in P3. We thought he was the first ever Kenyan to stand on a WSK podium, only to be given a post-race penalty. Heartbreak for the driver from Lamu on the east coast of Africa, the Kenyan in the CRG. Starting out at grid 34, and Max Sullen, Guilherme Bussato, the 4th Brazilian on the grid on the final row. We welcome Define as our principal sponsor for 2026, the 21st season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. The 8th event, I'll get that right this time, Zach. Of course, we kicked off in the south of Spain in the rain, at times at Campillos. The season opening Winter Cup for Rotax last week. Of course, the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge at Euro Trophy, not too far from here at Cremona, where it also did rain, but we've got beautiful springtime sunshine today.
We do indeed. Yeah, and of course, the weather looking much, much nicer as the karts making their way onto circuit. Yeah, 8 of 16 total events, if you include, of course, the Euro Trophy and the Winter Cup. We've got 11 of the core WSK Championships, the Supermaster Series, the Euro Series, and the Final Cup later on this year. And then, of course, the 4 rounds of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, plus the Winter Cup. So, 8 of 16 done and dusted. We're halfway through the season in terms of race events. It's only the end of March. Of course, a very dense start to the year, already wrapped up. The Supermaster Series are going to wrap it up today, and a round through of the Euro Series as well. We'll be back out on track after today, of course, in a few weeks' time at the at South Garda Karting Lenato for round number 2 of the Euro Series. But focusing today, we've got champions still to crown. 3 of them done and dusted across OKNJ, Mini Under 10 and KZ2 provisionally. And in OKJ, it's going to come down to Antonio Pizzonia and Daniel Mironarante. 56 points separate the Brazilian and the Dutchman, the Ward Racing and the Fusion Motorsport drivers, with still 140 points left on offer, including this one. Antonio Pizzonia needs a good race from the outside of the front row. Daniel Mironarante directly behind him, with Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio on pole position. What a weekend that he is having. Foot to the floor, and not the best of starts by any means, not a start at all. Of course, with Antonio Pizzonia getting a little bit hasty, to be honest. I mean, he's probably used to being on pole position, I'm sure, but Lorenzo is the one that sets the pace. And so we'll go round again. They can give that another go. It's 16 degrees Celsius now here at Franciacorta. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio will be starting on pole position. Will decide when to put his foot to the floor and send us underway. His racing so far this weekend has been brilliant, and right now sits, well, effectively, I don't want to say guaranteed for pole position, but favourite for pole position in the final, especially off the back of Leo Gorski and Benjamin Westwood's contact in pre-final A just a moment ago. That's given Di Pietrantonio almost a lot of breathing room to Gypsy Giardello, who starts this race. Oh, sorry, did finish pre-final A. So, of course, Giardello at the mercy of Pizzonia not winning this race in order to dictate as to who starts where for the OKJ final, for the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series in 2026. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio on the right hand of your screen. Look out for that bright orange helmet as they'll roll their way to the grid for the 6th pre-final of the day. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, Antonio Pizzonia, foot to the floor, the lights on the gantry go out and we go racing. Good launch from the front row. Pizzonia trying to maximise his opportunities as well. But Ascari Vale straight down the inside in the parallel, hugging it the long way round. Pizzonia is giving it a go to hang on for 3rd. You've got Remix Samchik in the Forza Racing Machine also trying to get involved. Then comes the parallel of Vale trying to find a way through on Di Pietrantonio to find a way past. Great driving from the Fusion Motorsport of Daniel Mironarante to duck in and take 3rd position. He's driving for his championship. It's a titanic battle between 2 fantastic drivers so far this season. It's Di Pietrantonio from Ascari Vale. Then comes Daniel Mironarante. And, well, that will then be Ascari Vale through with full course yellow, very slow through the final sector.
We do go full course yellow indeed, Zach. An incident off screen in the first corner. Alexander Leganki, Leon Shilidze, Nicholas Guth, Mark Casada, Spencer's involved, as is Frank Rock, Francisco Rocca, Juan Garciache, 7 drivers up into turn 2, full course yellow in pre-final B.
Yeah, we do indeed, yeah. Full course yellow, the double wave yellows were out for quite some time. Then comes the confirmation. So just to run you through what was a pretty hectic opening lap, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio was able to hang on. Ascari Vale got up there into 2nd position from Daniel Mironarante in 3rd. Pizzonia was then there in 4th from Chuko, Priam, Jala Sayer from Remix Samchik. Then comes Zach Shu and Mani Nuvolini, the Mercedes Junior. Inside the top 10, Alex Malotta from Henri Kumpen, Van Staveren, Matsepin. Then comes Puliidu up 12 positions. Christian Kobe up 12 as well, the Irishman. So great effort from 15th and 16th. Gardzelic from Wen up 15, Busato 17, and Sulin the top 20. And like we say, we've lost quite a few drivers already. Mason Robertson, Juan Pujol from Leganki, Leon Chilidze from Guth, Casada, Oliver Spencer, Roca, and Gathiache. All out of this race on the opening lap. We'll take no further part. Of course, this is great news for Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. The more the race that he can sort of burn off, if you like, under full course yellow, the easier his ride to pole position will be. Of course, if you're Mironarante, you want to get this race back underway, so that you can start pressurising Ascari Vale and Di Pietrantonio to find a way through and get those crucial championship points. Like I say, 56 between Daniel Mironarante and Pizzonia. You get 60 for a victory in this pre-final, 50 for 2nd, 40 for 3rd, 30, 20, 15, 10, 9, 8, blah, 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 all the way down to 16th position. So the higher up you finish, the more rewarded you are for that finishing position. So Daniel Mironarante to, well, close what is a monumental deficit with just 2 races left to go. Really does need a good result. And Pizzonia there in 4th as well. Similar, I think, to what we saw from Lev Krutigalov and Zach Drummond. Of course, Fusion Motorsport involved on both occasions. But instead of the energy course of Krutigalov, it's the Ward Racing of Pizzonia that's battling away in OKJ. And like I say, a lot of parallels here. Mironarante in front of Pizzonia when we go green again. And the both of them, can bet are going to be aggressive. They're going to be punchy because they both know they've got a championship to fight for.
The karts in the background littered around the circuit. We have also lost Jean Pujol, who won the WSK Super Cup at this very circuit 2 years ago. Jean Pujol is also out. Alex Puligetto from Venice, from the back of the grid, has passed 12 karts, albeit some by default. He's up into 15th place, ahead of the Irishman, who joined us briefly in commentary on Friday, Christian Kobe from grid 28. The sole Irishman from Kildare is just a position behind in 16th place. So we have lost Jano Pujol. Legenki is out, the two WSK champions of the past. Shilice, Nicholas Guth, Mark Casada, Oliver Spencer, Francisco Rocha, and Juan Garciache. We race back green. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio with the race lead just from Ascari Valle. The Finn trying to take the win. The Paralym behind the Kart Republic. Down into turn 5. Nervously there as they just struggle for a little bit of grip on the restart. There is the rubber line painted around the circuit thanks to no rain here this weekend. The sun is shining and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio goes wide, trying to get grip in the Kart Republic. In the background, Pitsonia has gone on through into position 3. He's just taken Daniel Miron Lorente, who's fallen back behind Trusho, and Jalith Sayer as well. Oscar looks back to say, where are you guys? Vale in second place, 2.2 seconds clear of Pitsonia. The championship leader looking good in third place at the moment. The list of retirements continues to grow. We have also just lost the Lonato race winner, Daniel Miron Lorente. The Fusion Motorsport driver is out. Half race distance, Oscar on the back of Lorenzo. Kart Republic versus Paralym. They go down the back straight into the hairpin using every piece of the ripple strip on the exit. There is Pitsonia behind Trusho with a purple first sector, a purple second sector for the French-American. Jalith in 5. Priam Bruno watching to turn 2. Oscar Valle just waits. Shadows the back of the driver who has taken 2 pole positions thus far in the Super Masters Series. You see Oscar Valle smash over the ripple strip coming out of turn 4. And now they climb the hill. Oscar, the Finn, is glued to the back of the Italian, just waiting for the opportunity. LDP visibly struggling for grip here this morning. Oscar Valle has got it in spades. The Paralym all over the back of the Kart Republic. The fastest qualifier in P1. Pitsonia in the background. The Paralym second and third in fact. Back to the energy of Jalith Sayer. Simultaneously, they look behind only to find a gap of 2 seconds. And then the championship leader, Antonio Pitsonia. Max Sullen, Mark Pilapenko join the long list of retirements. 36 starters, 1/3 exactly of the field has been eliminated. We're down to 24. LDP goes wide. There is no space. Now there is. Oscar Valle finally makes his move. And the Finn goes on through, trying to take the win down the back straight. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, animated as ever. Doesn't need to tell Oscar Valle to go. He will. He's got the speed. We'll check the gap. They come across the line. It is nothing at the moment, just 0.1. We'll see if that grows as Alex Malott of Hageman Racing with that 48.190 on the back of Trusho. Alex, fastest driver on the circuit, ahead of Priam Bruno, Samchik, Kumpen, Zach Shu, Gatzelich, Christian. Kobe's up in a P12. Nice move. As we take a look at the replay of the Finn going by the Italian. Alex Malott with a purple sector. What about the Irishman? Grid 28. Christian's in 12th. Outstanding from Kobe.
Yeah, he's been brilliant, his Christian Kobe. Dubbed him a at V-Turbo is Cole Christian Kobe, and well, he's staying with that. He just remarkable, really, in all sort of walks. I mean, he plays a lot of sports, a lot of gaming. He's just a kid, and showcasing his talent out there on circuit. 16 positions gained for the Irishman. As it stands, by the way, in terms of the championship implications, Antonio Pitsonia in 5th position is scoring 20 points. Now, as it stands, that is not enough to win the championship. With Daniel Miramonte down in 27th, there is an opportunity for Pitsonia to win the championship in this race, in the next 4 laps. But to do that, he needs to get through on Trucco. It's a battle for the championship. It's one that I'm not sure if Pitsonia knows, but he knows how crucial it is. He knows where he is in the championship. He knows he needs to win it. He knows that every position gained is going to be a helping hand. But in terms of the maths, finishing 4th, in fact, now as the timer screen refreshes, that should be enough based on the order. Yeah, 30 points. He needs 24 leaving this race in order to wrap up the championship. Provisionally, of course, Pitsonia is in prime position to go and do that. Ascari Vale, Di Pietrantonio, 1st and 2nd. We're following this battle now. Ascari Vale doing enough to put himself onto 3rd place on the grid. That's where he started for this pre-final. He's going to be looking to do the same later on in the final if he can hang off from Di Pietrantonio. Again, the provisional pole sitter for the final, directly behind him.
Ramek Samcek, white coming onto the straight. The pole ahead of Kumpen, Zach Zhu. Penultimate lap of the race. Ascari Vale in the parallel. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, Jalasea in P3, and Pitsonia tantalizingly close to winning the WSK Supermaster Series for Ward Racing. The Brazilian has just been passed though. Malotta has gone through to P4. Pitsonia back to 5. Just ahead of Kumpen, who's driven a great race. Last lap next time round. There's Pitsonia. Good drive in P5. Fastest on circuit is Jan Gatelic with a 47.977. Only he and Zach Zhu under the 48-second bracket as we start the last lap of the race. So almost certainly we will go down to the final this afternoon to decide the WSK Supermaster Series. In OK Junior, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio has had a brilliant weekend. He does not need to win the pre-final to start on pole position for the final. It looks as though it will be an all-Italian front row of the grid. Ascari Vale, P1 to start P3, alongside the championship leader, Pitsonia, for this afternoon's OK Junior final, round 5 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Vale glances behind. It is the Finn who takes the win to line up inside 2nd row of the grid. There is Pitsonia, the championship leader, behind Malotta in P5. Kumpen, great drive. Priam Bruno, Trusho, Gadzelic, and Ramek Samcek, the 2 poles, 9 and 10. What about Christian? Kobe, grid 28, crosses the line in position 11. Outstanding from the Irishman. 17 drivers he passed in 13 laps. We take a look at the highlights of pre-final B for OKJ. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, who took pole position on Friday, the early race leader. We went full course yellow because a massive crash into turn 2 eliminated exactly 1/3 of the field. Ascari Vale clearly faster than Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Waited though, took his opportunity. It was the Finn who took the win to line up grid 3 for the final. Di Pietrantonio finishes 2nd, but it's pole for the Italian this afternoon in the OK Junior final, round 5 of the Supermaster Series. Vale from Di Pietrantonio, Jalasea, Malotta, Antonio Pitsonia, tantalizingly close to the title. Finishes in P5 from Kumpen, Priam Bruno, Trusho, Gadzelic, Samcek, Christian, P11 from grid 28. Zach Zhu, Billy Van Staveren, Danik Babicek down in 14. Then Sanchez, Pundes, Puligedo, the Venetian, Mani Novellini. And what about the African, Juan Agasese? Let's give the boy from Lamu, the island of no cars, on the east coast of Africa, some credit from grid 34. He finishes in P20, does the Kenyan from Tiberias Muller, Usato, Matseban and Kogai, the two Russians, the final finishers. We work our way through the morning here at FRANCIACORTA. The youngest drivers racing here this weekend, Mini Under 10 Pre-Final A in just a moment, have entertained us superbly this weekend. 9 laps for their pre-finals, and then the original 60cc Mini, the original Group 3 homologation category to follow, but it is Mini Under 10, and the champion-elect, Zane Burgess, who has taken 3 victories thus far in the Supermasters Series. The Andretti Jr. will start on pole position alongside Leo Lito Simone, who took pole position on Friday. Mini pre-final A for the under 10 category. Firstly, the highlights from the youngest drivers racing here this week at FRANCIACORTA. Zane Burgess, champion-elect, will start pole position for pre-final A for Mini Under 10. We'll take a look at the grid for you. It was Leo Simone who took pole position in time qualifying on Friday with a 54.424. Zane was fastest in his group. He won the season opener at La Conca, also won at Sano and at Lonato as well. It is Burgess, the Andretti Jr. on pole. From Leo out of grid 2, Zev de Kleine Gottschalk, Giovanni Venturino, Jaden the Canadian alongside the first of the 2 Austrians. It's Jack Wolf. Then it's Zvadic, the youngest of the Zvadic brothers from Thailand, Jake Mikalev. Remember, the Maltese driver took pole position at La Conca, then the Texan Brody Brown. And from north of the border in Switzerland, Aidan Moreira. Vaclav Rumlanova, Hendrix Falat for the Pantano by Dam team. Blake Schuer back on grid 13 alongside Ben Bernard, who had a big crash yesterday, but the German is tough. He starts alongside Blake, the American, the second American. In this second page is Jack Katowski from Oyster Bay, Long Island, New York in the USA. Oliver Woodhull, Nikita Bortov, Oscar Bronikowski, Jan Vavra, Matej Todran in the TB kart for 7 Motorsport. And out of grid 21, do Brasil, Enrico Ticcianelli. Ben Bernard back on track is the young German. A crash at the top of the hill which brought out the red flag. He was taken by ambulance, causing some concern. He was fine. And he's racing here this morning, the second generation racer. Of course, his father Timo, a long and distinguished career, mainly with Porsche in the World Endurance Championship. Ben Bernard, 627, alongside the Californian Blake Schuer. Zane Burgess on pole position is the Andretti Jr. driver, 563, coming up to the hairpin to the left of your screen alongside Leo. The Pantano by Dam team, managed by David De Lucchi, insieme con il grande mitico Giorgio Pantano. Pantorino, Gottschalk, Jaden Francisco, and the Scottish-Austrian, the third-generation racer, Jack Wolf. Another formation lap. We don't start this time. Max Vadic from Thailand, 581, inside fourth row of the grid, the youngest of the three Vadic brothers. We watch Jaden Francisco, 525, also from the team nearby, Castelnodolo, Team Baby Race, who celebrate 20 years of world motorsport competition. This year, the team of Sandro Lorandi, together with Alessio and Leo. Of course, Alessio, a long and distinguished career. Former World Kart Racing champion, also racing in the FIA Formula 3 and Formula 2 championships. Leonardo Lorandi, Italian Formula 4 champion, Rookie of the Year with the now defunct Bitec team back in 2018. Now managing Team Baby Race. But it's the Paralympian of the Andretti Jr., the Jamaican-American, Zane Burgess, to the left of your screen on pole position here at Franciacorta. Watch Wolf out of grid 6, being mentored by Joseph Tony, who next week will be back for the SCUSA Pro Tour opener in Tucson, Arizona in the USA for the Kart Republic team. His young protege, Jack, 503 out of grid 6, alongside the Canadian Jaden Francisco. We race. Zane being pushed by Zev up into turn 1. And the two kids from the Caribbean go 1-2 in the opening stages of pre-final A for Mini Under 10. There's Francisco, the Canadian, in third place for Team Baby Race. Clean start for pre-final A for Mini Under 10.
Yeah, indeed. So getting away well, of course, is the champion of Zane Burgess. He wrapped that up 2 weeks ago at Lenato after a steward's appeal in his favour. Promoted him up back into victory and, well, thus with it, the championship. So right now, driving to get, well, his fourth victory of the year. 4 from 5, 80% win rate, not bad at all if Zane Burgess can go and convert it. Right now, of course, though, he's got Leo Simone for company. Zev Gottschalk has been looking very, very strong so far this year as well. So he's the one pressuring the champion. You can barely see Zev Gottschalk. He is so small, but so mighty is the climb of Gottschalk. Through turn number 2, Zane Burgess versus Gottschalk. Then comes Francisco, who's been rapid all year. A couple of pole positions and right up there. Then, of course, you've got Max Varich from Brown, Venturino, Sue from Neneva, from Mikalev and Kotovsky, the top 10. Not been the opening lap for Leo Simone by any stretch of the imagination. Down to P21 for the Canadian. So the 590 will have a big old fight back needed from the back end of the grid over the next few laps. Of course, Zane Burgess, he's got a train forming behind him. It's Burgess from Gottschalk, the top 2. Of course, the Paralin from the Kiddix Kart Republic. Zev Gottschalk looks to the inside, stays in the slipstream as long as he can, takes the lead of the race. Nicely done from Zev Gottschalk. A look over his shoulder. And again, his improvement over the last few months has been sensational. His racecraft, great. I mean, I think back to Sano in the final where he just carved through and narrowly missed out on the podium. And, I mean, yeah, his pace has just gotten better and better and better. And right now, taking the fight to, well, a very rapid champion in the form of Zane Burgess, of course, wrapped up a race victory in a trophy at Lenato just a week ago. He's here, of course, at Franciacorta, winning everything there is to win under the sun. And right now, part of a four-cut train. It's Gottschalk from Burgess, from Francisco from Zvaric. And this is how Gottschalk got it done. Just, well, easy as you like, really. Down the inside and, well, done and dusted for the 502. Gottschalk through, Burgess, Francisco, the top 3 as it stands. Still plenty of racing to go, though. And Zane Burgess still right on his tail and, well, make that back in front of him. Counter-attack on for Zane Burgess.
Nice pass by Burgess. Back down the inside, the two Canadians incidentally now in second, but way down in 19th is the second one, Leo Simone, who's trying to come back through the field after a first lap incident. The first Canadian is now first in the race. His name, Jaden Francisco, for Team Baby Race. Gottschalk There's Vatic going through, as well as Giovanni Venturino, and from the race lead, the champion-elect, Zane Burgess. Paralin Motorsport, P4. Fastest driver on the circuit is the Californian, Blake Schuer. There is the Tony Kart driver, makes a move down the inside. Nicely done by Blake. The Vortex-powered Tony Kart, now into 5th place. Zane down the inside, under brakes, goes on through on Max Vatic, who goes off the road. The tie goes by, but loses a ton of positions. He's now behind the Texan Brody Brown and the Italian Giovanni Venturino. Next in line to attack, it's Jack Wolf with the fastest lap of the race of 55.028. The Scottish-Austrian fastest on circuit. The third-generation racer, not a good start, but he's got now by Oscar Bronikowski, Jake Micallef, Oliver Woodhull, Ada Moreira, the second Canadian, Leo still down in P18, ahead of Ben Bernard. Francisco, the first Canadian, leaves the door open. Zane not quite close enough to attack. The second half of pre-final A for Mini under 10. Jaden from Zane. There's Blake, the driver born in Los Angeles, California, in the United States of America, for the Tony Kart racing team. Just ahead of Giovanni Venturino, who started the season as a team driver. He's on the back of the Vortex-powered Tony Kart. Ahead is Vatic, Brown, Wolf, Bronikowski, and Oliver Woodhull, the Brit, in only his second year of racing. That is the case, we must remember, for most of these drivers. Mini under 10, the youngest drivers racing in round 5 of the WSK Supermaster Series. The North Americans, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Jaden from Canada. Zane, the Jamaican-American. Zev Gottschalk, officially from the United States of America. And Blake Schuer, the proud Californian, now goes by and passes Giovanni Venturino. There is Wolf in the background. He's got by the Texan Brody Brown, trying to catch up to the fight. For the race lead, Zane Burgess cannot be beaten. He will be crowned later this afternoon for the as the WSK Supermaster Series champion, as Gottschalk with an Olympic-sized pass down the inside of the champion-elect, Zane Burgess. Schuer, Blake from Giovanni Venturino. It's Jaden from Zev and Zane. The Canadian ahead of the two kids from the Caribbean. Zev from Curacao. Zane from Jamaica, officially racing for the United States of America. Blake certainly is. He's in P4. Didn't have a good run in qualifying, but the Tony Kart looks quick. He glances back behind to Giovanni Venturino. Jack Wolf ends Vatic. As we see Zev down the inside. Gottschalk goes on through. Venturino tries to fight as well. And Vatic in the background starting to recover. The penultimate lap of Mini Under 10 pre-final A here today.
So Gottschalk has been driving exceptionally well, and it's been a brutal battle at the front end of the field, as it always is in Mini Under 10. Of course, they're bashing off the rev limiter by the time they get to the start-finish straight, and so that just keeps everyone nice and close. New fastest lap of the race for Jack Wolf, who, similar to Gottschalk, has just been making so much progress. Of course, a podium at Viterbo. As down the inside there, up over the curb, Zane Burgess, that was very close to peril, but he's made it work as the champion-elect. Zane Burgess goes through on Zev Gottschalk, takes 2 to tango. Respect to Gottschalk for giving the space. And now the counter-attack could be on in the slipstream, making the difference down towards the hotel hairpin. Look over the shoulder to see what the situation with Schuer. Jack Wolf goes down the inside as well on the 535 of Venturino, who now has got a problem. Something's messed up. Not overly happy by any means. And on to the final lap of the race. Zane Burgess leads Gottschalk.
Zach, it looked as though Venturino's engine briefly stalled back to Zane Burgess on the final lap of the race. Venturino has dropped down to P8.
Yeah, not ideal in the slightest. Blake Schuer going to the outside to try and get the switch back on the 2 leaders. That's going to pay off brilliantly. What a move that was from Blake Schuer. Read that brilliantly. Zane Burgess drops the second. Gottschalk from Wolf. Then comes Francisco side by side as well with Svaric as they approach the top of the hill for the final time. Blake Schuer, what driving that was. Gottschalk and Burgess tripping up over each other, defending the inside of turn 5 too much. But now Shuey's got the tough job. He's got to defend into that hotel hairpin in the slipstream. Zane Burgess, Zev Godchalk. Wolf goes defensive from the Baby Race duo. Straight to the inside as Zane Burgess tries to drift his way to the outside of the hotel hairpin. Narrowly has a wheel alongside, has to concede. Zev Godchalk, the drag race between the two. Blake Shuey just able to hang on by the time they reach the checkered flag. What a drive that was from Blake Shuey. 13th place to victory in the Mini Under 10 pre-final. Zane Burgess secures pole with P2. What a move, what an attempt that was from the champion. He's got nothing to lose, and he showcased it. Jack Wolf beats Zev Godchalk to the top 3 at the line. A 10th.5 separating the top 4s. Varic from Francisco. What a drive that was. Let's take a look at the highlights.
From pole position, Zane Burgess leads the field up into turn 1. Leo running wide, the fastest qualifier on Friday, and fell right to the back of the field. Godchalk, Zev down the inside, takes Zane for the race lead. Fabulous racing as ever by the Mini Under 10 drivers. Burgess, under brakes, goes through at the hairpin on lap 3 to take the race lead. The fight between 4, it became a fight between 8 at the end of the race. Jaden Francisco, the first of the 2 Canadians going on through, leading Zev Godchalk, as Leo down in 19th place. Pantanal by Dam Driver tried to fight his way through. Blake passing cart after cart. The Californian, remember, came from grid 13. Not a good run in qualifying, but intelligent. The sole Tony card here this morning. Zane on Zev goes on through. The champion-elect enjoying himself here today. Cannot be beaten for the title. Wolf in the background goes howling on by. Gets by Venturino, whose engine briefly stalled. He had to refire it as the clutch did not engage in time. Blake around the outside. And the Californian for the Tony Kart Racing team defending into the hairpin for the final time, raced across the line to take the victory. Four drivers officially from the United States of America inside the top 7 now. Blake from Zane, Jack in 3rd, and it was Zev from Max Vadic. Brody Brown, the Texan, in 7th place. Pre-final B for Mini Under 10. Sasha Midas, already a race winner in 2026. We'll start from pole position for Team Baby Race. Denver Boss, who took his maiden WSK podium at Leopard Circuit Viterbo. We'll start on the outside of the front row of the grid for the Giddix Driver Performance Team of Alessandro Levrati. This is the grid. Sasha from Denver, Oliver Veitans, remember, was on the podium at La Conca in the season opener. The French-Moroccan Isaac El Haouti. Johan Berger, who led at Viterbo for the first time in his young career, alongside Hugo Heinar, Ferdinando Torquia. And then it's Albert Ferro, Stan Mihalov, Daniel Yoon, the South Korean. Miguel Spinner, the Maltese-Italian, is alongside Dragos Giuliano. William Aliskog for Ward Racing. Lucas Staciones works his way into P14 after not the best run in qualifying. Mikael Phineas alongside Adam Diacono, Charlie Prevel, Mikael Borda, Jaakko Jarto, the Finn for Paralin Finland, and the Panamanian Maximilian Schubert on the final row of the grid. Zane Burgess, the champion-elect, to start pole position for this afternoon's final of the WSK Supermaster Series. We're about to find out who will join the Andretti Junior driver on the front row of the grid. Sasha for Team Baby Race. On pole, Denver looking to boss the opposition. For the Giddix Driver Performance Team on the outside front row of the grid, watch Oliver for Team Driver, who's just pushed by Johan Berger as they come up to the line. we race. Coming out of turn 5, Sasha Miras from pole position with the race lead. That's Oliver in second place. Great start from the second Austrian. Racing in mini under 10, Johan Berger. Looking racy here this weekend, finally finding some confidence. He did lead at Leopard Circuit Viterbo, the second generation racer for Team Baby Race. They're in first and third place. Split by the Belgian-Portuguese driver from Tenerife in Spain, Oliver Veitans, who was on the podium at La Conca. Oliver in second place, Ferdinando Torquia. Good start from the Italian. They'll come across the line for the first time. Torquia now being passed by Miguel Spinner for the Porsche Racing Team. The Maltese-Italian driver for the team from the Chaika circuit in Kiev in Ukraine. Denver Boss back to 6 from Daniel Yoon. Hugo Heinar, two-time Romanian champion, is the pole ahead of Mihalov. And William Alescott for Ward Racing rounds out the top 10. A clean start to pre-final B for mini under 10. Johan Berger! Well done down the inside. Johan goes through into second place. Team Baby Race 1, 2 in the opening stages of pre-final B for mini under 10.
Sasha Miras, of course, one of the drivers to be taking the challenge to Zane Burgess this year. Off the back of a very good run of form in 25. Sasha Miras got Johan Berger for company, Oliver Weitjens as well, who we know, the Spaniard, remarkably quick. As it stands, Sasha Miras will join Zane Burgess on the front row of the grid. And a look to the inside from Berger into turn number 5. Can't quite, or doesn't want to, go for that move on that occasion. Some big movers through the field. The likes of Berger up 4. Biggest gainer inside the top 10. Miguel Spinner, the Maltese driver, up 6 positions from P11 now into 5th. And on the back of Torquia for 4th position, and well, maybe even beyond that, getting onto the back of this top 3 battle in the slipstream, which we know is all-powerful in the mini under 10s. Downhill towards the Hotel Hairpin. Is there a look from Johan Berger? No, they're nose to tail through the Hotel Hairpin, trying to get away from the chasing pack, but you can see there Torquia just doing enough to stay in contention. And now through turn number 1 into 2, lap 4 of 9. These mini races definitely do go thick and fast. Sasha Miras dealing with the pressure very, very nicely indeed. Behind that, Denver Boss and Zev Godchuk tied on points. Denver Boss running 5th. If he loses the place to Miguel Spinner, that will be enough to promote Godchuk to the inside second row, which, apart from pole position, I would say is the best place to be starting. P3, you can do a lot with that in the opening lap, as we have seen all weekend long and all season long, really. Oliver Weitjens, the team driver, trying to find a way through on Johan Berger, who himself is looking forwards to attack Sasha Miras backwards to defend from Weitjens. I know it's been a bit of a stale battle, but that element's still there. Ducking behind the steering wheel. Is there a move coming? Once again, just staying in the slipstream as we'll tick over half distance. Torquia, it's just a bit of a stalemate. Everyone's running at such a similar pace. Torquia is there or thereabouts. The top 3 aren't battling, so can't get that final little bit. They shorten the distance through turn 1, not bothering to use up the extra meters to open it up even more. It's flat out either way. And now through turn 4, surely there's got to be a move coming from Berger, or is he just happy to sit behind in second? I've never known a racing driver to be happy with second.
Concerningly, and I hate to mention this, but look at the front spoiler of Johan Berger. Let's hope for his sake that is just an optical illusion. Team Baby Race, first and second place. Sasha from Johan. Oliver Veitans in third place, the same position he finished at the first round of the Supermaster Series at La Conca. El Haouti on the back of Miguel Spinner in the background. And William Alescott, the Swede, inside the top 10. Daniel Yoon back in WSK is the South Korean for 2026. Fastest on circuit with a 54.820 behind Denver Boss. Remember, the Dutchman started from grid 2, finished on the podium at Leopard Circuit Viterbo. Denver in P5 from Yoon, Hugo Heinar, Spinner, El Haouti. Johan Berger needs to do something soon because Oliver Waitans is about to attack Sasha Miras. Does not need to win the pre-final to join Zane Burgess on the front row of the grid for the final, but he'd certainly like to. Here is Torchi in the background, Ferdinando. The Birolard Racing Team driver, the Italian from the Dutchman, Denver Boss. But it's the Frenchman from Barcelona in Spain in P1 with 2 laps to race. Pre-final B for Mini Under 10. Sasha leads the way from Johan. Fixed gearing in 2026, remember, for the Mini Under 10 category. They crossed the line at 98 kilometers an hour. Maybe 99, in fact, Isaac El Haouti at 100.2 last time round. In years gone by, the Mini drivers touching 117 kilometers an hour. Fixed gearing in the Mini categories now, homologated gearing, so they're on the rev lead limiter even before they come onto the straight. As you see, Ferro walk back. In fact, no, it's not. It's Maximilian Schubert. Ferro's been given a 3-second penalty. Maximilian Schubert for MP Team Gamoto is out, as we see now Oliver down the inside and taking Johan Berger. Sasha Miras, penultimate lap of the race. In fact, the last lap of the race. No, it is the penultimate lap, in fact. 1.5 remaining. Berger still sits in position 3 as it stands. The grid for this afternoon's final is Zane Burgess and Sasha Miras on the front row. This is subject to change, of course, depending on what happens in the next lap and a half. Denver Boss, Zev Gottschalk, the 2 Dutch-speaking drivers from the Netherlands, and Curacao will be on the second row. And Oliver Waitans, well, he may join either Denver or Zev on the front row of the grid for the second row of the grid for the final. Not at this rate, though. Goes wide coming out of the hairpin as we start the last lap. He's into the grass. Oliver back to P4. Sasha now with Berger back in second place, and Ferdinando Torquia in position 3.
Yeah, it was a little bit naughty, to be honest, from Berger. To be honest, it's just opening up the steering a little bit too much on that hairpin. I know going around the outside is difficult, but Oliver Waitjens was there. He can't just disappear over the grass, and well, that's dropped him down into P4. Sasha Miras leading the way. I think Berger's intention from the start of this race was being aware that you've got potentially a drop down, so you want to get as far away from the rest of the pack as possible. We'll wait and see as to what the stewards and race control say, but it was wise driving up until that point for Johan Berger. Nonetheless, out of the final corner, Sasha Miras will take victory in Mini Under 10 pre-final B. We'll see the checkered flag first, and we'll book a ticket to the front row start for the final of the Supermaster Series in 2026. Johan Berger and Torchia, the top 3, from Waitjens recovering to 4th after going off on the penultimate lap. Comes Denver Boss completing the top 5. We'll run you through, of course, the full results in just a few moments' time as we complete the 8th pre-final of 12 ahead of our 6 finals this afternoon. The race got underway. Sasha Miras would lead them from pole position, and Denver Boss got an awful start. You can see just freight trained by the inside rows of the grid. Johan Berger would make quick work of carving his way through on Oliver Waitjens and quickly apply some pressure to Sasha Miras, though there wasn't much of a battle or a contest between the 3 of them. Bump drafting all the way home. Oliver Waitjens battling away with Johan Berger, of course, as Sasha Miras would try and pull away. The team driver would send one to the inside and get it stopped quite nicely, giving space on the outside as well. Of course, the race would carry on, and Sasha Miras felt the need to defend. Waitjens not overly as keen to play ball. Down the inside went the 580, sent it through. Oliver Waitjens stuck on the outside. The checker flag would wave a lap later, and Sasha Miras would take victory in Mini Under 10 pre-final B and join Zane Burgess on the front row of the grid. 9 laps of racing, and Sasha Miras from Johan Berger and Torchia, the top 3. Oliver Waitjens from Denver Boss, the top 5. Then comes Daniel Yoon, Hugo Hejnar from El Haouti, Miguel Spinner and Alice Cog, the top 10. Then you've got Miliot Phineas, Sperda, Yatu, Preville, the top 15. Chianu from, then comes Lucas Stasionis, Albert Ferro from Diaconu. and Schubert, of course, the two 19th and 20th. Diacono and Schubert both out of this race. Diacono a few laps in, and Schubert on the opening lap. The Panamanian, of course, will struggle to make the final this afternoon. A good race all in all for Mini Under 10, and well, after that we'll take a trip to Mini Group 3, where at the championship, wide open. Wyn Gottschalk fighting away and trying his absolute best to stay on touch with the likes of Daniel Ferguson. But it'll be Filippo Frigerio that will start this next one from pole position.
The Italian still coming hot off a win. He's still smiling from taking victory at Lonato 2 weeks ago. Filippo Frigerio for Team Baby Race, starting on pole. We'll take you through the grid in just a moment. It was Wadakit Superchok who starts grid 3 for pre-final A in Mini Group 3 in just a moment. He took pole position in time qualifying on Friday with a time of 53.788. Wyn Gottschalk was fastest in his group with a 53.926. Wyn starts at grid 2 here this morning. We work our way through the final pre-finals of the WSK Super Masters Series. OK, NJ to follow at the conclusion of this one. It will be Filippo Frigerio starting on pole position. This is the grid for pre-final A. Wyn Gottschalk out of grid 2. Wadakit Superchok, Nail El Gahoudi on the second row of the grid. Leo Kralev, Philip Stetz, Abraham Shelvis, Theo Steindal, Guido Ebegeni, the Mexican-Serbian from Abu Dhabi alongside Mick Klinkers on row 5. The sixth row of the grid sees David Sitov, the Siberian, starting alongside Case Moyes, who's now racing a Saudi Cup for El Beretta, who did lead in his heats on Friday afternoon. Andrea Buffo, Yunus Tam, Dominic Lepp, the two Estonians. And then it's Devon, the Mercedes junior driver, starting alongside Arthur Ferro, Damir Halilovic, Maxim Madzarov on the 10th row of the grid. Grid 21 sees Matteo Gomez Castro starting alongside the southern Italian Ryan Di Muno, Noe Silica, home circuit of Trinec in the Czech Republic, Johan Leitvi, Aman Pantoli, on debut in WSK, Francesco Sardina, Philippos Trulis, Gazzi Al-Makdad, we believe is out and will not start. Antonino Lenzo starting out of grid 29. Filippo Frigerio, the Italian, on pole position for Team Baby Race. Pre-final A for 60-minute Group 3. Wyn Gottschalk, the Red Bull driver out of grid 2. We won't start this time. 9 laps here at Franciacorta. Just the OKN Junior pre-finals to race at the conclusion of this one. Nice to have your company as you join us at Franciacorta in the north of Italy for round 5 of the WSK Super Masters Series. The championship, which dates back to 2010, the first ever mini champion, Marco Dionysis, back in 2010. He also won it a year later. 2012 WSK Super Masters Series champion, none other than Leonardo Lorandi. And now he is team manager for his own family-based race team, Baby Race. Leo winning the 2012 Super Masters Series title. And now it's his driver, Filippo Frigerio, starting on pole position. This time we race Frigerio from pole position, leads the field down into turn 1. What a kid, Superchalk, the fastest qualifier, goes on through. Not the best start for Win Gottschalk, who's right in the middle of the pack. Fighting with Abraham Shelvers, Leo Kralev, Philip Stetz is there as well. Going off the road down into turn 5, one of the CRG drivers. It also looked as though we lost a Tony Gunn. It may well have been Fadel Beretta. Another second generation racer that leaders are untroubled. It is Team Baby Race. First, second, and third place. Back to Leo Kralev for Bosch Racing. It was Abraham Shelvers. Yes, it was the CRG off the road for Pharrell Beretta as well. They have both rejoined, but way down the field as they come across for the line for the first time. Baby Race, first, second, and third. Frigerio, what a kid, Superchalk. Nail El Gahoudi, the Italian, here in the north of Italy. His Thai teammate goes by. And then the Moroccan French driver, Nail El Gahoudi, just been passed though by the Bulgarian Leo Kralev for Bosch Racing. He's been repassed. El Gahoudi takes him back. Not in my house. Team Baby Race on one of their 2 home circuits, 1, 2, and 3 in the opening stages of the Mini Group 3 pre-final A.
Indeed so. Frigerio, of course, leading a fantastic job for Baby Race and representing them incredibly well. Of course, Win Gottschalk coming into this one, the Red Bull Junior, he's had a couple of issues. I mean, round 1 at Le Concours fired off in the opening lap of the final. The same thing again at Viterbo. And then last round at Lonato had to come from 32nd to climb his way onto the podium. So Win Gottschalk has been fighting uphill in this Mini Group 3 championship. He's got Zane Pace and Daniel Ferguson to fend off in the respective championship. Filippo Frigerio mathematically just about within a shout. In fact, actually not quite, but he can definitely get himself inside the top 3 with some good driving, and that's exactly what he's demonstrating in pre-final A. You can see Filippo Frigerio from Moroccan Superchalk, El Gahoudi, 1, 2, and 3 for Baby Race. Win Gottschalk trailing them. Look to the inside from Moroccan Superchalk, though. The poleman from Friday goes through and El Gahoudi follows him. So too does Win Gottschalk. Just like that, Filippo Frigerio's efforts go from 1st to 4th. Win Gottschalk there, you can see, trying to close in. It's Civil War still at Baby Race. Down the inside goes El Gahoudi to take the lead of the race, as we'll tick our way onto the 4th lap of 9. So, 6 left to go. And across the line, it's going to shift in favour of El Gahoudi, Moroccan Superchalk, and Win Gottschalk, the top 3. Then comes Filippo Frigerio from Philip Stetz, Leo Kralev from Theo Steindl, Buffo, Ebegenian, Says Moyes, the top 10. Win Gottschalk down the inside of turn number 5, gets it stopped. Nicely done there. Filippo Frigerio will go through with him as well, using that momentum and following the Red Bull Junior through. Win Gottschalk into second, now chasing after now El Gahoudi, but having slightly to defend. Also getting involved, it is Philip Stetz. Down the hill towards the Hotel Hairpin. You can see side by side in the background, fighting away the likes of Ebegeni and Buffo. El Gahoudi looking remarkably strong up in front, very comfortable. Meanwhile, Frigerio versus Win Gottschalk, that battle continuing between the pair of them onto the 5th lap of 9. Win Gottschalk back to 3rd. Frigerio up in the 2nd position. Then comes Stetz from Moroccan Superchalk. Down the inside once again goes Win Gottschalk. He loves the braking zone of turn 5. Back underneath them though is the Energy Corsa of Philip Stetz. He goes through to take 2nd. And this is playing nicely into the hands of now El Gahoudi. Win Gottschalk knows he needs the points. Tries to dart one to the inside. Fakes in Philip Stetz to go in too deep and then just nips it down the inside, does Gottschalk. Back in a 2nd position, but look at the hip check. Look at the bunch up through the snake as the rest of the Mini Group 3 field. You can just see their nose to tail, the entirety of them all queuing up Gottschalk now as Philip Stetz tries to go to the outside. Pushing him through is Filippo Frigerio to try and draw alongside. Here comes Theo Steindl in the MP Academy. There's contact and fired up into the air. Backwards, was that Leo Kralev potentially? It was Leo Kralev in the barrier, an incident he had no part in whatsoever. Onto the 6th lap, Win Gottschalk keeps 2nd in what was a very scruffy moment towards the sharp end.
That was a huge crash for Leo Kralev. Backwards into the barriers coming onto the straight. Neil El Gahoudi untroubled with the race lead. There's Gottschalk in second place. And then this battle, awesome recovery for the German, the Mercedes Junior. Devon Tits in third. From Stets, what a kid, Superjock, Frigerio, Ryan Timono, Yunus Tam. Bullfall, just been passed by Teo Steindal. They come down the back straight now. A big accident. Leo Kralev backwards into the barriers. The Bulgarian for the Ukrainian Porsche racing team steps out of the kart. He is okay, but that was a big hit and drops him way down the order for this afternoon's final starting grid. Pre-final A, Mini Group 3. It's the French-Moroccan Nail El Ghaoudy who leads the way. Gottschalk back into second. The Red Bull driver goes through, then it stares. Wodakit Superjock, Timono, Frigerio, Teo Steindal, Yunus Tam, and Andrea Buffo as well in this battle as well. Good drive from Buffo, who's been there or thereabouts this weekend. Stats in 5.77, the energy. Back into P3. El Ghaoudy 2 seconds clear with 2 laps to race. Move down the inside. What a kid, Superjock. Into the back of the pole, Philip Stats. Ryan Filippo is there as well. Penultimate lap, and the gap 2.2 seconds from Nail back to win. What a kid, Superjock in third place. David Sitov, incidentally, the Slovenian, retiring early on. So we've lost the Bulgarian and Russian drivers. It's the French-Moroccan in P1, walking away with pre-final A, Mini Group 3, here at FRANCIACORTA. Devon, the German on your screen, has come from grid 17 to be inside the top 5. Fabulous drive from the Mercedes AMG Junior. They go down the back straight. There is Stats trying to recover. He's back in P7. Defending from Ryan Timono, the driver from Foggia in the south of Italy for the team from Ukraine, Porsche. Yunus Tam behind. Case Muis, first time racing with the Story Kart racing team. The Dutchman now inside the top 10. Last lap for Nail El Ghaoudy. This is Ryan Timono. It was on Philip Stats. Out front, Nail El Ghaoudy, 2-time WSK race winner in the Supermaster Series, both last year and this year. As it stands, would start at least on the third row of the grid for the final. That may well change depending on what happens in pre-final B. Comes through the hotel hairpin for the final time, and he waits for Le Drapeau à Damier, and he wins pre-final A for 60 Mini Group 3. Gottschalk second. What a kid, Superjock just hits home. Filippo Frigerio. And what about the German? Devon. From grid 17, comes home P5. Leo Kralev's kart being dragged away in the background. He is okay, but out with a spectacular crash on lap 5. Filippo Frigerio comes home P4. Some quick mathematics. The Lonato race winner should still start this afternoon's final from pole position. The highlights of pre-final A. Gottschalk from that almost cursed at grid 2. Back to P7 in the opening stages. Leo Kralev with a great start. It was Team Baby Race. First, second, and third place. Philip Stats in the first of the 2 energy karts coming on strong. Gottschalk from 4th to 3rd. Then into 2nd place with this move down into turn 5. Devon in the background on the marbles going down the back straight. Had come from grid 17. Gottschalk back through into position 2. Fighting with the pole, Philip Stats. Great drive from Devon to lead home. Teo Steindal. And then this, Kralev backwards into the wall. Devon signalling to Philipp. And then just drove on by the pole, did the German. Out front, Nail Al-Gahaldi walking away with pre-final A. And he will take the victory to start at least on the third row of the grid for this afternoon's final. The French-Moroccan taking victory. Win did not. He comes home in P2. At least a second row start for Gottschalk. Gottschalk running third in the championship, remember? We take a look at the results. El-Gahaldi from Gottschalk and What a Kid Supershock in position 3. Daniel Ferguson is the championship leader just coming into this final round of the series. 255 points to Zane Patch on 249 and Gottschalk 234 points. Picks up second in the pre-final this morning. His pre-final, that is, pre-final A. Pre-final B, Daniel Ferguson, DF, will start on pole position, the championship leader. So this will certainly come down to the final this afternoon. Most likely the final lap, dare I say even the final corner of mini pre-final. The mini category group 3 this afternoon. This is the grid for pre-final B. Daniel from Alexander Matchak, Zane Patch, Amir Padovani, Andreas Papagiorgio, Fabian Nario, Alfie Mayer, Elton Skullhammer, Selim Kosei and Isaac Yoon. Out of grid 10, the South Korean Edouard Rouget. Forward racing alongside the Dutch Pole David Acton, Alvaro Medeiros, Ito Koromo, Felix Cheng, Mateo Garcia. Then it's Garrett Aris Luto. The American-Portuguese driver, David Gilmore, is alongside the Roman Alessio Ottaviani. Nikolai Piatras, Liam Barbo, Ruben Sagu, Nikolai Danielev, Julian van der Kottele, Pedro Cueto. And it's Bastian Kleiner, Axel Gomez, and Tadek Sufi from Bahrain. Back on grid 29 for the Lenovo Carlicart Racing Team. Daniel Ferguson, the championship leader just by 6 points. 255 to 249. Is on pole position though, the team driver who won the World Finals in Valencia, Spain last year. The Londoner with the Northern Irish heritage, the proud Brit for the Italian team of David De Lucchi. It is an Miami-powered Kart Republic for Daniel. You know that's a Matchak Tune TM on the Paralin of 562 of Alexander Matchak. Watch Zane, Vortex powered on the second row of the grid. Ferguson on pole, the team driver. We race pre-final B. Elton shoots to the inside to Skullhammer. The Ward Racing driver goes around. Made an initial great getaway and was spun going up into turn 2. Thankfully avoided by the rest of the pack. He is trying to restart. The kart is stranded on top of the ripple strip. Elton Skullhammer, the yellow flag is flying into turn 1. He's now got it fired up. He's facing the wrong way. He will rejoin, but half a lap behind the field. Daniel Ferguson with the race lead from Zane Patch, the Maltese driver in second place. Not a good start also for Padovani and also Alfie Mayer. Daniel Ferguson will lead across the line for the first time. Another spin. It looked to be Fabian Nario going around. The Mexican who was up into P6. A hectic start. Daniel Ferguson leads the way. Padovani going around. Liam Barbo at the bottom of the field. Elton Skullhammer has restarted. But way down at the bottom of the field, it looks as though we have lost Selim Kosei, the Turk. rolling to a stop down into turn 5. Back to the race leaders. Daniel Ferguson, Zane Patch. It's Matchak from Papa Giorgio, the British Cypriot in P4 in the CRG. The Black Mirror chassis, about to start lap 3. Daniel in P1. A wild start to pre-final B. Mini Group 3, but it's Daniel, the championship leader, the team driver, who leads the way.
Great stuff, of course, from Daniel Ferguson, who, off the back of Wayne Gottschalk's second position in Wynn's pre-final, with victory in this one, would grow the gap in the championship to what would be 32 points between himself and Wayne Gottschalk. Of course, any lower than that, and the gap will stay the same as it stands. It's 267 to Ferguson, 257 to Pace, 245 to Wayne Gottschalk. That's without the pre-finals being taken into account. So keeping an eye on the net gaps. Wayne Gottschalk's second position does do him a lot of favours. So with Dan Ferguson and Zane Pace 1 and 2, it's boding well for Dan Ferguson to stretch a bit of an advantage going into the final later on this afternoon. However, all three of them currently inside the top 6 in the classification. So it's all to play for. Half of this pre-final left to go, though. We'll worry about the maths a bit later on. Just know it is absolutely going down to the wire in Mini Group 3. Dan Ferguson through turn number 5, able to hang on with Zane Pace, who again knows his championship rival is directly in front of them. And a swap between the two of them would be enough to have Zane Pace matched on points with Dan Ferguson going into the final. With Wayne Gottschalk only a further 20 behind that, well, it's going to be a remarkable, remarkable final. Even less than that, even about 12 behind that going into the final. You'd have the top 3 separated by 12 points if Zane Pace can get it done on Dan Ferguson. If not, it's still going to be remarkably close. It just hands a little bit of that momentum to Dan Ferguson in the team driver. You can see Zane Burgess, well, you can barely see him tucked behind the helmet of Dan Ferguson as we head over the half-distance mark and on to lap number 5.
Daniel from Zane, there is Andreas back in position 3. In the CRG, David Acton, incidentally, has put in a 54.16. The Dutch pole fastest on circuit, Alvaro Medeiros. The Brazilian for the Tony Kart Racing team just behind. Daniel Ferguson, P1, just from Zane Patch. Remember, fixed gearing now for the mini categories, 101.4 kilometres an hour, 101.9 for Andrea Papagiorgio, 117 in years gone by where the gearing was open. Fixed gearing now for Mini Group 3 has taken around about 11 miles an hour, or 17, 18 kilometres an hour off the top speeds. Here at this FRANCIACORTA circuit, only for the mini categories. Later this afternoon, starting with the KZ2 final, which is in just on 1 hour from now. We'll see the shifter karts doing almost 100 miles an hour. Just on 150 kilometres an hour. That is legitimate. That's from the telemetry here at FRANCIACORTA for the KZ2 categories, the first of our finals this afternoon. This is pre-final B for 60 Mini Group 3. Daniel Ferguson looking at a stack of points if he can hold on for another 2.5 laps to take victory in pre-final B. To join Filippo Frigerio, the Lonato race winner, on the front row of the grid for this afternoon's final. Frigerio has locked in pole position. Daniel Ferguson trying to take the WSK Supermaster Series, the title which was won last year by Nicolo Pericol, who is down on the grid. He'll be on track in just a moment in OKNJ. Nick Dangerous, the reigning Mini Group 3 champion. Of course, Josh Bergman winning the Mini Under 10 title in 2025. Daniel Ferguson 2 laps away from pre-final victory. The attack from Zane, almost inevitable. This is Maciak, Papa Giorgio, and Felix Cheng. 3, 4, and 5 for the Czech, Cypriot, and Chinese Taipei drivers. Medeiros in the background from Garrett, Garcia, Rouget, Ottaviani, Pedro Cueto. What a drive from the Dutch-Mexican for MP Motorsport. Team Gamoto has come from grid 26 up into 13th place, almost coming on to interview. There is Pedro just at the top of your screen. Outstanding drive ahead of Gomez. And same can be said for the Bahraini, Tarek Soufi. Last lap, Daniel in P1 from Zane Patch. Now defends. Down into turn 5 for the final time. Nadio sets fastest lap of the race. Incidentally, it was his teammate Selim Kosei. Not Nadio, obviously, who went round in the opening stages, and now Zane Patch on the outside can't hold on. Briefly through to the race lead. Daniel looks right. Zane goes to his left. Into the double left. Watch Maciak in the background. They come down the hill for the final time. Daniel will go to his right, to your left. As he white lines it down the back straight. Maciak is catching. Zane Patch into the back of the Brit. Around the outside, will run out of road though. The checkered flag waves. Daniel Ferguson takes victory to join Filippo Frigerio on the front row of the grid for this afternoon's final. Patch second, Papa Giorgio in third place. The two drivers from the Mediterranean islands, Zane Patch, the Maltese driver, is second. Papa Giorgio has Cypriot in third. Maciak in fourth place from Cheng, Acton, Nadio, Medeiros, Garrett, and Mateo Garcia, the second Mexican inside the top 10. This is Elton Skullhammer, crosses the line now, does finish, but way down in 26th position after being turned around on the very first corner of the very first lap of the race. Daniel Ferguson, maximum points. The championship leader will join Filippo Frigerio on the front row of the grid for the final. He wins it from Zane Patch, Papa Giorgio, Maciak, and Felix Cheng. Fabulous drives from Pedro Cueto. From grid 26 comes home 13. Gomez, similar, from 28th to 14th. Julian Van Gottele from 25th to 15th. Bravo anche Alessio Ottaviani, just behind Edouard Rouget. Ten pre-finals raced this morning. The final two for the original kart national junior category. Nick Dangerous. Nicolo Perico has already won the title. Trying to clean sweep. He has not. Certainly has not had it all his own way this weekend. It was Elton Headforce who took pole position in time qualifying 48 hours ago. But it's Luigi Diascoli who'll start pole position for pre-final A, OKNJ, in just a moment. Yes, Elton Headforce with a 47.695 pole position in qualifying 1 and outright on Friday. Giuseppe Noviello, 48.132. He was fastest in the second group, which was much slower than the first group. The strategy, to put it lightly, did not work for the second group of qualifying. But Giuseppe Noviello lines up on grid 3 for pre-final A, OKNJ, in just a moment. Luigi Diascoli for the Modena Kart Racing Team is alongside Joelle Carrera. 727 for the ME Racing Team in the EKS Condor chassis. The final two pre-finals of the morning for OKNJ. Luigi Diascoli to start on pole position. Quite a few famous faces in the paddock here this weekend, and more so than the multi-Formula One Grand Prix winner, Gerhard Berger. We caught up with the Austrian earlier in the weekend.
At my time, it wasn't so popular than today, but a lot of champions already went through the school of karting at my time, like Senna, like Belov, like Prost. But in my time, a lot of other guys did like me, coming into touring cars, as you say, and single-seater cars. I think today the time has changed. Without having this school, you will not be competitive and you will not go to Formula One. I think in this age, the main factor should be enjoyment. But this is something it's difficult for me to transfer, because I always would like to be a front runner, and we have still so much work to do. I think this karting is still one of the most similar to old days. Here we see really hardcore motorsport in a traditional way. Here it's so hard, it's so competitive. I just compare it with motorbikes. This is the only thing where I can see such a rough and hard motorsport and here in karting. When you see now the paddock and you see the flags of the participants, and especially when you go in the Mini under 10, I mean, there are sometimes 60 cards on the start, and every flag is different. I didn't even know that which countries they are coming from. So you see that karting is coming more and more the base of the whole motorsport.
A pleasure to have the 10-time Formula One Grand Prix race winner, Mr. Gerhard Berger, with us in the paddock here this weekend. But as he stands on the hill watching, he is just another father. His boy Johan Berger racing in Mini under 10. This is the grid for pre-final A, OKNJ. Luigi for the Modena Kart Racing team, Joelle, GC out of 2, Giuseppe Noviello, and Nick Dangerous, who's already won the championship. Out of grid 4, Leo Lattinen, Sebastian Rydell, Cerja Butzas. The Gold Star Racing team, Henry. It's Mooring for the Dor Motorsport team, Augustin Feligione and Pedro Faria do Brasil. Out of grid 10. Robert Poulbert also for Gold Star Racing, Daniel Verber, Axel Gore, the Australian, Igor Moreno. DDF back on 15 is Di Filippo, Vasquez, Schub, Havlik, Tommaso Corsi, and Georgi Petrosyan. Out of grid 20. Ilya Kotrobay, Valentino Manastero, Christian Rasmussen, Lingard Lee, Patrick Ray Reiner, Daisy Thompson on debut in WSK, as is Hugo Kahila, who rounds out the field. So Luigi Diascoli for the Modena Kart Racing team, 7-1-2. To start from pole. The Paralin alongside the EKS, the Condor chassis. 727 of GC out of 2. Noviello, the team driver of David DeLucchi. And Pettigol, the Mercedes Junior, who has already put the championship out of sight, trying to become the first driver ever, we believe, in history, certainly in OKNJ, to clean sweep and win all 5 rounds of the WSK Supermaster Series. Il Bergamaschino starts out at grid 4. Luigi on pole. We race. Noviello immediately into second place, leaves the door open slightly for the Finn Leo Lattinen to try and go through, and then slams it closed on the exit. Pettigol, P4. Hard on the brakes not to run into the back of the Finnish driver. A clean start in particular for the pole sitter, Luigi Diascoli. The Italian, the Modena Kart Racing team driver, with a fabulous launch from grid 1. Noviello, the team driver, in second place. Lattinen, this is Pettigol. Back to Henry Mooring. The German, like so many in OKNJ, first year racing out of the 60 Mini category, which he was in last year. 3 wide for second place. Noviello incredibly holds on to it. Pettigol through as he's mooring. Latinen, Correa in the EKS cart, 727, back to P6. From Rydell, good start from Pedro Faria. Do Brasil, do grid, 10. He's into P8 from Felicione. Putzas, Verba. Pettigol sets off after the race leader, Luigi Diascoli. Henry Mooring for Dawn Motorsport in third place, but they're starting to bank up behind. The young German down the back straight for the second time. Luigi Diascoli, the Modena kart racing team. It is a Paralin chassis. TM powered. Nicola Pettigol, Miami powered Kart Republic. Same combination for Henry Mooring in 757. The German in third, cut out. Duelet now moves into fourth place. There's the magnificently presented EKS Condor chassis. Latinen, Noviello, Sebastian Rydell, the German, also for team driver, also in a Miami powered Kart Republic. Diascoli, there is Pettigol. This is the race leader from pole position. Luigi Diascoli, the Italians first and second. Henry in third. GC in four. Down the back straight, lap 3. Pre-final A for OKNJ. It is on behind Faria. Felicione, Robert Pulbauer for the Gold Star Racing team ahead of Putzas, his fellow Romanian. Verba, Axel Gore, Corsi, Vasquez, El Colombiano Schub, and Davide Di Filippo, who had a DNF in his final heat yesterday, trying to carve back through the field. The Roman in P17, head of Cotrobay, Valentino Manisaro, Lee Havlik, Rasmussen, Petrosian, Kahila, Patrick Reinhardt, and Daisy Thompson rounds out the field. Luigi Diascoli now just 0.4 of a second ahead of you-know-who on your screen. Nick Dangerous, Il Bergamaschino. He's already won the title. Pettigol in second, catching his countryman Henry Mooring in P3. Diascoli, the gap was over 1 second. It is now barely 1 kart length across the line to start lap 5. Pettigol 119.7 kilometers an hour with a 48.176. He cuts 0.3 of a second out of Luigi Diascoli. Gets the drive, the Paralin versus Kart Republic. We've seen this battle all morning. Mooring in the background. Leo Latinen now puts in a purple sector. Pettigol waits, watching to the double left. Not this time. Pettigol tried to become the first driver in WSK history to clean sweep the Supermasters Series and win all 5 rounds of the championship. Nick Dangerous dives down the inside. Il Bergamaschino goes through to take the race lead. We wait, we watch the response from Luigi Diascoli.
God, what a race so far it is between both Diascoli and Perico. Coming into this pre-final, it's the first time that Perico hasn't topped the eliminatory heat standings so far in 2026. It's the first time he didn't start a pre-final on pole position. The only time he lost a pre-final was pre-final A back at Sarno, where Jacques Carrère would tame the conditions in the wet weather. Perico would still finish second. He's not finished outside of the top 2 all season long, realistically, apart from a DNF or an odd finish, maybe where he's been involved in contact on pure pace. He's never, ever been outside of the top 2. And has only lost 1 pre-final. Hasn't lost a final so far this year. Will that change this afternoon? We'll have to find out. Luigi Diascoli, though, in terms of this weekend in isolation, hasn't lost a race. Was top of the eliminatory heat standings. Won all of his heats. Coming into the pre-final on pole position, maybe is the favourite, but Perico pulls one out of the bag as always, and now Luigi Diascoli is struggling to stay with him. The 701 Kart Republic, the champion of OKNJ, taking that step up after a dominant season, his final season in minis. For Nicola Perico, he just has risen to the occasion. You have to say, Luigi Diascoli is rising with him, has taken the challenge to the champion here at Franciacorta. And with just a handful of laps left to go, we'll have to wait and see as to how this one is going to transpire. Perico up 3 places Moering up 5 in third, but a little bit detached from this battle. He's pulling away from Leo Lahtinen, so the German just settling into his own little bit of space. Not quite able to catch the top 2, but certainly quicker than the rest of the field. Also, you look at Kotrabai up 9 positions, 21st to 12th so far for the Romanian. And not a million miles away from those in front as well to get an extra position potentially in the battle with the likes of Verba and Paul Bear, especially if the 2 in front continue to battle as they have been. Across the start-finish line. 8 laps completed, 5 to go, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Perico defining domination once again. Can he do the full sweep? Can he clean sweep the championship in the final? 4 out of 5 pole positions for the pre-final. 4 out of 5 provisionally right now if he wins this one. Pre-final victories. Can he go 5 from 5 in the final? What a drive, what a season it has been for Perico, taking that step up into junior machinery. Where can he go from here? Across the line to start the 10th lap. 4 to go. Perico from Dascoli, Henry Moering, then comes Leo Lahtinen from Joao Carrere, the top 5. Sebastian Riedel from Giuseppe Noviello, De Vries, Paul Bear and Verba, the top 10. Then comes Feglioni, Di Filippo, Kotrabai, Corsi, Lingham Lee from Vasquez, Schub, Manacero, Boussas and Kalia, the top 20. And a bit of a slow burn following our leader, of course, as Luigi Ascoli is desperately trying to stay with him, but losing out a 10th, 2-3 a lap to Perico. There you can see Henry Moering, though, beginning slowly to reel in Dascoli. There just have been, again, a little bit of a stalemate at the front end of the field. Perico able to pull away, make that extra difference, 10th and a half, 2 tenths, 2.5 tenths a lap. Luigi Dascoli versus Henry Moering, though, that's a different conversation. Moering has been chipping away at that gap. That being said, Luigi Dascoli has responded very nicely. A new personal best, matching the fastest lap that Perico has set into the 48.0s. So maybe the race not done just yet. I do think, though, Perico doing enough of a job to keep Dascoli an arm's length away. Well, as it stands, Perico will get himself into P6 starting position for the final. So he'll still have it all to do later on this afternoon. Even if he wins the pre-final, it's going to be a 3rd row start for Perico later on.
Yes, Luigi Dascoli in 2nd place. That should be sufficient as it stands at the moment. Of course, put an asterisk beside each of these statements as we start lap 12. Pre-final A for OKNJ. Dascoli starts pole position for pre-final A and looking to start the final from Grid 1 also this afternoon. Perico, P1. This is Luigi Dascoli. Henry Moering, brilliant performance. Now finding speed at the right time of the weekend. The young driver from Frankfurt in Germany for the team in Germany, Dorn Motorsport. Also present in the world of GT3 racing, team manager Simon watching on from pit lane. The young Frankfurter behind Dascoli and Niccolò Perico. Gli italiani cominciano quest'ultimo giro. Last lap of pre-final A. The Italians 1, 2. Moering back to 3. Lahtinen, Joao Carrere. Riedel, Noviello, Faria for Brazil, Felicione. And Daniel Verba in P10. Good recovery from Davide Di Filippo. The 2nd generation racer, driving for the 5-time world champion, the great Danilo Rossi, who won 5 World Kart Racing Championships between 1990, his first in Super 100 at Jesolo, and his final, remember that, Marienburg, the last lap in Belgium in 1999. Last lap, last corner, the checkered flag for the champion-elect. He is dominating the Supermaster Series. Takes another victory and a bag of points. Niccolò Perico at least 3rd row start for the final this afternoon. He wins pre-final A from Dascoli, and Henry Moering in 3rd place. Gore crosses the line ahead of Rasmussen. Patrick Ray Reinhardt and Daisy Thompson, the final finisher in P23. We lost Paul Bishop, Menesaro, and the Mexican Ico Moreno out before the start. So the Italians won too. Nick Pettico dominating the start of 2026. He's already won the title, looking to clean sweep, but it's Luigi Diascoli who finishes P2, and that is, at the moment, enough for the Italian to start pole position for this afternoon's final. Di Filippo just getting by 11th place, Ilya Kotrobai, the Roman, into P10 on the last lap of the race. Our final pre-final of the WSK Supermaster Series for 2026 is pre-final B for OKNJ. So what do those letters stand for? Well, after the demise of KF1, KF2, and then simply KF, which although the class wasn't exactly the most successful in karting history, it did have quite a logical title: KF1, KF2, KF3, Kart Formula 1, Kart Formula 2, Kart Formula 3. As it was, then it evolved to become Super KF and KF Junior. Overly complicated. The only thing that wasn't was the title KF1, 2 and 3. In 2016, original kart, we disbanded with the KF categories. We took off the starter motor, the battery, the clutch, everything unnecessary, and had original karting back. The final pre-final of the morning, pre-final B for OKNJ. Firstly, the highlights of what has taken place this week here at FRANCIACORTA. Elton Headforce took pole position 48 hours ago with a 47.695. He starts on pole position for pre-final B here this morning. The Swede will lead from grid 1, last year's WSK Euro Series mini champion. Starting alongside Aurelio Longitano. The Swiss Italian has been in great form for the Spirit Kart Racing team. Not only our final pre-final of the morning, but for the 2026 WSK Supermaster Series. Nice to have your company wherever you're watching us live around the world. Our 12th final pre-final here this morning. And then half an hour from now, the KZ2 final. This is the grid. Elton on pole, Aurelio out of grid 2. Tika, she's out of grid 3. Patrick out of grid 4. Yanis Kolovos, Nikita Gililov. Matias Brajol for Antonelli Motorsport, who took pole position on January 23 at La Conca. Sen Lindemann, Mark Green, Marco Verde, Callan Costea, Platin Kovtunenko, who will carry our camera car here this morning. Radesh Basheshko Prekov, Aston Asmar out of grid 13, Oscar Oyala, Victor Garoon, Luca Muzzolon for the Red Fury karting team, Dominic Wojciech, Shiako, Serban Vizio, and it's Lawrence Perriman who's got the coolest helmet here this weekend. Check out his Insta, it is awesome. The American 784 for Ward Racing, Sebastian Bren, Noel Cafet, Momstilo de Valst, second generation racer, Vladimir Gugo, Emilio Urlas, and Phaeton Sarapon, the American, on grid 26. On board with Platon Kovtunenko. Special thanks to the Bosch racing team from Ukraine. Live pictures coming in from FRANCIACORTA, Platon Kovtunenko, 750. You look at the back of 709, Radesh Vasheshku-Prekov. Fabulous images from the team at WSK. We also thank the team at Monza Informa. Mark Green just ahead, Marco Verde. On board with the Bosch racing driver, Platon Kovtunenko. Our final pre-final. Elton on pole position. Aurelio Longitano. There is the Spirit Karting Tonica powered by the Modena to the right of your screen. Wachatika Mir, the girl from Kashmir in India. Rotax Max International Final Champion, having taken that title in Mini Max at Le Mans a couple of seasons ago. Elton on grid 1. We race for the final time this morning, and the Modena kart racing team drivers go 1-2. They go 1-2-3 in fact, because Yanis Kolovas from Greece is behind the Indian Atika Mir, but it is the Swede who's got the lead. Elton head force 707 in position 1. Great start from Mantis Prajol. The Antonelli Motorsport driver goes on through, up into P3. Gets by Yanis Kolovas. Great start from Elton head fours. As we say, last year's WSK Euro Series mini champion. The Swede has the lead, P1. Kolovas in the background, also looking for Rado Vasheshku-Prekop, Sten Lindemann. Kolovas and Patrick Christensen off the road. Coming onto the straight, it was Atika Mir. A wild ride for the Indian, who went grass tracking. Rejoins behind Dominik Wojciech. Head force now. The Swede from his Greek teammate, Mantis Prajol. P3 for Antonelli Motorsport. But it's still the Paralins at 1, 2, and 3. Aurelio Longitano in the Spirit Karting Tony Kart. He's retaken that place from Mantis Prajol. And Christensen, Nikita Tililov, Kostea, Mark Green, Marco Verde, 7-2-1 for team driver. As head force goes wide on the exit of the hotel hairpin, trying to keep the engine RPM up. Glances back behind, comes across the line at 118.4 kilometers an hour. Marco Verde at 121.5. 122.9 for Platon Kovtunenko for Bosch Racing, who carries our onboard camera car. Quickest in a straight line is the Ukrainian Platon Kovtunenko. Now it's P8 right behind Mark Green, Marco Verde. Head force with the race lead. Once again on board with Platon Kovtunenko, who sits in behind Marco Verde. Fastest on circuit is Nikita just ahead. It's Chililov. Live pictures of Platon Kovtunenko coming out of the hotel hairpin. There's the Porsche racing driver. There's Elton head force in P1 from Yanis Kolovas. the Modena Kart Racing team. 1-2, Matis Brajol for the Antonelli Motorsport team. Longitano for Spirit Karting. Swiss-Italian combination on your screen. Aurelio 7, 8, 9 in the Tony Kart, powered by the Modena. Having a strong weekend. Back on board with PK. Fabulous images of the Ukrainian coming down the back straight, still trying to get by Marco Verde, but he's also been passed now by Victor Garoon. Elton head force in the race lead from Yanis Kolovas. The Modena Kart Racing team drivers. 1-2. Our final pre-final of the morning of the WSK Supermaster Series. As it stands, Luigi Diascoli, Elton head force, will start on the front row of the grid. Second row, Joelle Carrer and Nicolo Perico. Aurelio Longitano, though, to start inside third row. If you can move up by Brajol, Kolovas or head force, that will change. Back on board with Kovtunenko. Special thanks once again to the Porsche Racing team, based at the Chaika circuit on the outskirts of Kiev in Ukraine. Carrying our onboard camera car. This is Platon. Verde just ahead. You've got a glimpse, 721, the team driver of Mark Green, Marco Verde. Elton still with the race lead from his Modena Kart Racing teammate, Yanis Kolovas. Longitano in P3, just half a second behind. Still Verde ahead of Platon Kovtunenko. Flat through the right-hander, down the back straight, into the hotel hairpin. Too far back to attack is PK 750 for the Porsche Racing team. Now he gets the run around the outside. Runs out of road though. Marco Verde blocks the Porsche Racing driver. Kovtunenko starting to get frustrated. The Modena powered Kart Republic in P8. Verde 721. Miami powered Kart Republic just ahead. Nothing between the two Modena Kart Racing teammates. Well, officially 0.2 of a second. Barely one kart length. There is Longitano, P3. Brajol for the Antonelli Motorsport team. Longitano down the inside. Perfect pass into the hairpin. And he splits the Modena Racing duo. The Paralins at 1 and 3. The Tony Kart second. TM first and third. Modena Power in second. Not to be confused with the Modena Kart Racing team. The Modena engine on the Tony Kart. The Spirit Karting entry of Aurelio Longitano, the Swiss-Italian. Nikita Chililov. P4 with a purple sector, matched by Radu Basheshku-Prikop. There's Kovtunenko going through. He's finally got by and taken Mark Green. Here's Kovtunenko, pulls away from Marco Verde, in fact. Christensen just ahead. He's the Norwegian for the MP Kart Racing team. 3 laps to race here this morning. Our final pre-final of the WSK Supermaster Series 2026. It is still the Swede in the lead. Elton head force to start outside the precarious outside front row of the grid for the final, alongside Luigi Diascoli as it stands at the moment. Brajol goes on through behind Nikita. Down the back straight, Elton had force. The gap officially 0.24 of a second. 1 kart length. Goes wide again on the exit, but gets the engine RPM. Good exit from Elton, but he breaks the air for everybody behind. Longitano, Kolovas, Nikita Tililov. 119.7 kilometers an hour. 122.6 0.6 for Vladimir Gugol, who's down behind the American Lawrence Bauman in 22nd position. 2.5 laps remaining. Kolovas now moves Longitano out the way. In NASCAR parlance, he literally moved him. And Longitano now gets belted from behind by Nikita. Patrick around the outside and runs out of road. Kovtunenko tries to take the Norwegian as well. Penultimate lap. And once again, the Modena kart racing team drivers in the TM-powered Paralins go 1-2. Longitano, incredibly, has recovered for third place. There is Mathis Brajol, 7.40. The TM-powered Paralin of the French driver. Back on board with Kovtunenko. Christensen just ahead. This is Patrick, the Norwegian. We are about to start the last lap of our last pre-final of the WSK Supermaster Series. The Swede still in the lead. His Greek teammate in second. Headforce from Kolovas. Now defensive into turn 5. On the outside, needs to keep it clean. They need to get it to the checkered flag. We've had multiple crashes on the dying stages of the pre-finals this morning in the other categories. Surely the teammates won't come together. Goes wide. Again, does Headforce, knows it. Glances back over his shoulder. The only comfort is he knows Janis Kolovas very well. Into the hotel hairpin for the final time. Around the outside goes Kolovas and takes him. The Greek wins. Elton across the line in second place. It does not change the grid position though. Kolovas gets points as he wins pre-final B for OKNJ. Luigi Diascoli will be joined by Elton Headforce on the front row of the grid for the final this afternoon. The Modena kart racing team 1-2. Kolovas from Headforce on the final lap of the race. The highlights of our final pre-final here this morning. Elton Headforce leading from pole position right up until lap 12. In fact, right up until the final corner of lap 13. Longitano had a great race. Ultimately, the Swiss Italian finishing in P3. KZ2, of course. Our first final coming up at the conclusion of our pre-finals, which have just been run here this morning at FRANCIACORTA. Platon Kovtunenko coming home in P6 from grid 11. The Porsche Racing Team driver. The Modena drivers on the final corner, 1-2. Janis Kolovas takes the victory from Elton Headforce and Aurelio Longitano in third place. It will be Luigi Diascoli starting alongside Elton Headforce. Zach, we've wrapped up this morning's pre-finals. This afternoon, the finals in just a few moments.
Indeed, so very much looking forward to getting this underway for the final time in the Supermaster Series in 2026. First up, of course, will be the KZ2s, where Max Order provisionally wrapped up the championship earlier on. There is nothing mathematically that Senna van Waalstein can do. So at the very least, the pressure is off for the pair of them. Senna van Waalstein starting alongside Christian Batuka on the front row. We'll get into that in a moment, but looking forward to the final 6 races of the day and technically of the season in the form of the WSK Supermaster Series. But fear not, of course, we've still got the Euro Series and the Final Cup to come through the rest of the year. Still 5 more WSK events over the course of 2026 across the Euro Series and the Final Cup.
We will take a short break here at FRANCIACORTA. Don't go too far away. Our first final in 10 minutes from now for KZ2. We'll see you very soon. championship, which dates back to 2010 and includes such legendary names as Marco Ardigo, Max Verstappen, Leonardo Lorandi, Lorenzo Travisonotto, who's on track here this afternoon. We think of the likes of Nikita Bedran, Dmitry Matveev, Rashid Al-Daheri, Callum Ilott and Nicola Abruzzi, to name just a few. They are former WSK Supermaster Series champions, and this afternoon we will have 6 new champions. Nice to have your company as you join us for round 5 of the WSK Supermaster Series here from Franciacorta in the north of Italy. Also, a former WSK Supermaster Series champion, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who won the original Kart Junior, the OKJ title, back in 2019 before going on to win the Italian F4 Championship, the Formula Regional European Championship. He won in Formula 2, and of course last week in China, he won the Chinese Formula 1 Grand Prix. Andrea Antonelli was a special guest back with us in the WSK paddock on Friday, and we spoke to Italy's most recent Formula 1 Grand Prix winner on Friday.
I have a lot of great memories in karting, especially with WSK. Done a lot of races and in WSK, and I had such an amazing time. I learned a lot, in WSK. In these years in karting, I learned a lot of the basics that I still bring with me into Formula 1. So. Super happy with it, and I always enjoy coming back here once in a while. Because I still enjoy a lot being around in the paddock.
Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the 2019 WSK Supermaster Series OK Junior Champion, joining us back in the paddock. Of course, he also won the 2022 Italian Formula 4 Championship, promoted by WSK Promotion as well. Nice to have your company as you join us for finals day. It is round 5, the WSK Supermaster Series here at Short France, Franciacorta in the north of Italy. KZ2. Our first final here this afternoon. Ian Silvestrin with you in commentary, joined once again by Zach Sweeney. Zach, we are in for a cracking afternoon, starting with the gearbox category.
We are indeed, of course, 3 champions already effectively crowned. KZ2 being one of them. Max Orlov mathematically cannot be caught from Senna van Volstein, which of course lets the reins loose a little bit. There's little pressure on either of their shoulders. Max Orlov will be starting this one from P8. Senna van Volstein, the no longer reigning champion, will be starting this one on the outside of the front row alongside Christian Bertucca, who wrapped up the 2025 WSK Final Cup Championship just a few months ago. On the road to that championship included a victory at this very circuit at Franciacorta. Look out for the likes of Emilian Denner, who will be starting this one from 4th. Noah Wolf as well, who's been looking remarkably quick over the next 16 laps, 20.8 kilometers. We're in for a good one.
The KZ2 final, you can see that Christian Bertucca has finally knocked the Sony Kart Racing team off pole position for the final here this afternoon. But Senna van Volstein, who knows how to go quickly and win at this circuit. That is Senna to the right of your screen, starting out of grid 2. Nice to have the former WSK champion and former world champion Paolo De Conto joining Yannick Sturzel for a grid walk just a few moments ago. Buongiorno Veneto, Paolo De Conto, insieme con Yannick Sturzel. Nice to have PDC back in the paddock. We take a look at the grid as they set off on their formation lap. 57 drivers arriving here at the north of Italy to race in KZ2. We're down to the final 36. And it's the 2-time WSK Supermaster Series champion, Christian Cannibal Bertucca, who starts grid 1 for the Birol Art Racing team. As Zach just told you, Max Orlov is the champion-elect. He's already won twice. In fact, only 2 drivers have won in the Supermaster Series. Max Orloff a fortnight ago at Lonato in the season opener at La Conca. And Senna Van Wallstein at Sano and Viterbo. Bertuca on pole. Senna out of grid 2. Noah Lupo. It's Noah Wolf out of grid 3. Emilian Denner starts behind Senna. Victor Gustafsson, one of 5 world champions in the field. Jean Nomblot, Pedro Hilbrand, Max Orloff. The champion-elect Marek Scriven still fighting for 3rd in the series. And again, one of 5 world champions in the field. Lorenzo Travisanuto from Pordenone, north of Venice, out of grid 10. JT. It's Jaden T and Ellie Goldstein. Watch the Belgian 3rd-generation racer in the Tibi kart. Albanese, who was 3rd at Lonato. Il Siciliano for Renda Motorsport. Alex Marigliano, the 16-year-old German. Maximilian Schleimer. And a great performance from the Spaniard this morning in the pre-final. Daniel Marcia out of grid 16. Dion van Verven, the Euro Series race winner of Viterbo. Il Trentino. Filippo Sala. Il Napolitano. Giuseppe Palomba. And Alois Girardet starts out of grid 20. Menu Crochet from Hungary out of grid 21, starting alongside Daniel Vasilek, former WSK Champions Cup champion. Levinsky, Simek, the Pole and the Czech, Alessandro Zalocco. MK, who took pole at this circuit in the World Championships last year. The Formula K driver back on grid 26. And it's the first of the Luye brothers, Sean and Samuel, split by Marti Rittinen. Semnopies, the Dutchman from Dubai, out of grid 30. Il Bresciano, Michael Ida. Oliver Stadler on debut in WSK. Simas, it's Bachuka. Bachuska it is, alongside Alvar Shimasvara. Tommy van der Stroyes and Enzo Lacruz. The Lacruz racing team, the DR car just scrapes into the final. Christian Cannibal Bertuca to the left of your screen. Senna Van Wallstein, reigning world champion, reigning WSK Supermaster Series champion, will cede that title to his Russian CPV Sports Sodicar teammate in 16 laps from now. We welcome you to Franciacorta in the north of Italy. Round 5, the WSK Supermaster Series, the KZ2 final. It is the 2023-2024 Supermaster Series champion, Bertuca on pole. Senna to the right. The WSK Supermaster Series KZ2 final. We race here at Franciacorta. Senna rockets off the line as Bertuca is slaughtered by the rest of the field from pole position. He's back to 3rd, back to 4, in danger of going back to position 5 as we go down into turn 5 for the first time. It is Senna from Denner, Van Wallstein from Emilian for the Formula K SRP team. He's rocketed on through into 2nd place. Filippo Sala has struggled to get away. He's gone off at the exit of turn 2. It looks as though we've lost Filippo Il Trentino out after just 2 corners. The first retirement of the KZ2 final here this afternoon. The reigning world champion, the reigning Supermaster Series champion, van the Netherlands, in the eerste positie. Senna, who won at La Conca. Sorry, I should say he won at Sano and also Viterbo. It was Max Orloff who won at La Conca End 2 weeks ago. His teammate, who will be crowned champion this afternoon, Max, has gone through P5 behind Christian Bertuca, who is now starting to recover from a less than memorable start. Christian, ahead of the champion-elect, Max Orloff. It's Senna from Denner. They lead down the hill for lap 2 of 16.
A great start from Senna Van Wallstein. I mean, you just saw he was aggressively poised off the grid and just got the launch exactly when he needed to. A couple of times this year, Senna Van Wallstein hasn't been great off the start. Think back to the pre-final, which was the nail in the coffin for his championship hopes. Senna Van Wallstein dropping back after a bit of a tussle with Emilian Denner to the opening corner. And now the two of them, 1 and 2 on the road on lap 3 of 16. Denner applying a bit of pressure. Back to the 2025 Final Cup. Emilian Denner finished 2nd to Christian Bertuca. He's going to try and not let history repeat itself and finish 2nd to Senna Van Wallstein. Non-block from Bertuca. Then comes Orlov. Wolf from Hilbrand Scriven. Travisanuto from Schleimer, the top 10. A star-studded field in KZ2. Senna Van Wallstein, one of the drivers that have added to the many accolades in this field. Emilian Denner pressurising him just in behind. It's the orange and white Sodi of the So the blue, the red and the white of the Formula K factory carts as they dart their way into the hotel hairpin yellow flag. So no overtaking in that sector just yet. Out of the final corner and across the line. Look over the shoulder from Van Volstein, assessing the threat. Is when Emilian Denner going to go for a move. Mathia, the one with the fastest lap of the race, the Spaniard, currently running 14th, trying to chase after Giade and Danilo Albanese, potentially Van Verven and Schleimer to get themselves back into the top 10. One thing absolutely for certain though, Senna Van Volstein feeling the pressure, can't quite drop the Frenchman of Emilian Denner just yet. Also Nomblon, two French drivers on the podium as it stands. Max Orlov trying to put some pressure on Christian Bertucca. A lot of people are very close, not a lot of people though, close enough to start making some moves.
Zach, that yellow flag that we just saw, which has now been withdrawn. Actually, it's out again. It is for Simas Bachuska. And we've also lost Daniel Vasile Sala out. And he's waving once again. Green as they come across the line. David Levinsky, the fourth retirement. That's why the yellow flag is down in the hotel hairpin. Senna Van Volstein with the race lead from Emilian Denner. Jean Noblo, P3. From Bertucca and the champion-elect, Maxim Orlov. Noah Wolf, ahead of Pedro Hilbrand, as we say, 5 world champions in the field here this afternoon. The first of which is the reigning world champion, Senna Van Volstein, who took that title at this very circuit last October. Lorenzo Travisanuto, who's in P9, 2018 and 19 world champion, and former Supermaster Series champion going back to 2016 with Ward Racing in OK. Giuseppe Palomba, Il Napolitano. Victor Gustafsson and Pedro Hilbrand, who's in P7, 5 world champions, and the 2022 world champ. Victor just goes fastest. He's down in 15th place. Did not get a good start, but he's starting to recover. He goes purple with a 45.292 and purple in this sector. As we see Travisanuto on the outside of Marek Skriven. As it stands, it's Orlov, Van Volstein, Skriven, 1, 2, 3 in the championship. Bertucca and Denner, they can change that. But Senna Van Volstein races across the line at 135.5 kilometres an hour. A couple of drivers already cracking the 140 kilometre an hour mark. As we lose Dion Van Verven, the WSK Euro Series race winner, joins the list of retirements, which also includes, I hate to say, Il Napolitano, Giuseppe Palomba. So the Maranello attack comes to an end early because we lost Vasile also on the first lap of the race. Senna, P1 from Denner, former Formula 3 spec race winner, winning in the Toyota Racing Series for Formula 3 spec cars down in New Zealand a couple of seasons ago. Now a factory driver, the SRP Formula K team of Mike Sebeke, the bottle green machine in P2 from Noblo, Orlov, Bertucca, Noah Lupo. It's Wolf in P6. As we settle into a rhythm, already approaching the second half of the final here this afternoon. Zach, just a thought, this is the 5th round. We've only had 2 race winners. We had Max Orlov win the season opener, January 25 at La Conca. He won 2 weeks ago just up the road at Lonato. Senna won at Sano. Senna won at Viterbo in Rome. And unless Emilian Denner can get by, it looks as though Sodicat unbelievably will win again.
Yeah, I mean, Senna has just been on top form, and fair enough, he's missed out on the championship, but let's remember, he wasn't at La Conca. And the points haul for La Conca was 90. So already, you know, everyone else had a 90-point head start effectively on him, and he's going to finish within 60 points of the championship. And again, shoulda, coulda, woulda, whatever. Senna Van Volstein has had a brilliant season, and right now is on course for his 3rd round victory of the 4 rounds that he's taken part in the Supermaster Series. Nothing can be taken away from that in just how good he is and continues to be and has been, Senna Van Volstein. But of course, Emilian Denner wants to rise to that challenge, wants to dethrone the Sodis even briefly. But again, Sodicat, as they have been, I mean, they've got 23 entries across all 372 across all of our 6 categories. 20 of those 23 are in KZ2. So, you know, by process of elimination, by sort of process of association more so than anything, you would kind of hedge your bets that they're going to be fairly decent in KZ2, and they have been P1, P3, but they also do attract some of the best drivers, Van Volstein, Orlov, Nomblot. They have got the talent to back up the excellent machinery that they provide them. Just a few laps left to go, 6 at the line, heading on to lap 11 of 16. Senna Van Volstein now beginning to bridge a bit of a gap. It's only marginal, bit by bit by bit, but it's now half a second. And as he gets further away, that slipstream that's keeping Emilian Denner close to the back end of the Dutchman is going to fade and fade and fade. And unless there's something that the Frenchman can throw at this, Senna Van Volstein is looking good for his 3rd victory of the 4 rounds of the Supermaster Series that he's taken part in.
Zach, he's pulling away. He's just gone purple with a 45.245. You're back with us live at Franciacorta, the final quarter of the KZ2 final. Senna is rocketing around the circuit, which he knows oh so well. Emilian Denner, the gap is now out to 7/10 of a second. 45.239 last time. Pulling away from Denner is Senna. Max Orlov, champion-elect, puts in a purple sector. Will miss the podium as it stands, but will be crowned champion this afternoon. The Soddy Cuts, this is unbelievable. They have finished 1, 2, and sometimes 1, 2, 3 in all 4 rounds of the WSK Supermaster Series, and they finished 1, 2, 3 in the first round of the WSK Euro Series. It would be their 6th victory in a row. At the moment, it's not a Soddy Kart 1, 2, it's a Soddy Kart 1, 3. This is incredible. We think back to their very first World Championship, 1993, when the great David Terrien won. And the magnificent work of art, and now very rare, Soddy Kart Futura, number 144. The original David Terrien winning Formula A at Laval. Soddy Kart's first ever World Championship. They've won the last 2 years in a row, including at this circuit. Senna Van Volstein, last year's WSK Supermaster Series champion. Maxim Orlov will be crowned Supermaster Series champion as well. Here this afternoon, Max in P4, Bertuca, Wolf, Scriban, Travis Nuto, Hilbrand, Mafia, Gustafsson, Victor now up into P11. Head of Schleimer and Danilo Albanese, the Tuscan who was on the podium at Lonato in position 13. Emilian Denner for the Formula K SRP team. The French-German-Italian combination, the team based in Germany, the driver from Strasbourg in France. And the Formula K manufactured in the north of Italy here in second place. There's Bertuca in the background from Noah Wolf. Into the hotel hairpin, 2 laps to race. The gap is more than 1 second. Incidentally, we are not seeing incredibly high speeds because everyone is struggling for grip this weekend. Set up to rocket out of the corners, launch out of the corners. Barely 141 kilometers an hour. In fact, 137 for Jean Nomblot that time. 140.1 for Ellie Goldstein, who promised so much in the early part of this weekend with the Belgian. The 3rd generation racer is down in 24th position. Orlov will win the title. Marek Scriven in position 7 will claim 3rd. Senna Van Volstein will finish as vice champion. He will cede the title to his teammates. Soddy Kart will be 1, 2, 3 in the championship. Senna in P1, it's time for the famous line. Dit is de laatste ronde. De piloot van de Netherlands in de eerste positie. P1 for the Dutchman on the last lap of the race. Orlov trying to get up onto the podium. Tries the inside, it becomes the outside. Enjoying himself here this afternoon. Jean Nomblot, who finished 3rd in the Rotax Max Grand Finals a few seasons ago, looking at 3rd here this afternoon. There's Bertuca trying to split the Soddy Karts. Out front, Senna into the hotel hairpin for the final time. the reigning world champion at this circuit last year, comes out of the final corner to take the checkered flag. It is Senna from Denner. Van Wallstein wins round 5 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Denner second, Nomblo third. Fourth is more than enough for Maxim Orlov to be crowned WSK Supermaster Series KZ2 champion.
What a drive that was from Senna Van Wallstein. A valiant effort and a valiant season, no less. That cannot be understated. Van Wallstein has pushed Orlov to his limits and then some. But Maxim Orlov's consistency and his ability to just do what was needed this weekend, enough to crown himself as champion. He'd done it mathematically earlier on in the day, but he crosses the line and there was no stopping him. Max Orlov from 8th position up to 4th and will take the 2026 WSK Supermaster Series in KZ2. Senna Van Wallstein will take the final victory of this season and his third of it as well. Emilien Denner from Jean Nomblot in the top 3. Max Orlov just missing out, but I'm sure he's going to prefer the championship trophy. Christian Batuka, the P5 from Noah Wolf, Marek Scriven, Travis Anuto, Pedro Hilbrand and Mathia, the top 10. Victor Gustafsson falling back, the Swede, from P11. Then comes Schleimer, Albanese, Giardet and Marigliano, the top 15. Marcus Kayak, who's on the podium in the final cup a few months ago, finishes 16th from Ida Simek, Luye from Jaden Tien. Krojap, Rittinen as well. Goldstein all the way down in 24th for the Belgian, characteristically there. Le Cruz, Sem Nopiez, Van der Struis, Simizvara and Zoloko, the 30th and final finisher. Then we can see Dion van Verven, who started the season incredibly strong, including a pole position at Le Conquer and just really good pace through the Supermaster Series and the Euro Series. A DNF in the final round though. Palomba, Levinsky, Pachuska, Sala and Vasile we all lost as well at some point during that race. And a good way to start things off, of course, our first champion officially crowned in the form of Max Orlov.
Zach, we've been asking the question all year and we've got the same answer. The answer is no. The question is, has anybody got an answer for the Soddy Kart racing team? Again, they don't come home 1-2. 1-3, great effort from Jean Nomblot. Troisième place pour le pilote français. But Senna, we've only had 2 race winners in the 5 rounds of the Supermaster Series. Senna taking victory in rounds 2, 3 and 5. Max Orlov at Le Conquer and 2 weeks ago at Lonato. But the Russian, who is also the KZ2 World Cup champion, Final Cup champion, he is the Supermaster Series champion. Again, Soddy Kart 1-3 dominate in KZ2.
Yeah, I mean, they are just incredible. They've been setting the standard and, well, that's the standard that they continue to just push higher and higher. Of course, big congratulations to the team at Soddy Kart and for giving the amazing machinery to their drivers. But of course, bigger shout out to the drivers for mastering it out on circuit. Maxim Orlov, Senna Van Wallstein, Marek Scriven, 1, 2 and 3 in the championship. And by the way, this is the level that Max Orlov and Senna Van Wallstein pushed each other to. Again, Van Wallstein didn't take part in round number 1. But the level that there was there, 499 points Max Orlov scored, 439 Senna Van Wallstein scored. The next closest driver, Marek Scriven, who himself has had a good season, only 216, almost half, in fact, under half of what Maxim Orlov was able to score. The fight for 4th in the championship came down to the wire. Batuka, Denner, Albanese separated by just 3 points, 194 to 193 to 191 in that respective battle. But the championship can only be won by one, and it'll be going home with Maxim Orlov in 2026. Already a very decorated driver in the world of karting, and he gets to add the Supermaster Series title to his belt for the first time for Max Orlov. Senna Van Wallstein dethroned as the reigning champion, and a great drive from Emilien Denner and Jean Nomblot to bring home a podium finish as well. That, of course, is our first final of 6 done and dusted. We'll head down to Ian in a few moments' time to hand out some trophies for the first time of 6 for the final time of the WSK Supermaster Series in 2026. Of course, I hope everyone has been enjoying the coverage, whether you've been obviously joining us at the circuit or watching live around the world on WSK.it or, of course, on Motorsport TV. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Ian Silvestrin in the commentary box, bringing you the action for what is the 8th WSK supported event in 2026 thus far. We've, well, this is round number 5 of the Supermaster Series. We also had the first round of the WSK Euro Series at Viterbo about a month ago. and then also the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup and Euro Trophy, of course, kicking the season off in 2026 at Campillos, and then last week at Cremona for the Euro Trophy. We have 16 events in karting with WSK. We've already ticked off 8 of them by the end of today, so basically halfway through the year. Fear not, though. In less than a month, we'll be taking to Lonato for the second round of the Euro Series. After that, to Cremona for the championship finale of the Euro Series. Then all eyes to Franciacorta, Lonato, and to Viterbo to round off the year in the WSK Final Cup on that run-up to the end of November. 21st season of WSK promotion. Very much looking forward to hopefully having your company throughout the entirety of the year. The racing today has been exceptional. I know sort of you can, a very nice view in the background, don't get me wrong, up here in the north of Italy. It's always great to come here, and well, it's always great to head down to Ian as well to hand out some trophies for the first time today.
Thank you, Zach. We will, I hate to say this, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the trophies will go to the same team first. The race podium and then the championship, the WSK Supermaster Series. Round 5, the WSK Supermaster Series. In third place for CBB Sport, the Sonic car driver from France. Super félicitations, Jean Nomblot! Second place, also from France for the Formula K SRP Racing Team. Welcome to the second step of the podium, Emilien Denner. He knows this track oh so well. He's won again in the WSK Supermaster Series, round 5 here at Franciacorta. Also for CBB Sport Sonica. Van de Netherlands in de eerste positie. Senna van Wolstein. And also the winning team, the only team who has won in KZ2 in the WSK Supermaster Series in 2026. Félicitations, chapeau, Monsieur Florent Pisalion, CPB Sports Sonicart. Third place to Jean Nomblot from France. Second place, also from France, Emilien Denner. The winner of round 2 is also the winner of round 3, is also the winner of the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series here at Franciacorta, from the Netherlands, Senna van Wolstein. And encore, the winning team, CPB Sports Sonicart, represented again by Monsieur Florent Pisalion. The national anthem of the Netherlands. Round 5, the WSK Supermaster Series in KZ2. Third place, Jean Nomblot. Second, Emilien Denner. And the winner from the Netherlands, Senna van Wolstein. The first of our podiums this afternoon for KZ2. This is the race podium. And in just a moment, we will also have the championship podium for KZ2. The WSK Supermaster Series for 2026. Merci Jean, merci Emilien, dankjewel Senna. The race podium. And now the championship, the WSK Supermaster Series for 2026. There's been some epic histories of motorsport in domination. Well, we've absolutely seen it here in 2026. The KZ2 WSK Supermaster Series Championship. Third place from the Czech Republic, Marek Skrivan. Second place in the WSK Supermasters Series Championship. He won the title last year. He finishes as vice champion, Senna van Walstein. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the top step of the podium, the WSK Supermasters Series champion, CPB Sports Sodi Kart. Let's hear a big round of applause for the new champion, Max Olaf. Third place in the WSK Supermaster Series 2026 from the Czech Republic, Marek Skrivan. Vice champion in the Supermaster Series for 2026 from the Netherlands, Senna van Walstein. The WSK Supermaster Series KZ2 champion for CPB Sport, Sodi Kart, Max Olaf. Sodi Kart, 1, 2, 3 on the podium. Congratulations to Marek, Senna, and the new champion, Maxim Orlov. And the French manufacturer continue to dominate in KZ2. A fantastic scene down here at the podium. It is the first of our 6 finals here this afternoon. Zach, a fantastic start to the afternoon. We've asked the rhetorical question, has anybody got an answer for Sodi Kart? The answer has been no. We'll ask another question. Is this the day Luke Cornder, who starts from pole position for OK, the day he finally breaks through for a long-awaited victory? Can he do it? The Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver starts from grid 1. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, and only time will tell in response to that question. Luke Cornder, there you can see him, stood to attention next to his go-kart on pole position ahead of the OK final for the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series Championship in 2026. You can see FRANCIACORTA, 1.3 kilometers in length. A relatively sunny day, 16 degrees air temp, which is, of course, very nice for this time of the year. Luke Cornder, very rightly so, a driver with tons, buckets of potential, and yet hasn't quite, so far in 2026, been able to capitalise fully on it. He starts on pole position alongside Michael McGoy on the front row, but there is also a championship to decide. 59 points separate Lev Krutogolov and Zach Drummond. Everyone else out of contention. Benjamin Manach, though, starts this one 5th. He's looking to get himself inside the top 3 and take home with him, of course, that championship. Of course, a big day for Zach Drummond, who starts directly behind Lev Krutogolov. He missed out, made a mistake under braking in defending from the Ukrainian, did Zach Drummond. Could that be the nail in the coffin? Could that be the turning point that cost him the championship? All to be answered over the next 16 laps of racing here at FRANCIACORTA. Of course, KZ2 wrapped up, done and dusted. 5 more finals to go this afternoon. Thank you for your company. Myself, Zach Sweeney, in Silvestrian in the commentary box. And, well, awaiting the start of the OK final, where, again, like I say, Luke Cornder, what could become for the German, who missed out narrowly on a number of occasions. Look out for the likes of Krafahan starting directly behind the pole sitter in P3. Benjamin Maniac from 5th, And again, all eyes on the likes of Zach Drummond and Lev Krutogolov, the only 2 who are still in contention in the championship. All Lev Krutogolov needs to do is finish at the very least 7th or above to confirm himself champion.
Firstly, before we race, let's check the highlights of OK this week here at FRANCIACORTA. Zach, we are supposed to be impartial, but we are almost willing Luke Cornda, who's to the left of our screen, to finally break through and take victory. It will be tough, but he does start from pole position.
He does indeed. And I mean, yeah, I mean, as impartial as we are, you always have that driver that you look at and you know they deserve to do well, regardless of, I wouldn't say we're necessarily fans of him or we're biased against him or anything like that, but it's just one of those things where you want to see a driver do well and succeed. Of course, we'll run you through the grid in a few moments' time. And of course, with Luke Cornda, he's got a very tough competition. Michael McGoy, Kwai Hand, all of these drivers work tirelessly and all of them deserve to win. And we're all equally as happy when they do. Of course, Lev Krutiglov, Zach Drummond, Energy Corsa versus Fusion Motorsport in the fight for the championship. Let's run you through the grid. The final time in the WSK Supermaster Series for OK. Luke Cornda alongside Michael McGoy on the front row. Kwai Hand from Lev Krutiglov, our championship leader. Benjamin Maniac alongside Zach Drummond, Andrea Mani, Luke Tull, Alexander Zulfikari, and Dean Hugendorn. The reigning OKJ Supermaster Series champion is not in contention in OK this year. Metzola from Ivanikov, row 6. James Anagnostiatis from Kasper Reipold. Then comes Volts. Will Kalizia alongside on row 8. Coccinella from Valerio Villapiana. Redinef in the pre-final. The Koski Italian has got a lot to do from row 9. Henrik Peschel and Niklas Schaufler from P20. The Austrian, who did not qualify on Friday, working tirelessly to go forwards. Lopez, Bosco Arias, Portaro, Rasmussen, Kara Rosman from Pradier, the top 13 rows. Of course, then you've got the likes of Nicola Frigg, Sarah Frekel from Zach Green, Oscar Gallen, and then, of course, Max Christea, Kovalcic, Archie Owen, Emil Hernandez, Marco Gast, and Gilles Herman as they roll their way up to the line. Will we get this going on the first attempt? No chance. We will head round for their second formation lap. And Luke Cornda, Michael McGoy, 59 points in the championship hunt. Lev Krutiglov, if Zach Drummond wins, just needs to be inside the top 7. Now, that doesn't sound too difficult, but we know how unpredictable this field can be.
Certainly the championship between Lev Krutiglov, 379 points, and Zach Drummond on 320. Benjamin Maniac, third place on 278 points. So it is between Lev and Zach. Lev starts grid 4. And guess who's right behind? It's Drummond. Luke Cornda has been as quick as lightning for Ricky Flynn Motorsport throughout the Supermaster Series, but has not yet won. Possibly the fastest, but possibly, in fact, almost certainly the most unlucky. 224, the GFR tune TM engine on the Lando Norris kart for the team who have put 5 drivers on the grid in the FIA Formula One World Championship. Lando, Joe, Logan, Oscar and Jack. Luke Cornda, grid 1. That's Michael McGoy on the outside of the front row of the grid. We are about to decide the title. The WSK Supermaster Series in OK. Luke, the German, on pole. We race. Karada Firan shoots into second place from grid 3. The Indonesian, who won the Euro Series opener at Viterbo, goes through to position 2. There's Lev Krutiglov. And between the 2 championship contenders from Ukraine and Scotland, there's Benjamin Maniac, who has been so fast all week for Ward Racing. The British Spaniard from Barcelona in P5. It's Luke who's got the race lead. Karad Firan into second place from the American Michael McGoy. And then the championship leader, looking good so far for Lev Krutiglov. The Energy Eclipse, the championship leader. Watch back to Zach, who's trying to attack on Benjamin Maniac. Good stuff from Andrea Mani, the Monegas driver, right behind as they come across the line for the first time. It's Cornda. It's looking good for the German. He pulls away 3 cut lengths, 0.3 of a second. The Indonesian, the American, and Lev Krutiglov, the championship leader in P4.
Yeah, good start from Lev Krutiglov. He hasn't gone backwards, and to be fair to Drummond as well, they always were going to have a tough time on the outside of the grid through turn 1 and 2. It's a flat-out right-hander into a long, almost 180-degree right-hander as well. So subsequent back-to-back right-handers stuck on the left-hand side of the grid. You can sort of put 2 and 2 together. It's not exactly where you want to be, but both of them holding their ground. Benjamin Maniac, that between the 2 of them. Look over the shoulder from the Energy Corsa, who right now is in position to take the title. Zach Drummond is the one that needs to be pushing. He is the one that needs to be forcing the initiative. He is the one that needs to be aggressive. Lev Krutiglov, as long as he's inside the top 7, and that is banking on the fact that Drummond wins this race, which at the moment seems unlikely. Lev Krutogolov has it to lose. Zach Drummond is the one that potentially is desperate to carve his way through this field. Plenty of racing laps though. On lap 3 of 16, so just over 20 kilometers of racing. Luke Hornder, half a second clear. Well, make that even more than that now from Carafa Hand in second. The Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver finally into a rhythm and running up in front. Of course, Michael McGoy running with, well, now Carafa Hand in front of him. You can see the all-black Koski Motorsport machine drops to third, looks over the shoulder, sees the championship leader. Down the inside goes Zach Drummond on Benjamin Maniac. Now that is a move that could well help him in this championship. The Glaswegian goes through up in a 5th position onto lap 4.
Nice pass by Drummond to go by and take Benjamin Maniac, who won 2 weeks ago at Lonato. This is Gornda, back to Karafiran. Michael McCoy for Koski Motorsport. And the championship leader, Lev Krutogolov, incidentally off screen, up into position 18 from Group 35, Gilles Herman, with an incredible start. Has passed 17 karts on the first 2 laps of the race. He is storming through the field. Gilles Herman goes by Klara Kowalczyk. Zach Green now behind William Kalija. The Australian, the second Australian, has not made a good start. He's just got by his countryman James Anagnostiadis though. Kasper Reipold, Jindra Peschel, who's third in the championship, just ahead of that battle. But the Czech for the Tony Kart Racing team is down in position 14. Luke Hornder, the gap is half a second, but ominously, the Paralin for Ward Racing just goes fastest. So we're effectively watching 2 battles. Can Luke Hornder, the German junior champion from Cologne, not too far from the legendary Kirpen circuit, can he break through for his first victory of 2026 in the Supermaster Series? And of course, the championship as it stands, Lev Krutogolov would take the title. To the team from Bergamo, he's in P4. Back to Zach Drummond, the championship contenders, 4 and 5. Dean the Dutchman Hugendorn, who took pole position on Friday with a 45.884. Luke Hornder goes fastest. And the gap goes out to 0.6 of a second. Maniac has just matched that, incidentally. Benjamin, the second Ward Racing team driver, 0.602. So we've actually had quite a clean start for the OK final. We have had 3 retirements though. Bottaro, Oliver Rasmussen and Antonio Cocchianella have retired. 1/3 race distance. Luke Hornder just glances over to the RFM team watching on the hill. This is Karafiran. He won the WSK Euro Series opener at Leopard Circuit Viterbo last month in the pouring rain. Michael McCoy, Lev Krutogolov. Just getting news that there are a couple of penalties to be handed out. We'll get back to that in a moment as Dean Hugendorn puts in a 46.552. A sedate race, unusually here for OK. It is the German from the Indonesian, Michael. The American for the team from Finland of Jan Koski. In P3, Krutogolov, he's doing all he needs to do. As long as Zach Drummond effectively finishes behind him, the Ukrainian will be crowned the WSK Supermaster Series champion. Corner across the line at 127.4 kilometers an hour. Michael McCoy at 130.1. Luke Towell has been given a 3-second penalty. It drops the Dutchman outside the top 10. Half race distance. It's looking good for Luke. Ricky Flynn Motorsport. This is Karafiran. The Ward Racing Paralin drivers. You can see the car just skipping the inside rear. Just bouncing nicely, just gliding over the bitumen. The Paralin chassis just flexing perfectly. Putting the power down, particularly at the exit of this hairpin. Luke Hornder, the gap has come down. It's down to 0.4 of a second. Luke needs to go. We move into the second half of the OK final. Round 5, the championship decider of the WSK Supermasters Series. As Karafiran puts in a 46.375. The gap down to 0.3 of a second into turn 5. You can see the gap, it's barely 2 kart lengths. Here comes the Indonesian for Ward Racing. On the back of Luke, Lev Krutogolov. One hand on the trophy for the Ukrainian. Zach further back. He's just been passed now by Benjamin Maniak. It's going wrong for the Scotsman. Lev Krutogolov, if he brings it home, will be crowned champion. Now the question is, can the Indonesian pass the German? Will it be victory for Ricky Flynn Motorsport or for Ward Racing?
We'll have to find out in the second half of this race. Luke Kornda, Karai Farhan has been chipping away at that gap. But the good news for Kornda is that the majority of this race has been burned away, right? He's had so much time to himself. He's not been under a lot of pressure. Fair enough, he's leading the race. There's naturally a little bit that comes with that. But he's not been physically pressured. He's not had to defend. He's not had to constantly look over his shoulder. That's going to change over the next couple laps. Karai Farhan, who was incredible at Viterbo in the Euro Series. As you can see, Michael McCoy really pushing, getting all over the curb on the exit of the double right-hander over the crest. Getting a little bit sideways as well. Lev Krutogolov with them. Then comes Dean Hugendorm. You can see in that white, black and red Paralin, Benjamin Maniak from Zach Drummond, who's seeing the championship slip away from him a little bit everywhere. Might well have been enough, but Lev Krutogolov had that. And one of the deciding moments of this championship for me, for Lev, was 2 weeks ago at Lanato, right? Was down in the final, started outside of the top 10, well outside of the top 10, came through to take a remarkable podium, did the Ukrainian. And it's just that level of consistency, that perseverance, that determination that absolutely crafts a champion. And right now he's parading around, he's got a few laps left to go. Of course, he'd love to get himself onto the podium, but he doesn't want to carry that risk. And to be fair, even if Lev Krutogolov does crash and doesn't score any points, Drummond isn't in a position to still win the championship as a result. He needs more. Drummond, a phenomenal, phenomenal driver, one of the best in the world, and absolutely representing the UK remarkably well. But Lev Krutogolov, the last couple of rounds, showcased his talent, and right now is leading the way in the championship. Luke Kornda, though, in terms of this race in isolation, the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver, has got, of course, the Ward Racing of Karai Farhan for company. Now that gap has been coming down and down and down. Is it a matter of if? Is it a matter of when Karai Farhan goes for the move?
Luke Kornda almost understeering into turn 2, turned in, and then it converted to oversteer on the exit. That allowed Karada Fianan, you could see him smash the right foot almost through the front crash bar of the Ward Racing Paralin kart. Fastest on circuit. This is encouraging for RFM. Devon Waltz back in 13, but it's just put in a 46 at 368. Mariano Lopez has just clocked 131.5 kilometers an hour. But El Peruviano right down the field, he won't win today. Karada Firan might. He's one kart length back from Luke Kornda, who controls the pace, the final quarter of the race. Collegiate now with a 46.313, too little, too late for the driver from Melbourne. Luke from Cologne in Germany for the team from Great Britain. Better sector this time from Luke Kornda, personal best sector. Back to Firan, skates under brakes, keeps it straight though, and then puts the power down. The GFR Tune TM engine, the Lando Norris kart, the LN4 chassis, launched by Lando himself at the brand new Silverstone International Kart Circuit last month. Mr. Ricky Flynn, of course, in attendance. Ricky himself watching trackside. Potentially going to take victory here this afternoon because Michael McCoy closes up on the back of Karada Firan. The gap back out to 0.4 of a second. Krutogolov will be crowned champion in 2.5 laps time if he brings it home. Zach Drummond now behind Benjamin Maniak, who would take third in the championship.
Just a couple of laps left to go. We find our way onto the penultimate lap of racing in the OK final for their final round of the WSK 2026 Supermaster Series. And it looks to be, well, laps of formality for Lev Krutogolov, who seems untouchable now in the championship. He's done himself a lot of favours. That decisive battle against Zach Drummond in the pre-final, stretching the advantage. It could have gone any way. It could have shrunk to 39 points. It could have grown, as it did, to the 59 advantage that Lev Krutogolov had coming into this final race. The showdown between two phenomenal drivers who have given each other such a good rivalry, who have given the rest of the field a demonstration on the sheer consistency required to be contending for a championship at this level. Final lap of the race for Luke Kornda. He's just got to bring it home. He's done the job. He's kept everyone else at an arm's length at bay. And for so long, he's missed out. For so long, he's had to see people that he knows he was quicker than take the trophies that he thought he deserved. And in just half a lap, he'll be able to pick up one for himself. The Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver, the 224 of Luke Kornda. Better late than never in the WSK Supermaster Series, as long as he can keep it on the road. Our eye also on the Energy Corsa of Lev Krutogolov.
Zach, finally, he will do it. Luke Kornda will win. Lev will be crowned champion.
He will indeed. Out of the final corner, the checkered flag will fly here at FRANCIACORTA. Luke Kornda will finally see the top step of the podium. But our champion in OK, Lev Krutogolov, takes the Supermaster Series title in a titanic fight with Zach Drummond, with Benjamin Maniak, Luke Kornda, Yinrik Peschel, you name it. He has fended off some fierce adversaries, and the Ukrainian rises above. Lev Krutogolov, take a bow. What a season for the Ukrainian. It's far from over the course of the rest of 2026, but at the very least, he has this brief moment of celebration. Luke Kornda as well, finally taken to the top step. Crafahan, Michael McGoy, a very deserved podium as well. OK has proven to be as competitive as ever, but Luke Kornda will finally bring home the trophy. Let's take a look at the results after 16 laps. It's Luke Kornda, Crafahan and Michael McGoy that make up the podium. Lev Krutogolov P4 was all he needed to do to round up the championship. Dean Hugendorn rounds up the top 5 from Benjamin Maniak, and Zach Drummond, our vice champion in P7. Andrea Mani, Alexander Zulfikari and Mazzola, the top 10, with Valerio Villapiana, a nice comeback drive for the Italian, up 7 into P11. Yinrik Peschel vaults from Kalija Tal. James Anagnostiatis from Reipold. Then comes Schaufler. Herman up 16 places to P19. Bosco Arias at the top 20. Zach Green, Ray Kalkara, Osman, Archie Owen. Then comes Predia, Kovalcic, Ivanikov, Kristea, Frigg, Lopez, the top 30. Galan and Hernandez, the last of those that made it to the checkered flag. Then comes Gas, Kokinella, and no lap for Bataria or Rasmussen. Our second final of the day done and dusted, and, well, a new champion crowned in the form of Lev Krutogolov.
The sun comes out to shine here at FRANCIACORTA, and it's certainly shining on the drivers whose names start with the letter L. Luke finally breaks through to take the victory, and Lev, who has been as quick as lightning, he's the new champion, makes up for heartbreak after losing that podium dubiously at the end of the WSK Final Cup at the end of last year. He's already a race winner. Lev Krutogolov per il Team Bergamasco has won the WSK Supermasters Series. Luke Kornda finally and so deservingly has broken through to take victory for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Luke will stand on the top step of the podium along with the Indonesian Karar Firan and Michael McGoy in position 3. Krutogolov has won the WSK Supermaster Series title.
A great season, and what a way to rack it up in OK. Of course, a run through of the championship order. P3, Benjamin Maniak, Zach Drummond in P2, and Lev Krutogolov, the champion, 419 points to his name. And the levels that OK have had to rise to. I mean, Zach Drummond, apart from Lev Krutogolov, the only other person to be as consistent as the Ukrainian. We had the likes of Yinrik Peschel fighting at the front end of the field. We had, Benjamin Maniak, who's shown glimmers of pace. And the battles between, everyone really. Dean Hugendorn for a moment was running in the top 3 in the championship. Yinrik Peschel, like I said, so many people, were fighting at that sharp end, but only 2 of them were there every single round. And that was Lev Krutogolov and that was Zach Drummond. It came down to one weekend here at FRANCIACORTA, and Lev Krutogolov was the one to bring it home. It could have gone any which way. Only small differences can make a big impact, but Lev Krutogolov, but nothing can take this away from you. 419 points to 345 to Zach Drummond. Of course, we'll head down to Ian as soon as we can for both the race and for the championship podium. Big thank you, of course, to all of the staff here at WSK for all of their efforts, the camera operators, the production crew, everyone at WSK, everyone at FRANCIACORTA as well for all of their efforts, race control, race stewards, marshals, medical crew. And of course, shout out to everyone in the paddock, the drivers, the family members, the mechanics, all of the unsung heroes that put these karts on track and give us a fantastic show. Big thank you, of course, to everyone watching along at home. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Ian Salvestrin, keeping you company in the commentary box. as we await the arrival of the drivers to pick up some glorious trophies for the OK final. Of course, we rack up the season in the Supermaster Series, but like I was saying earlier, fear not, in less than a month we'll be taking to Lonato for the second round of 3 in the WSK Euro Series before a trip to Cremona just a couple of months after that for round number 3, and to round off that championship and to crown our champions of the Euro Series in 2026. Then it's eyes to the WSK Final Cup, where we come back here to Franciacorta, to Lonato and to Viterbo at the back end of the year across August, October and November. Sprinkling between a few rounds of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, where we had in Cremona just a week ago to kickstart that championship as well. So 8 rounds of 16 WSK supported events in karting in 2026, and plenty more to come over the next few months. Thank you for your company. Hope you are enjoying the coverage of the 5th round of the WSK Supermaster Series. Of course, we crown Max Orlov as KZ2 champion. We've now, well, about to crown Lev Krutikov as the OK champion as well. In a few moments' time, we'll head down to the podium. Luke Kornda, though, was the one to take victory after a 16-lap, well, ride of tension, really, for Kornda. He wasn't ever put under any physical pressure from Karafahan, who couldn't quite get close enough, but the threat was always there. He had to be clinical. One small mistake, and that gap was going to vanish. But he kept his composure, he kept his cool, and showcased to the world his talent that oftentimes gets overshadowed by issues that are largely out of his control. Karafahan as well, brilliant in Viterbo, brilliant here at Franciacorta. Michael McGoy as well, a P3 for the American. Krutikov, Dean Hukendorn, the top 5, of course. Dean Hukendorn taking the step up into OK, has excelled, finishing P6 and his first go of a WSK OK championship, and well, mixing it up with some of the best. Took pole position on Friday, by the way, did Dean Hukendorn. Lev Krutikov, of course, the champion, and he'll get his moment to celebrate that in a few moments' time. In the meantime, of course, you can see the OK Juniors making their way to the grid as we await the 3rd of our 6 finals this afternoon. So still plenty more racing still to come. You can see some of the Koski Motorsport guys, team members. Of course, one of the drivers will be taken to the podium in just a few moments' time. Hopefully, it won't be too much longer until things get confirmed and everything's ready down at the podium. To hand over to the one and only Ian Salvestrin to present the trophies to our very deserved drivers. One, of course, for the race itself, and then one, of course, for the championship. There you can see the German flag flying proudly, with Karafahan and Michael McGoy there to stand alongside him. It's a lovely day here. You can see virtually no wind, as the flag's not flying here at Franciacorta, but the sun is out, the temperature is nice. It's a good day, and the racing also has been very good. No rain, nothing. It definitely is springtime here in the north of Italy. There you can see Zach Drummond in the middle. You can see Lev Krutikov stood next to him, Benjamin Magnac there as well. So there's our top 3 in the championship, looking to collect their trophies. Lev Krutikov, of course, I don't know how it's going to work to get both trophies home, but I'm sure he'll manage. I'm sure he'll find a way. Probably too happy to care about it at the moment after taking victory in the championship. He's had so many trophies to take home over the last few rounds as Lev Krutikov. He had, well, 3 podiums leading up to this. It wasn't on the podium for Lev Krutikov today. He does take the championship. Let's head down to Ian, though, to hand out some trophies.
Thank you, Zach. The sun comes out to shine just in time for the OK podium here this afternoon. First, we will present the trophies, first, second, and third for the race, and then for the championship, the WSK Supermaster Series. Michael from the United States puts on the LeConte cap. Koski Motorsport driver finishes in P3, and we are ready to proceed with the podium. Round 5, the WSK Supermaster Series. In 3rd place, from the United States of America, Michael McGoy. Second place, the Indonesian Karar Firand. He's finally done it, broken through. What a deserved victor. Round 5, the WSK Supermaster Series from Germany for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Let's hear it for Luke Konda. And representing the winning team, Mr. Ricky Flynn himself. Third place to the American for Koski Motorsport, Michael McCoy. Second place, the Indonesian Karar Firand. And finally, a deserved winner. Round 5, the WSK Supermaster Series, the German Luke Konda. And Mr. Ricky Flynn representing his own team, Ricky Flynn Motorsport. The national anthem of Germany. Round 5, the WSK Supermaster Series, third place, Michael McCoy. Second, Karar Firand. And the winner from Germany, finally, for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Luke Konda. Such a deserved race winner after being so fast all year for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. No one will begrudge the German the victory here this afternoon. Michael McCoy from the United States of America finishes in P3. Karar Firand from Indonesia, another WSK podium in second. And from Germany, for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Luke Konda wins here at FRANCIACORTA. So the race podium, and we will now proceed with the championship podium as well. The WSK Supermaster Series for 2026 in the OK Direct Drive category. The drivers here ready to step on the podium as we award the championship for 2026. In third place, the British Spaniard for Ward Racing in the Supermaster Series, Benjamin Manya. Second place in the Supermaster Series for Fusion Motorsport, the Scotsman, Zach Drummond. It was a nervous wait, but he's done it. Let's hear a big round of applause for the new WSK Supermaster Series champion for Team Energy Course from Ukraine, Lev Krutugolov. Third place, Benjamin Manya. Second place in the championship, Zach Drummond. And the new WSK Supermaster Series champion for Team Energy Course from Ukraine, Lev Krutugolov. Congratulations, guys. Benjamin, Zach, and the new champion, Lev Krutugolov. The sun's shining here. It is the first weekend of winter here in the north of, the last weekend it was of winter last weekend. It's the first weekend of springtime. The sun is shining. We are 1/3 of the way through the afternoon. OK Junior on the grid. They're ready to go. Zach, back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Ian. Big congratulations to Lev Krutikolov, to Zach Drummond and to Benjamin Magnac. Very deserved top 3 in the championship. And of course to our podium finishes of the OK final as well. Next up, we're heading to OK Junior, where Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio starts on pole position for the first time in a final in OKJ alongside Gypsy Giardello on the front row. But a championship, well, that is to be decided, but potentially more a formality than anything. Antonio Pizzonia just needs to score 4 points in this race to guarantee himself as champion. And that's, well, if Daniel Miron-Arante doesn't win, if Miron-Arante finishes anywhere than P1, there is no chance that he can win the championship. So the boy from Brazil has, well, a lot of pressure off of his shoulders, but he still needs to get it across the line. He still needs to maximize out of this race. And of course, you want to win the championship with a podium finish as well. He starts on the outside of the second row forward racing, just alongside Ascari Vale on row number 2. We're running through the full grid in a few moments' time. Very much looking forward to our third of our 6 finals this afternoon here at FRANCIACORTA.
But firstly, the highlights of OK Junior here at FRANCIACORTA. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio took pole position on Friday, and that is the Italian to the bottom left of your screen starts on pole after a great weekend here at FRANCIACORTA. The first weekend of springtime here in the north of Italy. The Italian on pole, the Italians on the front row of the grid, because Di Pietrantonio to the left of your screen is joined by Duele Gypsy Giardello on the front row of the grid. It looks like this. LDP on grid 1, Gypsy out of grid 2. Second row of the grid, Ascari Vale and Antonio Pizzonia, who is the championship leader, looking to wrap up the title this afternoon. Field set off. We'll bring you the correct grid in just a moment. Yes, Antonio Pizzonia is the championship leader over Daniel Miron-Arante. Will Green third in the series but can't win the title. He can win the race though. So that's a bit further back on the grid. Antonio alongside Ascari. And it's Albert Tam, tail front, Matvei Turkanov, Gorski out of 8, Max Velde and Alessandro Truchot. Grid 11 sees Remix Hamchek, Oliver City, Jalas Sayer and Daniel Miron-Arante still fighting for the championship. Brian Bruno, Julian Frasnelli, Zach Xu, and Will Green, who's third in the series back on 18. Seva and Billy Van Staveren on the 10th row of the grid. Grid 21, Samuel Hugon, who had a great pre-final this morning, the French driver in the CRG. Benjamin Westwood, back on 22 after crashing this morning with Gorski. Malotta, Kumpen, Manny Novellini, Rocco Simone, Zdenek, back on 27. Oiva Vetanranta, Wei Feixier and Giacomo Giusto out of grid 30. Maxim Bobrashov, Jan Gacelic, Stan Ratashki, Mark Lumets, Mart Zepin and Jano Pujol out of grid 36. Another formation lap. Antonio Pizzonia Grid 4 is the championship leader.
Indeed, so 76 points, his advantage, 317 to 251 in favour of Antonio Pettonia. In fact, it's 66 points advantage Pettonia has over Daniel Miranorante. Nonetheless, it still makes it so, of course, the gap between them quite substantial. And Daniel Miranorante needs to finish first, regardless. That doesn't change. He needs to win this race to have any chance at the championship, which means Pettonia needs to finish a little bit higher up, but even then, it'll be difficult for him to lose it from 4th place on the grid.
Basically, Zach, Daniel needs to win the race and Antonio finish in Nowheresville. Daniel starting further back on the grid. And there's the Ward Racing driver from the Amazon, starting out of grid 4. Here's the championship leader. We will decide the title. We will know in 13 laps' time.
We will do indeed. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, though, searching for his first victory in OK Junior in the WSK Supermaster Series. It's been a season of learning, and he gets to put it all to the test. Alongside Gypsy Giardello, the lights on the gantry go out, and we go racing in OK Junior. Great start from pole position, and followed straight through there. Ascari Vale from 3rd place on the grid. 18 rows of 2 karts will jostle their way through the opening couple of corners as they negotiate their way in towards turn number 5. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio will keep the lead of the race as they funnel their way now back up the hill towards the top of the crest at turns 10 and 11. The orange helmet and the KL Motorsport of Di Pietrantonio dealing with the opening lap very, very well, but that pressure from Ascari Vale from Parolin is definitely mounting up. The Finnish driver on the back end of him now towards the hotel hairpin for the opening time of 13. You can see the Parolin very close to the rear end of the Kart Republic. Look over the shoulder and defensive from Di Pietrantonio. 3 Parolins chasing after the Kart Republic as 2 of them go side by side through the final corner at the opening lap of 13. This is how it racks up. It's Di Pietrantonio from Vale, then comes Giardello, Tam, Durganov, Pettonia, the top 6. Pettonia, though, of course, wants to bring home the championship. Daniel Miranorante down in P12, up in net 2 positions. But off the opening lap, Di Pietrantonio doing exactly what he needs to do from pole position.
It is the Finn trying to take the win. He splits the 2 Italians. Ascari Vale in 2nd place. Super Lolo Bros with the race lead. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio not for long because Ascari Vale goes down the inside. The Finn leads the 2 Italians. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio from pole position, the Italian, the top Italian back to 2nd. Ascari Vale tries to defend into the hotel hairpin. Girardello, Matvei Durganov, who won his pre-final this morning. The Primo Racing Team driver in the Energy P4. Lorenzo down the inside, back into P1. Girardello follows him through. The Italians 1st and 2nd. Running into the back of his countryman, Girardello. Ascari Vale still there in the top 3, just ahead of Matvei Durganov. There's Tam behind. Fell there. Where's the championship leader? There's Antonio Pettonia, still P7. Still with one hand on the championship trophy. Leo Gorski out on the 1st lap. The RFM driver, his weekend started brilliantly, but he's had a terrible Sunday. A crash this morning in the pre-final and a crash on the 1st lap of the final this afternoon. Gorski is out. Di Pietrantonio leads it from Girardello. Vale, Tam. That's Albert, the Swiss Estonian. The Parolins, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. But it's the Kart Republic in P1. Durganov around the outside and runs off the road. The Russian goes rallycross. Gets back on track, but loses a ton of time. Effectively, his afternoon is over. Di Pietrantonio, P1. He comes. O Menino do Brasil, the championship leader for Ward Racing. Pettonia now up into P4. A crash in the background has brought out the yellow flag as we see Vale smack into the back of the race leader, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Max fell there also for the Ward Racing team behind his Brazilian teammate P6. The championship leader P1, Daniel Miranorante, 2nd in the series, 9th in the race.
Indeed so. As it stands, it's not enough. Di Pietrantonio getting a tag from Giardello. You can see it's a huge hip tech as the Constantina effect bunches them all up through turn number 5. Ascari Vale looking to the inside of Giardello, then nose to tail through turns 10 and 11. Look at this huge train that we've got all the way down to Veteran Ranta in 13th position. It's absolutely insane, the levels that OK Junior go to. It's all aboard the LDP Express. Defensive once more into the hotel hairpin. You can see the fusion of Daniel Mironarante trying to send it deep on the brakes around the outside and gain a couple of positions. Of course, if you're Pittonia Forward Racing, you're up there in 4th position. You know you've got the championship in your pocket. Daniel Mironarante needs to start taking risks. And even then, he needs a miracle. Once again, the fusion driver around the outside of turns 2 and 3. LDP defensive once more. That opens the door for Ascari Vale, who spots the gap and muscled wide there. Goodness me, Giardello gets tagged round. Was that Oliver Cini potentially? No, was it Pittonia that got tagged with him as well? We'll see as to when yeah, it was Pittonia and Giardello that had tumbled down the order slightly. I think they were able to recover. The championship leader could use it with a little bit less of that. Will, of course, run them through down towards turn number 5. LDP defensive once more. He is hanging on for this from the opening lap. And, well, doing his absolute best is to try and keep everyone else behind. He's doing a brilliant job, you have to say, a valiant defense. Pittonia now outside of the top 10. Still, even then, it'll be enough to wrap up the championship.
Zach, that was almost the end of the championship for Pittonia. He was in the grass, he was in the gravel, he was sideways. And more importantly, Daniel Mironarante is now behind his teammate in P5. Pittonia has crossed the line in position 10, just ahead of Will Green, who's still trying to take 3rd in the championship. Di Pietrantonio, look at the freight train. The Finn trying to take the win away from the Italian. That's Cini, the Indonesian. And Daniel Mironarante, 4th on the road, 2nd in the championship. Again, Di Pietrantonio, white lines it into the hairpin. They will send the Italian. If this continues for the next 5 laps, he's in P1. He can put that car exactly wherever he wants. He's got the race lead. He is defending though. Last time round, a 49.5, 1.5 seconds slower than Ramik Samcek, who's down in 15, who set the fastest lap of the race. Surely he cannot defend for the remaining 5 laps. The Finn from the Italian, the Indonesian in P3. Back to Daniel Mironarante, 2nd in the championship, the Fusion Motorsport driver. He won at Lonato. And Jala Saya in P5. Behind his Felbeck, Green, Tam, Pelfran, Frasnelli, Durganov. Pittonia has dropped down to P12. Moved down the inside. That was nicely done by Cini. Durganov on the outside now. Finally, the defense pays just for a moment for Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Cini through to 2nd. They'll close right up on the back of him though. Daniel in P3. Pittonia is down in P12. It is not over yet.
It's not. I was just about to say, edge of your seat stuff. Daniel Mironarante needs a miracle to pull this championship off. His teammate Zach Jarman narrowly missed out. Mironarante does not want to suffer the same fate. He is battling up there, but look at that. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio has fed everyone else to the wolves off the grass there, tucking back on with Cini. In avoidance, Daniel Mironarante is able to slice his way through and up in a 2nd position. The rest of the field jostling. And look at the LDP effect that's been caused by the train. Everyone else now jostling. It's allowed the top 2 to get away. And this is exactly what Di Pietrantonio wanted. Everyone else to battle for him to get away. And now in the championship, 18 points between Pittonia and Daniel Mironarante. 2 cards more, maybe even have gone off at turn number 2. As it stands, Daniel Mironarante needs to win the championship. Pittonia's 10th place is no longer safe if Daniel Mironarante can get after Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio and find his way into the lead.
It's Vale and Cini who came together in turn 2. The Indonesian and Finn, they're both out. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, how has he defended this? He's now got a gap of 1.3 seconds. Daniel Mironarante from grid 13, remember. He's now in P2. WG in P3. It's Green, who's also 3rd in the championship. 3 laps to race. Pittonia has crossed the line in position 28. Oh boy. Antonio is in trouble. He makes a position on Maxim Bobadashov. Pittonia, 317 points. Daniel Mironarante, 311. If Daniel gets by and Antonio finishes down in Nowheresville, Daniel Mironarante will incredibly win the championship. Pittonia is down in 28th position. green. The Williams Jr. in position 3 is WG.
Yeah, Will Green has had a remarkable drive. And again, showcasing his talent as one of the best in the OK Junior field, his ability to make situations like this. I mean, he started 18th, he's now P3. What a drive it's been. But for Daniel Mironarante, he was helped tremendously by Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio's train at the beginning, bunching everyone up, minimizing that loss for starting further back. But that maturity, that composure to carve his way through the field. He's got a lap and a half. He is driving for the championship. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, he just wants his maiden victory in OK Junior. There's so much at stake for this race. Pitsonia powerless now, and is just a passenger. His fate written by the last lap of Franciacorta by Daniel Mironarante. Half a second, 1 lap left to go, 1.3 kilometers to decide it all, and the Fusion Motorsport machine is all over the rear end of Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio through the final corner for the penultimate time. One more tour of Franciacorta to go in the OK Junior WSK Supermaster Series. Daniel Mironarante, 6 points separates him and Pitsonia. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio separates him from championship glory. And with each corner passed is one less opportunity for him to seal the deal. He's got to set it up. It's got to happen at the Hotel Hairpin if it's going to happen. But we've seen how good Di Pietrantonio is at defending. But the Fusion Motorsport machine, he has been driving with his heart on his sleeve. He's been throwing everything at this. He's got nothing to lose and everything to gain. That run now towards the Hotel Hairpin to decide the championship. The Kurt Republic goes defensive. Here comes the Fusion Motorsport machine. Daniel Mironarante throws the championship to the outside. Di Pietrantonio runs him off, and the championship is going to go the way of Pitsonia. Lorenzo will take victory here narrowly, or will he? Will Green narrowly missing out on the race victory. Daniel Mironarante sat stationary on the run to the start-finish line. Oh, what could have been on that final lap. A controversial end. But for now, it's LDP, Super Lolobros, who takes the OK Junior final here at Franciacorta.
What a finish. What an unbelievable finish. Heartbreakingly, would you believe that Daniel Mironarante classified P28, classified P27, is provisionally the new champion, Pitsonia. The highlights of a thrilling OKJ final, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio from pole position, ahead of Oscar Vale and Girardello, who ultimately finished down in P9, going through to take the race lead briefly. Vale, the Finn, trying to take the win. It didn't happen. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, well, the young Italian knew how to fight. They were backed up all the way to 13th place. Durganov off the road. His race was over. Around the outside, Girardello. Pitsonia was cruising to the title. And then this, off the road, lost a ton of time. He was in fact the final finisher in position 27. Daniel Mironarante was carving through the field. Starting out of grid 14, almost took the race lead. Cini through to P2. Defending from Daniel Mironarante, fell back to P4. That gave Di Pietrantonio just a bit of breathing space, and then this, Cini into the grass. Into the final corner, the final lap. Green hunting them down. Will almost taking the victory. The difference, 0.01 of a second. But it's Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio who wins round 5 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Green crosses the line second from Albert Tam. Provisionally, Antonio Pitsonia has won the WSK Supermaster Series. LDP wins it from WG. Tam third, Frasnelli Kumpen. What a drive from Henri. While all that was going on, De Kleine Kumpen came storming through. He passed 19 karts to finish in 5th place from grid 24. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio wins after taking pole position on Friday. He will stand on the top step of the podium in just a moment.
He will indeed. I'm sure Race Control will be having a busy night looking at this one though. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, was it too much at that penultimate corner? Daniel Miron-Laurente, of course, ambitious as ever. He knew what he needed to do, and that was to throw everything at it. He had one shot, one opportunity, and he wasn't wasting it. In hindsight, maybe a switchback would have been better, but Lorenzo, his awareness, he was driving over his shoulder the entire race, and can you blame him? The work that he's put in this weekend at Franciacorta, it's been some of the best driving he's ever had. And searching for that maiden victory in OK Junior, you cannot blame him for getting his elbows out just that little bit. Will Green, though, what a drive from the Williams Junior to climb 16 positions from 18th to 2nd, and 11 thousandths of a second separate himself and victory. He climbs himself up in a second place in the championship, remarkably only finishing, some 46 points off Pitsonia. Of course, that's still quite a margin, but to have come from where he was to where he ended up, a valiant effort nonetheless. Of course, OK Junior, our third of our 6 finals this afternoon. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Ian Salvestrin, keeping you company in the commentary box. And, well, OK Junior doesn't really ever disappoint, does it? It always has a way of keeping us on our toes. What a story it would have been for Daniel Miron-Laurente to, against the odds, from a P14 start and 69 points back on the championship, to have won it. He came, one corner away from doing it. But big congratulations to Antonio Pitsonia, who today an exception. Things not going his way in the final, but the boy from Brazil, and from round one, from the get-go, showcased the standard that was needed to prevail in OK Junior. A few mistakes and the pressure maybe, but he was thrown a lifeline, and Pitsonia walks away with the championship. Of course, we'll head down to Ian when we can with the finalised results and things of both the race and of the championship. But Daniel Miron-Laurente, even though the championship eluded him this time, that effort, that driving, his driving, nothing can be taken away from that, and an exceptional effort. Same too from Pitsonia. Will Green as well. What a comeback from the Brit. And what a way to sort of cap off the first season in WSK in 2026. Of course, still got the Euro Series and the Final Cup to go, so 2 more sets of champions to be crowned over 2026. And still got 3 more finals left to go. Of course, Mini Under 10, Mini Group 3 and OKNJ, all of which, one of which has a very tight championship. Mini Under 10 and OKNJ, their championships effectively wrapped up with Zane Burgess and Nicola Pellico dominant in their respective fields, but Mini Group 3 coming down to the wire. There you can see the Under 10s making their way to the grid, and they'll be on track, of course, once we've finished up with the podium, which hopefully we'll be heading to very shortly. Thank you for your company, for those of us joining, for those of you joining us around the world on WSK.it, and of course on Motorsport TV. Your company very much appreciated, your support as well in the stars of the future, of course, climbing through the ranks of WSK. I think it was 80 or 77% of the Formula One grid at some point or another have raced in a WSK supported event. Of course, a lot of them have come through and won championships in the Supermaster Series, the likes of Max Verstappen, Arvid Lindblad, Andrea Antonelli, amongst others who have gone on to be mightily successful. Dennis Hauger, Clement Novalak. You can also see Callum Ilott, Antonio Giovinazzi, amongst others, of course, across the Euro Series, across the Final Cup as well. Some very successful names have come through the ranks of WSK and will continue to come through the ranks of WSK. Big shout out, of course, to all of the parents, all of the families, all of the supporters of these young stars. And of course, big thank you to all of the team members and all of the unsung heroes, the marshals, the staff at WSK for all of their efforts for putting this racing on circuit and giving the platform, giving the stage for the drivers to give us a show like that. Hopefully, we'll head down to see Tam Green and Deepesh Antonio onto the podium to collect some very hard fought 4 trophies. I mean, that train, the top 15 were separated by just under 8 seconds, so about half a second between each driver for the entirety of the top 15. It was a brutal bout in OKJ, catalyzed by Deepesh Antonio's white lining from the start. He caused a bit of a freight train behind, a bit of a conga line all behind the LVP Express. for his defense, I mean, from lap 1, you very rarely see it be successful because the consequence when you even get it slightly wrong, you know, you run wide a bit too much, you get a tap from behind, you make a slight mistake, brake too late, and very quickly, it's not just one person that goes through, it's then the entire train that go through. But Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio was able to hang on. Let's head down to Ian to hand out some trophies.
Thank you, Zach. What a thrilling OK Junior final. Firstly, the race, and then the championship. The OK Junior final, round 5, the WSK Supermasters Series. In third place, Albert Tam. Finishing in second. Off screen, we didn't see this. He was last on the first lap of the race. He comes home in position 2 from Great Britain for Kart Republic Motorsport, the Williams Junior, Will Green. That's how you defend. He's broken through for victory. He took pole position on Friday morning. He wins round 5 of the WSK Supermasters Series for Kart Republic Motorsport. LDP Super Lolo Bros, the winner here at FRANCIACORTA, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. And representing the winning team, Kart Republic Motorsport, the 2013 World Champion, Tom Joyner. Third place from Switzerland, Albert Tam. Second place from Great Britain, Will Green. And the winner of round 5, the WSK Supermaster Series here at FRANCIACORTA, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. And representing the winning team, Kart Republic Motorsport, Tom Joyner. The national anthem of Italia. Round 5, the WSK Supermaster Series, third place, Albert Tam, second, Will Green, and the winner of FRANCIACORTA, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Great scenes down here on the podium. Super support also for second place, Will. And the winner, Lorenzo. Great drive also from Albert Tam, comes home in third place. Kart Republic 1-2 here at FRANCIACORTA, the race podium. And the championship podium as well for the WSK Supermaster Series in OKJ. We thought after this morning he would walk in the title. In the end, the difference was just 7 points. A close-fought finish. It wasn't decided until the very final corner of the last lap of the race. The WSK Supermasters Series in OK Junior for 2026. In third place, Daniel Miron Lorente. Second place, Will Green. And welcome to the top step of the podium, the WSK Supermaster Series champion, o menino do Brasil, Antonio Pizzonia. Third place, the Dutch Spaniard for Fusion Motorsport, Daniel Miron Lorente. Second place in the WSK Supermasters Series from the Kings England, the Card Republic Motorsport, the Williams F1 team, Driver Academy pilot, Will Green. And another big round of applause, the Ward Racing driver from the Amazon, the boy from Brazil, Antonio Pizzonia. A thrilling final race. The OK Junior final, first, second, third in the championship. Congratulations. Third place, Daniel Miro Lorente. Second place to the Englishman, Will Green. And the South American for Ward Racing, Pizzonia, is the WSK Supermasters Series champion for 2026. Fabulous scenes down here on the podium. First weekend of springtime, the final round of the WSK Supermasters Series. We are halfway through the afternoon. Zach, back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Ian. Big congratulations to Pizzonia Green and Miron Lorente. Of course, great to see that sportsmanship on the podium through their hardships and the ups and downs of this season. All three of them so incredibly happy, and it means the world to them to be up there. Pizzonia, yeah, you've just got to sit there and smile, haven't you, when these drivers are up there getting their trophies. It is so good to see. We'll head to Mini Under 10 next, our fourth of our 6 finals this afternoon. Of course, Zane Burgess already wrapping up the title, 471 points to Sasha Miras's 261. Zane Burgess could not be caught after round number 4 at Lenato. Blake Shuey matched with Sasha Miras on 261 from Denver Boss, and Jaden Francisco, the top 5 in the championship. So still all to play for in terms of getting yourself that top 3 championship trophy come the end of today. Zane Burgess, though, will continue his run of form and will be searching for his 4th victory of the Supermaster Series, starting it from pole position. Sasha Miras alongside. Look out for the likes of Zev Godchalk on the outside of the second row. Plenty still to play for over what will be a 9-lap bout in Mini Under 10. Thank you for your company once again. Again, 3 more finals to go. Mini Under 10, Mini Group 3 and OKNJ still to go this afternoon for the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series to round out the first of our 3 seasons that we'll have across the Supermasters, the Euro and the Final Cup later on this year. But Mini Under 10, Zane Burgess has won the title. Who's going to join him on that championship podium?
Zach, firstly, let's watch the highlights from this week here at FRANCIACORTA in Mini Under 10. There is the Andretti Junior driver to the left of your screen. You can see the sun is shining. It is the first weekend of springtime here in the Northern Hemisphere. Zane Burgess is the champion. He starts on pole position. He's won 3 times already in 2026. He starts alongside Sasha Miras, also a race winner in Mini Under 10 in WSK this year. 36 of the youngest drivers on the grid. The green flag flies, the field sets off. We take a look at the grid. It looks like this. The Andretti Junior on pole, Sasha out of 2, Denver looking to boss the opposition out of grid 3 alongside Zev Godchalk. Johan Berger, the first of the 2 Austrians, Leo Simon, who took pole position, Pantanal by Dam. He was fastest on Friday. Then it's Oliver Veitans, the second Austrian, Jack Wolf, Jaden Francisco, the first of the 2 Canadians, and Giovanni Venturino out of grid 10. Isaac El Haouti, Hugo Hainaf, the Monster K Factory team, Ferdinando Torquia, then it's the youngest, of the Svadic brothers, the Texan Brody Brown, Blake Schuer, the two Americans, Aidan Moreira, Sten Mihailov, and it's Fero and JJ Mikalev. Yoon spinner, Hendrix Verlat, Willem Alesgog, Vaclav Rumlana, Oliver Woodhall. From Phineas, Giuliano, Lucas Staciones, Ben Bernard, who has fought back from a big accident in the heats yesterday, Nikita Bortov, Jack Katowski, the driver from Oyster Bay, Long Island, New York in the USA, on debut in WSK, Oscar Bronikowski, Mikhailo Berda, Charlie Preville, and Adam Diacono out of grid 36. It is Zane on pole position. We race the Mini Under 10 final. Perfect start from Zane Burgess. Johan Berger shoots through into position 2. Great start from the first of the two Austrians. They go down through turn 5 for the first time. Berger back to position 2 because here comes the first of the team drivers and also that of Team Baby Race. Gottschalk's in there for the Kiddix driver performance team. As they go down the hill for the first time, Zane Burgess, the Jamaican-American, with a commanding lead already. We've got one of the Baby Race drivers stopped on the side of the circuit. Also believe Denver Boss did not get away off the start. Further back, it's Giuliano and Phineas. Bronikowski also having a forgettable first lap. Oscar way down at the bottom of the field, as is Sten Mihailov. Woodhall also in trouble, the young Brit. Across the line for the first time. Oliver in second, sets off after Zane. Berger, P4 for Team Baby Race. They're in third and fourth place. Zane with the race lead. Burgess trying to take his 4th victory of the WSK Supermaster Series. The Andretti Junior, though, under immense pressure from the kid from Tenerife in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. The team driver, Oliver Vatans, drives down the inside. Oliver, who finished on the podium P3 at La Conca, January 25, the first round of the championship, now goes P1, lap 2, down the back straight. He's got the race lead. Gottschalk in the background, not for long though. Sasha back down the inside. There's Berger, potentially a maiden podium for the first of the two Austrians. The second is Jack Wolf, who's behind the second Canadian, Jaden Francisco. The first is Leo Simone, the Pantanal by Damcart. Leo, the little Simone, is ahead of Zef, the Kleine Gottschalk. Sasha from Oliver, and Zane in position 3.
Zane Burgess, of course, pressure off his shoulders. He's wrapped up the championship, so that does give him a little bit more margin in this race. He's got a little bit less pressure on his shoulders. He's not worrying about a championship. He's just worried about driving as fast as possible. Zev Gottschalk versus Johan Berger. Those two swap positions, and the Kiddix driver performance Kart Republic will go through and up into 4th position, chasing down the podium. In the background, you can see the likes of El Hahouti and Jack Wolf, who are fighting for 7th and 8th position, side by side, in fact, as Wolf will look over his shoulder and try and find a way through. They cross the line to start lap number 4 of 9. It's Sasha Miras from Oliver Waitjens and Zane Burgess, the top 3, which begin to break a bit away, but very quickly being chased after by Zev Gottschalk, who will very quickly latch himself onto the back of the train. Then comes Leo Simone, Johan Berger from Jack Wolf, El Hahouti, Zvaric and Venturino, the top 10. Half the race still to run, and Sasha Miras fighting for 2nd place in the championship. Blake Schuet and Jaden Francisco will be 3rd and 4th. Full course yellow in effect, as something has happened around the circuit. We'll confirm as to what and who is involved when we can, but as it stands, full course yellow, so everyone needs to put the anchors on a little bit. And Sasha Miras will lead the round. Of course, for the minis, full course yellow means a little bit more because there's less laps to burn away. Sasha Miras is going to love this. Philip Trombeck, you can see, Deputy Race Director, slowing everyone down, making sure they're adhering to the full course yellow. Sasha Miras wants this to last as long as possible in order to burn off as many laps as possible, in order to, well, obviously minimise the amount of pressure he feels for the duration of the race. Full course yellow, of course, out on circuit. Not entirely sure as to what's happened. I think a driver is off at turn 2 and 3, or potentially coming back up the hill the other side of the circuit. Again, not entirely sure as to who it is just at this stage, but we'll confirm when we can.
This is speculative. We'll wait for word from race control to confirm, but at this stage we believe the driver is okay. It looks to be the Swiss driver Ada Moreira in the background. Has had an incident. Ada Moreira, Oscar Bronikowski concerned, but he is up. You can see from our commentary vantage point, he is up. Just going by the accident scene there. Yes, there is Deputy Race Director, Mr. Philip Trombeck. Incident with Ada Moreira, but he is up being helped by the medical team. And yes, he is confirmed to be okay.
It's always good news. Exactly what we want to hear, of course. Motorsport, well, sketchy at the best of times. Thankfully, we're very grateful to all of the marshal teams and the response teams for their efforts, and all of the staff race control, even the Deputy Race Director, Mr. Philip Trombeck himself. All of them do a brilliant job. And again, we're very grateful to all of them. I'm sure all of the drivers are as well. Their efforts cannot be understated. Cannot be overstated. Very easily understated. Sasha Miras leading the way to the 6th lap of 9. Just got confirmation he's walking under his own steam, which is, again, even more good news. Hopefully means that we can get this race back underway very, very shortly. Lap 6 of 9, so Sasha Miras keeping those tyres up to temperature. And of Oliver Waitjens and Zane Burgess, who aren't going to have many laps if they want to get this race victory. Well, when we go racing, at minimum, or at maximum, it'll be 3 laps at the line.
The Mini Under 10 final. The order is Sasha Miras, Oliver Waitjens, Zane Burgess, Zev Gottschalk. The 2 kids from the Caribbean, 3 and 4. Leo, the North American, the Canadian, the first of the 2 Canadians, and the first of the 2 Austrians, Johann Berger, Isaac El Houti, Jack Wolf, Max Vatic, Giovanni Venturino, ahead of the Texan Brody Brown, and the 2nd Canadian for Team Baby Race, Jaden Francisco in 5.25, just ahead of the Californian Blake Schuer. The green flag next time round. It will be a sprint to the checkered flag. Round 5, the WSK Supermasters Series. Sasha, the Frenchman from Barcelona. Oliver Waitjens, the Belgian-Portuguese driver from Tenerife, in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean for team driver. And 3rd, it's the Jamaican-American, the Andretti Jr., Zane Burgess. The cart bogging down coming out of the hotel hairpin. Zane Burgess trying to get that TM engine to clear. He's under attack from Zev Gottschalk's fantastic restart from Sasha Miras on your screen. Team Baby Race from team driver. Now Zane underway, goes steaming down the inside. Gottschalk just behind. Look at the lead from Sasha Miras.
Yeah, what a restart that is. That is expertly executed. Rolling starts are incredibly difficult, but Sasha Miras punched it exactly when he knew the rest of the field would suffer, and is now reaping the benefit from it. There's a very minimal amount of time left to go in this race, 2 laps at the line, and this margin that Sasha Miras has built effectively for free is going to take at least a lap to close from Zane Burgess, maybe even more, which doesn't give him a lot of time in order to maximise it. El Helti going defensive in the background, trying to keep Johan Berger at bay in the fight for 6th and for 7th. We cross our way onto the penultimate lap of the Mini Under 10 final. The champion, Zane Burgess, roaring himself on in the seat as he tries to get after Sasha Miras. The gap half a second between the two, with now a lap and a half still to run. Oliver Waitjens, I think, has got the mission. He's got the idea, which is let's go and catch, let's go and fight for the lead. I'm going to push you onto the back of him. Let's not waste any time in getting ourselves in contention. Sasha Miras, though, doing brilliantly just to drive and try and run away, or at the very least minimise the damage. The defence has been valiant from Sasha Miras. Zane Burgess has been applying that pressure, but now under green flag conditions, the gap is coming down. Zane Burgess has just got that measure. Oliver Waitjens and Zev Gottschalk going with him. It will come down to the final lap. Has Zane Burgess got enough to contest for the lead?
The final lap of the WSK Supermaster Series for the Mini Under 10 drivers. Max Vatic has set 2 purple sectors, the tie ahead of the 2 Austrians, Wolf and Berger. Sasha, last lap, trying to take his 2nd victory of 2026. It's looking good for the Team Baby race driver, because Oliver goes by and takes Zane now defense into turn 5. The Zane train goes steaming on by on the outside, makes contact with Waitjens. Incredibly, they stay on the circuit. There is Leo just behind from Svadic, El Halti, Wolf, Berger, Venturino, and the Texan Brody Brown. Sasha Miras will win round 5 of the WSK Supermaster Series. He goes down the back straight. Zane, too far back is Burgess. Into the hotel hairpin for the final time. The Frenchman from Barcelona in Spain. 14, baby, race in first place. Sasha wins it. Zane, the champion, crosses the line in P2. And Oliver, another podium for the team driver. He's home in third place. Intelligent drive from Sasha Miras to win in a full course yellow interrupted final. Here is the race winner. And there, beside, being congratulated for the race win by the new champion, the Andretti Junior, Zane Burgess.
Let's take a look at the highlights for the fourth final of the day. Zane Burgess would lead them from pole position. Sasha Miras on the outside front row would have to deal with the punishment that brings. Oliver Waitjens quickly getting involved with Zane Burgess. There was battles left, right and centre. Waitjens would allow Sasha Miras to force the move on Zane Burgess, who would drop from first down to third. Then Sasha Miras would make quick work down the inside of the hotel hairpin to take the lead of the race. Full course yellow would come out, and it would be Sasha Miras that would dominate from the get-go, would put foot to the floor and run away with things, building a big of a gap and then encouraging those behind to start battling and settling for second rather than contesting for the lead. Zane Burgess versus Oliver Waitjens on the final lap. Burgess just narrowly getting underneath the rear bumper. Waitjens was not going to give up, kept his foot in all the way around the outside. Then, of course, you have the likes of Johan Berger and co all getting involved. The drag race to the line between Burgess and Waitjens, separated by 32 thousandths of a second to decide the podium. And Sasha Miras will take the final victory of the Supermaster Series in 2026. Zane Burgess and Oliver Waitjens will join him on the podium from Leo Simoni and Zvaric. Then comes El Halti, Venturino, Jack Wolf from 8th to 8th. Zed Gottschalk only 9th for the Kleiner Gottschalk, with Blake Chouet down in third. Still takes out third place in the championship, does Blake, even though it was P10 on the road, so he'll still get himself a lovely trophy by the end of the day. Then comes Ferro, Kotowski, Brown, Hejnar, and Francisco. The top 15, Torchia, Mikelev, Rumnena from Rudol, Alice Cog, Spinner, the top 21. Then comes Stasionis, Diaconu, Denver Boss down in 24 for the Dutchman, Portov, Kianu, Preville, Phineas, Bernard, and take a breath, Miliov, the 30th and final driver to be classified. We lost Berger, we lost Yoon, Berda, Falat, Moreira, and Bronikovsky all throughout that race. 9 laps of action, about half of those under green flag. And good news, of course, the drivers involved in the incident that brought out the full course shadow, all okay, which again is only good news. That wraps up another championship in the Supermaster Series in the form of Mini Under 10. Zane Burgess, who wrapped up the championship 2 weekends ago at Lonato, will see himself crowned as champion very shortly, with Sasha Miras and Blake Chouet joining him on that championship podium. But Sasha Miras will take home the gold in terms of the final round of the Supermaster Series here at FRANCIACORTA. Zane Burgess and Oliver Waitjens will, of course, join him up there as well. So a lot of trophies to be handed out too. And again, the Minis, you know, they're the youngest drivers on the field. They're right at the beginning of a very long motorsport journey. They've got a lot to learn in the form of, you know, racecraft and things like that. But you see such maturity on such young shoulders, and they carry that with them and yet give us some of the best racing you could possibly ask for. Of course, the fixed gearing for this year helps with that. The fact they're bashing off the river limiter by the time they get to the start-finish straight, sort of exacerbating the effects of that slipstream as well, definitely helps a lot. Everyone staying close together. And of course, the fantastic talent that we've got on display on that field as well goes a long way. Next up after this, of course, we'll be heading to Mini Group 3, which again is yet to be decided at the sharp end of the field. We've got 3 drivers of Dan Ferguson, Zane Pace and Wyn Gottschalk, who all have an opportunity at going for the gold in what has been a very tight, very competitive championship, where consistency has prevailed above all else. Hopefully it won't be too long until we can head down to Ian to hand out our 4th round of trophies before all eyes to our final 2 finals of the afternoon and, of course, of the Supermaster Series season. As we've been saying, don't forget, we've got the Euro Series and the Final Cup still to come in WSK competition over the course of 2026, amongst the rest of the season in the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. So still 8 race events to go 3 for the Euro Trophy, and then 5 for the Core WSK Championships, 2 for the Euro Series, and 3 for the Final Cut from August all the way to November. So make sure, of course, you are sticking around and joining us for that one. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Ian Salvation alongside me in the commentary box, bringing you the action circuit side. Big thank you to all of the staff at WSK for their efforts, all of the marshals, medical crew, team members, etc., etc., etc. I say it after every race, but I mean it every single time. Cannot be overstated, the effort that these guys put in. It's a full-time job. I mean, you know, they wrap up on Sunday, they're back out again on Tuesday to wherever they're next going, sometimes straight away to the next circuit. And the passion cannot be beaten. We saw that in Trows with the OKJ final podium and the championship as well. The passion and excitement never fades in the world of motorsport. You can see the smiles, the jostling, the busy paddock that we've got, a very picturesque view here in the north of Italy. Always nice flying into Milan-Bergamo when we come to the circuits north, in the north of the country. No wind, is a little bit overcast, but the sun kind of out. Blue skies, which is nice to see. Very contrast to what we had a couple of weekends. Of course, some rain pretty much at most rounds so far in 2026. But no rain this round. A nice dark rubber line around the circuit, providing us some lovely grip. Well, providing the drivers some lovely grip out on circuit, which I'm sure they've been grateful for. The track not been too hot at all. You can see just in the background Zane Burgess' father, who, of course, is going to be very happy to see his boy up on the podium collecting his championship trophy, a very deserved trophy. Zane Burgess has been incredible, and we get to have that crowning moment with Ian down at the podium.
Thank you, Zach. Another thrilling mini race. The youngest drivers racing, as you mentioned here, in the under-10 final. Round 5, the WSK Supermasters Series. In third place, the Spaniard for team driver, Olivier Veitans. Second place, the Andretti Junior for Paralympic Motorsport, Zane Burgess. The winner of round 5, the WSK Supermasters Series, the Frenchman, Sacha Midas. And representing the winning team, Baby Race, Leonardo Lorandi. Third place from Spain for team driver, Olivier Veitans. Second place to the Jamaican-American, Zane Burgess. The winner of round 5, the WK Supermasters Series, the Frenchman from Barcelona in Spain, for team Baby Race, Sacha Midas. And representing the winning team, Baby Race, Leonardo Lorandi. And maintenant, Le Marseillaise, the national anthem of La France. The podium, round 5, the WSK Supermasters Series. Third place, Olivier Veitans. Second place, the new champion, we'll get to that in a moment, Zane Burgess. And the winner here at FRANCIACORTA, Sacha Midas. Congratulations to Oliver. Comes home in third place. Of course, he was on the podium at La Conca, January 25, the first round of the championship. Zane Burgess, he will be crowned champion in just a moment. Sacha Midas, his second WSK victory of 2026. Gracias, Olivier. Thank you, Zane. Merci, Sacha. Wait for Oliver, Zane, and Sasha to step down from the podium, the race podium. And now we will proceed with the championship. The WSK Supermasters Series Mini Under 10 for 2026. Third place in the WSK Supermasters Series from the United States of America for the Tony Kart Racing Team, Blake Schwer. Second place in the WSK Supermaster Series, Mini Under 10 for 2026. Today's race winner, Sasha Midas. And welcome to the top step of the podium, the Andretti Jr., the Jamaican-American for Paralympic Motorsport. Wagwam, it's a new champion, Bobaclat St. Burgess. Third place in the Supermaster Series to the American, Blake Schwer. Second place to the French driver, Sasha Midas. The WSK Supermasters Series champion for 2026 for Paralympic Motorsport is Zane Burgess. Congratulations to the podium championship for the youngest drivers racing here this weekend. Third place, Blake Schwer for the Tony Kart Racing Team. Second is Sasha for the Baby Race Team. And for Paralympic Motorsport, the Andretti Jr., officially from the United States of America, Zane Burgess. Zach, 2/3 of the way through the afternoon. We stay with the mini category. It's the mini Group 3 final. In just a moment, back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much. And yes, this is a championship that is coming down to the wire. 22 points separate Dan Ferguson, Zane Pace, and Wyn Godchalk. In fact, sorry, 32 points separate the three of them. Wyn Godchalk on 295, Zane Pace on 307, and Dan Ferguson on 327. Now, Al-Gahoudi on 264, an outside shot potentially at the championship. Filippo Frigeri mathematically able, but it would take a miracle for the Italian to come through and be victorious. Still a chance for a top three in the championship, but yes, between Dan Ferguson, Zane Pace, and Wyn Godchalk, it is all to play for. Daniel Ferguson starts this one alongside Filippo Frigeri on the front row. Wyn Godchalk starts it inside second row from P3, and Zane Burgess outside of the third row in P6. So three championship protagonists inside the top six, and Wyn Godchalk, I would say, probably in the most favorable position of the bunch, that inside second row of the grid for the fifth and penultimate final of the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series, round number 5.
As ever, Zach, firstly, let's check out the highlights of the action this week here at FRANCIACORTA. The karts on the grid for the mini Group 3 final. There is the Lonato race winner to the left of your screen, Filippo Frigerio. To the right is the championship leader, Daniel Ferguson. 327 points, just 20 ahead of Zane Parch. This is the grid. Filippo Frigerio on pole position. Daniel Ferguson, the championship leader, out of grid 2, ahead of Wingod Scholk.
Indeed so. Alexander Machak will keep the 501 company on row number 2. And now El Ghaoudy from Zane Pace, who currently sits P2 in the championship from 6th. Rocket Superchok, Andreas Papagiorgio, Philip Stetz, and Nario, the top 10 as they roll their way round for the penultimate final of the day. Behind that, Teo Steindl for MP Academy Gamoto. Then comes Padavani and Abraham Shelvis. Mick Klinkers from Alfie Mayer, David Acton, Rouget, Leo Kralev, Says Moist, and Medeiros, the top 20. Behind that, of course, you'll have the likes of Andrea Buffo alongside Sho Chang on row 11. Beretta from Ebegenyi, then comes Skullhammer, Devon Titz from Kosei, Isaac Yoon, Garcia, Alfie Garrett, the top 30. For the front 15 rows towards the back end of the grid. 18 rows, a full 36 carts taken to the start of this one. Eunice Tam will start P31 from David Shitov on row P32 on row 16. Arthur Ferro from Andre Lutu. Then comes Dominic Lepp and Itu Koromo, the 36th and final driver to take to the start. All to play for in the championship. Just 32 championship points separate Dan Ferguson back to win Gottschalk, and with 80 points available for a race victory, it's anyone's guess as to who's going to come out on top in Mini Group 3.
We will know in 9 laps' time. The champion, the WSK Supermaster Series champion, will either be Daniel, Zane, or Win.
Well, we'll find out. They'll roll their way to the grid very slowly. All 18 rows of them, they'll put foot to the floor. Do we go racing for the first time? The lights on the gantry do not go out, so we don't go. So another formation lap as the clouds roll over here. An overcast day. No threat of rain by any means. Just not exactly sunny. Depends where you stand, really, around the paddock, in all honesty.
At least it's nothing like V-Turbo for the WSK Euro Series.
Let's not go there. Let's not even start. I don't want to think about it.
It is the first weekend of springtime, and the weather has been, it's been reasonably good, considering we still are only in March.
Yeah, exactly. End of March, though. And we are in the north of Italy. I'm sure if you go down towards Sarno, it's probably a little bit warmer, I would imagine.
It's even better in Spain, Zach.
Oh, I bet it is. It's awful in Norwich, I can tell you that. Actually, to be fair, from what I've heard, it's actually quite nice in Norwich today. So have that, you lot.
It's almost cricket season in your country of England.
We started about cricket. Anyway, nonetheless, we're on our second formation lap. It'll be Filippo Frigerio and Dan Ferguson that share the front row of the grid. Dan Ferguson, the championship leader, the one with it all to lose. If he, wins, there's nothing anyone else can do. Zane Pace, if he wins, it'll be a tie. If Dan Ferguson is second, it'll be a tie between Zane Pace and Dan Ferguson, which is remarkable in a points format as brutal and as rewarding as this. Win Gottschalk, I mean, he doesn't need to win, but it's definitely going to go a long way. Inside second row for the American. Kiddish Drive Performance, who wrapped up the final cup in flawless fashion at the back end of 2025, comes into 2026, taking the step up to 60 Mini Group 3. Could he be crowned champion on his first go? They'll roll to the line. The lights on the gantry will go out and we'll go racing. Good start the outside of the front row from Dan Ferguson. He's going to have to settle into the train, though. Win Gottschalk straight away, trying to contest for the lead. Also trying to hang on to second. Dan Ferguson wrestling his way around the outside through the opening couple of corners. Now comes to the inside. That is going to be the likes of Alexander Machak and El Ghaoudy fighting away with Win Gottschalk, who has to battle his way to the inside of turn number 5. Around the outside goes the baby race, though. Down the inside once more goes Daniel Ferguson to keep third. Win Gottschalk battles down to 4th, has to go defensive once more, does Win Gottschalk. So the championship swing right now is in favour of Daniel Ferguson, but we're only half a lap in.
Zach, a massive crash, as you saw in the background. 2 Tony karts into the wall. Alfie Mayer involved, as was his teammate Pharrell Beretta. They're fighting. In fact, they've actually rejoined. The end of the first lap. You can see the Tony karts in the background. They're half a lap behind. Our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, on the gantry. Controlling proceedings, it is Filippo Frigerio, who won 14 days ago at Lonato. Team Baby Race. First and second place. Back to Daniel. The team driver, P3. Still leads the championship over Zane Parch, who's back in P5. He's got Gottschalk, the Red Bull driver, just ahead. And now the French-Moroccan in P2. Zane drives it down the inside. Goes by Win. Gottschalk back to P5. Now being attacked by the Czech, Alexander Machak. Team Baby Race, first and second place. the Londoner, Daniel Ferguson. For the team driver of David DeLuca in position 3, as we see Matchak down the inside. Olympic-sized defence there from Win Gottschalk. The Red Bull driver says no, you don't, to Alexander Matchak, and that's costly for the Czech, who comes across the line. Head of Alvaro Medeiros down in P15. Gottschalk behind Zane Patch, then Teo Steindal, Clinkers. Finally, Andreas Papageorgiou with a good start in a WSK final. The British Cypriot in P8 as Nael goes on through. It is Daniel who splits the baby race duo. As it stands, Daniel Ferguson would win the title, but this is only lap 3 of 9, the mini Group 3 final. Gottschalk in the background from the Norwegian, Teo Steindal for Team Gamoto. The French-Moroccan looking for his 3rd WSK victory, Nael El Ghaoudi into the hairpin. So late to turn in. The left rear Vega was almost on the grass. Tries to get the run across the line. Remember, fixed gearing for the 60 mini category, 101.1 k's an hour, 101.8 for Filippo Frigerio. The Lonato race winner still in 3rd place. Zane in P4.
Yeah, same pace, needs to get onto the back of Dan Ferguson. Of course, in a straight fight between them, who knows who's going to come out on top, but in this pack it just adds so many more variables to the mix in terms of points. Same pace ideally needs to win. Of course, that helps no matter who you are, wherever. Of course, I know that's not controversial saying that. It does help to win, funnily enough, in a race. But in terms of the point standings, you get rewarded so much more for taking that victory. Plus 20 on the next position relative to the 10 or the 5 it is as you get further and further down the order. So Zane Pace, if he wants to win this championship, really needs to start making some moves. There's one of them ticked off down the inside of Filippo Frigerio to take 3rd. Now he's got direct sight of his championship rival, the team driver of Daniel Ferguson, who right now is trying to contest for the race lead. He's both fighting for the race win and also for the championship. At some point, maybe one of them is going to have to give, and you'd start to think it might well be the race in isolation rather than the whole championship, but he's a racing driver. He doesn't want to give up no matter what. He wants both trophies. He wants both golden trophies. Now El Ghaoudi, fastest lap of the race, matching that of, well, Zane Pace. The last time through, by the way, exactly identical lap times, 54.375 for the pair of them at the front. That's the level we're raising to. Over half distance, it's baby race from team driver. Then comes the Tony Kart of Zane Pace just in 3rd position. Win Gottschalk dropping off the back of this pack, the championship slipping from the Red Bull Junior.
Zach Word coming through from race control. 3-second penalty to Daniel Ferguson. Wow, a sensation here this afternoon. The team driver, 2nd on the road, has been given a 3-second penalty. It drops him down to P8. Zane Patch would take the title. Unbelievable here this afternoon. Nael El Ghaoudi in position 1 from Daniel Ferguson. Just repeating, Daniel, 3-second penalty. Zane Patch, 367 points. Daniel, 347. Daniel down the inside. Goes on through to take the race lead on the road. But a 3-second penalty drops the Londoner back to P8. Zane Patch would win the championship. They go down into the hotel hairpin to complete lap 6. The final 3rd of the race, Zane Patch, who is already the first ever driver from Malta to win a WSK race, if we conveniently ignore William Collegia's 2024 WSK Supermaster Series title. Zane Patch for the Tony Kart Racing Team. P3 on the road, P2 in the race. Daniel Ferguson will lose the title unless something dramatic happens in the final 3 laps. He's P1 on the road. A 3-second penalty. Still in P8 ahead of Andreas Papageorgiou. El Ghaoudi with the race lead officially from Zane Patch and Filippo Frigerio. What a sensation for the Londoner, Daniel Ferguson.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's either got to hope that an appeal works for him, which is unlikely, potentially expensive, but also he needs to, the other option is to just drive as quickly as you possibly can. I know that's not, that's easier said than done, right? You've got, of course, now El Ghaoudi breathing down your neck, putting that pressure on. Unless they fight for second, there's no chance you're getting away. And Zane Pace, he's wiser than that. He knows right now he's in a position where he can win the championship. right now he just wants to stay on the back of of Dan Ferguson. He wants to stay on the back of him, stay within 3 seconds, because right now that is enough to win the championship. Of course, the faster they go, the more net positions Dan Ferguson can keep. And right now, as it stands, he's P7 after the 3 seconds get added. And that's battling down. So ideally, actually, if you're El Ghaoudy or Zain Pace, you actually want to be battling with Dan Ferguson to slow him down a bit more. And that's going to happen. Down the inside goes the baby race driver, not taking any chances. Around the outside goes Dan Ferguson. He dips 2 wheels into the grass side by side between the 2 championship rivals. Zain Pace goes through. Here comes Filippo Frigerio to the inside of the team driver as the championship slips from the Britain's hands.
Zach Nail, El Ghaoudy can also win the championship. We are getting into the dying stages, the final lap of the WSK Supermaster Series. El Ghaoudy with the race lead from Zain Pace, who incredibly, sensationally is 1 lap away from becoming the WSK Supermaster Series champion. He needs to be intelligent. Dan Ferguson back to P4, but a 3-second penalty drops the Londoner now down to P9. He's still fighting for the race win on the road. Here comes Teo. Steindl down the inside. And Wayne Gottschalk is back in the battle for the race win. The kid from Curaçao in the Dutch Caribbean with an Olympic comeback here this afternoon. They go into the Hotel Hairpin, the final corner of the Mini Group 3 final. Zain Pace has fallen back to P3 on the road. They come across the line. The checkered flag waves. We wait. El Ghaoudy wins the race. Dan Ferguson crosses the line in position 12. Zain Pace is the champion. The Maltese driver home in P3 behind Filippo Frigerio, who makes it a baby race 1-2. Zain Pace has won the WSK Supermaster Series in amazing circumstances here this afternoon. Nail El Ghaoudy, the French-Moroccan, wins from Frigerio. Pace in position 3. And with that penalty applied, Daniel Ferguson in P12. That was the reason that Ferguson was penalised from the outside front row of the grid. Crossed the line ahead of the pole sitter, we believe, Filippo Frigerio. The early race leader, Nail El Ghaoudy, then Daniel Ferguson. The team driver down the inside. And then a 3-second penalty. He was off the road. It all went wrong for the Londoner from there. Teo Steindl with a brilliant comeback. Just missed the podium by a single position. Gottschalk crossed the line in position 5 to come home 4th in the championship. Nail El Ghaoudy wins the race. It's team baby race 1-2. Zain Pace home in 3rd for the Tony Kart Racing team. The Maltese driver is the first ever Maltese WSK Supermaster Series champion. Again, that is if we conveniently ignore William Collegiate winning this very title, this very category in 2024. But the afternoon belongs to the French-Moroccan Nail El Ghaoudy. He wins the race. Zain Pace is the champion.
Yeah, what a drive that was from El Ghaoudy, and to have come from an outside shot at the championship to finishing within 13 points of it. What a drive from the Frenchman, who again, off the back of the final round of the Final Cup in 2025, has just gone from strength to strength to strength, and today proved it. The consistency was there, everything you need was there, and the top 3 in the championship, just 21 points between Zain Pace, El Ghaoudy, Dan Ferguson. Wayne Gottschalk was only a further 6 points behind that. And again, shout out to Gottschalk because he has had it rough this season. Leconca, lap 1, sent straight off on the opening lap. Think to Viterbo, same again, straight off on the opening lap, had to fight back through. And then also think to think back to, of course, 2 weeks ago at Lenaso, where Wayne Gottschalk had a sensational drive from outside of the top 30 to a podium. His recoveries have been amazing, and P4 in the championship does not do his efforts this season justice, but that takes nothing away from Zain Pace, from El Ghaoudy, from Dan Ferguson, our top 3, because they have equally been just as extraordinary. Zain Pace, of course, the first licensed driver, I suppose, from Malta to take the championship in the Supermaster Series. P3 on the road, and he knew it across the line. You saw the celebration. You don't celebrate like that for a P3. I mean, you might. It does mean a lot. You do get a nice trophy, but he knew that he'd won the championship at that point by just 13 points to nail El Ghaoudy. That's what it means. And that's the cutthroat business that we're in. Brilliant season in Mini Group 3, though. They always give us some of the mightiest racing. Do the minis. And today, once again, has proved that. Just one more final to go after this, OKNJ, which, of course, is a parade race more than anything for Nicola Petticoat. But, of course, he's got the pressure on him in order to try and perform and go and do the sweep for the what we think to be the first time in WSK history to have swept the Supermaster Series. He wants to go 5 from 5, and it's going to be a tough ask to do that. He does start this race from P5. Of course, that's in a few moments' time. We'll head down to Ian in a couple of moments to do the race and championship podium for Mini Group 3. And then we get to do one more podium of the season before then all eyes turn to round number 2 of the WSK Euro Series at Lonato in a few weeks' time from the 15th to the 18th of April, a Saturday race for Lonato for round number 2. Then a couple of months after that, we'll be heading to Cremona at the beginning of July. And then all eyes from August to November for the WSK Final Cup from FRANCIACORTA at Lonato, and ending the season at the Leopard Circuit V Turbo, which of course was the site of quite dramatic weather a couple of weeks ago. Both weeks they were there was on and off rain and sunshine and rain again and then sunshine again, and it was a whole ordeal. Fantastic facilities though, and looking forward to being back in a few months' time. At the end of November, let's hope we don't have similar weather than we had at the midpoint of February, shall we? There you can see the flags flying proudly, the French, Italian, and of course Maltese flag of El Ghaoudy Frigerio, who takes another podium off the back of victory at Lonato. His form at the end of this season has been remarkable. And same patch as well there, P3 and Victor in the championship. Little bit of wind picking up. You can see the flags trying their hardest to wave proudly. A little bit there. You can see the Italian on the left going, and the rest of them showing the rest of the flags up on its left-hand side. Yeah, the wind's not overly prevalent. It has picked up a little bit. You can see some of them going, but overall just a nice day. You know, a little bit cloudy, but the sun peering through, nice and warm for the most part, and most importantly, no rain. So the weekend's proceedings been fairly easy, fairly comfortable. Hopefully it won't be too much longer until we can head down, give out some trophies for the penultimate time, for the 5th time today, of round number 5 of the WSK Supermaster Series 2026. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Ian Silvestrin, keeping you company in the commentary box. Ian's ran down to go and confirm the results and then, of course, announce the podium finishes of both the race and of the championship. Our first season of 2026, done and dusted, the 21st year of WSK promotion, where again 77% of the Formula 1 grid have come through the ranks of WSK. We had the Mercedes driver and most recent Italian winner of a Formula 1 Grand Prix, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, joined us over the last couple of days off the back of a remarkable victory at the Shanghai Grand Prix last weekend. Always good to see, and again the paddock coming back to where it all started for him, and again the entire paddock welcoming him with open arms, as you would imagine. One of many drivers is Andrea to come through the ranks of WSK. One of the first ever winners of WSK was Valtteri Bottas, of course back with Cadillac in 2026. So this is the place to be for those to make a name for themselves in and create their legacy in the world of motorsport. 9 laps of racing done and dusted for the Mini Group 3 final. Just confirming results, and then we'll be down with Ian in a couple of moments' time. El Ghaoudy, Frigerio, Zane Pace, 1, 2, and 3 as they cross the line. Of course, Daniel Ferguson was up there. The 3-second penalty drops him to P12 and costs him ultimately the championship. Only by, again, the penalty for starting in front of the pole sitter at the line only would have been half a cut length or so difference. But rules are rules. And it's a shame that that is what's cost him. He'll learn from it. He'll pick himself back up, and I'm sure he'll be going again. In terms of the championship, again a reminder, Zane Pace, El Ghaoudy, Dan Ferguson still brings home a trophy. Does the Brit. Maybe not the number on it that he'd have wanted, but a trophy nonetheless. So you can see the OKNJs getting their way to the grid for the final race of the day. It'll be 13 laps of racing. Luigi Dascoli will start it from pole position. But before we get to that, let's round out the mini group 3 with their podium presentation down with Ian.
Thank you, Zach. Another thrilling end to another thrilling mini race here at FRANCIACORTA. Firstly, the race podium, and then the championship, the WSK Supermaster Series for 2026. Round 5 here at FRANCIACORTA for the Tony Kart Racing Team from Malta, Zane Patch. Second place, the Italian Filippo Frigerio. And the winner of round 5, the WSK Supermaster Series in 60 Mini Group 3, the French-Moroccan Nail El Gahoudi. A clean sweep for the baby race category, the baby race team here this afternoon in the mini categories. Representing the winning team, baby race, Felice Cucovia. The mini Group 3 final, round 5 of the Supermaster Series here at FRANCIACORTA. Third place from Malta, Zane Patch. Second place, the Italian Filippo Frigerio. And the winner of round 5, the WSK Supermaster Series for Team Baby Race, the French-Moroccan Nail El Gahoudi. And Felice Cucovia representing the winning team, Team Baby Race. The national anthem of Morocco. The podium, round 5, the WSK Supermaster Series for Mini Group 3. Third place, Zane Patch. Second, Filippo Frigerio. And the winner, Nail El Gahoudi. The best racing all season in the Supermaster Series, both in Mini Under 10 and also Mini Group 3. The flags of Malta, Italy, and Morocco flying high here on the podium. 57 nations represented here in round 5 at the WSK Supermaster Series. At the end of a thrilling 9 laps, it is Nail El Gahoudi who takes the victory. Grazie Zane, grazie Filippo, merci beaucoup Nail. The race podium and the championship for 60 Mini Group 3, the 2026 WSK Supermaster Series. A brilliant effort, a class act, all championship from the Kings England for team driver. Third place, Daniel Ferguson. Second place, the FRANCIACORTA race winner, Nail El Gahoudi. And welcome to the top step of the podium, the Tony Kart Racing Team driver, the first ever from Malta to win the WSK Supermaster Series, the new champion, Zane Patch. Third place in the WSK Supermaster Series at Mini Group 3 from England, Daniel Ferguson. Second place to the Moroccan Nail El Gahoudi. E un grande applauso, a big round of applause for the new champion for the Tony Kart Racing team from Malta, Zane Patch. Congratulations to Daniel Nail and the new champion for the Tony Kart Racing team, Zane Patch. One race remaining here this afternoon, and there is just one question to ask. Can Nick Dangerous, Il Bergamaschi, Nicolo Perico, can he clean sweep the championship? It's going to be tough. Zach, he's not starting on pole position. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Ian. And, well, no, he's not. For the first time in 2026, Nicolo Perico will start out of pole position. He starts from the inside of the third row of the grid in P5. Luigi D'Ascoli is the one that will start on pole position for the Modena Kart Racing team. And the Paralin chassis you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, 1 and 2, with Elton Headforce alongside him. The 2023 Euro Series champion is Headforce. Well, 5 finals done and dusted, just one more to go for the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series in 2026. We've crowned 5 champions. Nicolo Perico has already wrapped up this one in OKNJ. The question remains, can he define domination and do the sweep? 5 from 5 from 5th on the grid. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, there's a lot of parallels you could maybe draw upon there, but we'll see what Nick Dangerous can do. Of course, he was rapid in the pre-final. Luigi D'Ascoli, though, has only lost 1 race thus far this weekend. It's all to play for on OKNJ.
Luigi starts on pole position. D'Ascoli firstly, as ever. The highlights of what's taken place this week in OKNJ at FRANCIACORTA. Luigi D'Ascoli to the bottom left of your screen starts on pole position. This is the final of the WSK Supermaster Series for 2026. Elton, 707, makes it an all-Modena Kart Racing team front row of the grid. The sun's starting to set here in the north of Italy. It is the first weekend of springtime for 2026. The final race, the final round of the Supermaster Series for 2026. This is the grid for OKNJ. Luigi on pole, Elton out of grid 2. Aurelio Longitano's had a fantastic weekend. GC out of 4. The champion, Perico, looking to clean sweep. Starts out of grid 5. Alongside Noviello, Patrick Christensen, Lattinen, Kolovos, Matiz Brajol. The 2 Germans, Sebastian Rydell and Henry Mooring. Atika Mir back on 13. Nikita Dililov. Kostea Platinkov Tunenko, who carries our onboard camera, Sen Lindemann, Sergio Putzas. Pedro Faria splits the 2 Romanians. Radu Basheshko Pregov out of grid 20. Mark Green, Marco Verde out of grid 21. Daniel Verba, Augustin Feligione, Aston Asmar, the Estonian, the second generation racer out of grid 24. Oscar Ojala, DDF, Davide Di Filippo, the Roman back on 26. The Australian Axel Gore out of 27. Alongside the Romanian American Victor Garoon. Robert Paulbert for Goldstar Racing, Ico Moreno, Maciej Havlik, Tommaso Corsi, Arseni Sciacco, Ilya Kotrabai, David Vasquez, El Colombiano, and Luca Muzzolon for the Red Fury karting team out of grid 36. Nicolo Perico, the Mercedes Junior, won at Le Conca, he won at Sano, he won at Leopard Circuit Viterbo. And 2 weeks ago, at the centre of the karting universe, South Garda Karting, Lonato. but it's Luigi Diascoli on pole. Elton, he took pole position on Friday, starts out of grid 2. The OKNJ final. Another formation lap under the control of our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino. Deputy race director, Mr. Philip Trombic. Mr. Alessandro Ferrari in race control. Mr. Lorenzo Camporese. LST timing every driver, every lap, every sector, every race and practice session over the course of what has been a fantastic week. Round 5, the WSK Supermasters Series here at Short France, FRANCIACORTA. Looking further back in the pack, Aston Asma for Ward Racing 793. Second generation racer. Of course, his father Marco Asma, former Williams Formula 1 test driver, British Formula 3 driver, and drove to 8th for Ward Racing in the 2000 Formula A World Championships, which was, of course, won by Colin Brown, one of the greatest World Championship races in history. Aston starting back on grid 24. Ico Moreno, the Mexican, has had a tough run. He's out before the start. Diascoli on pole position. The OKN Junior Final here at FRANCIACORTA. Elton out of grid 2.
Luigi Diascoli, though, is the one that lines up on the left-hand side of your screen. Foot to the floor for the final time in the Supermasters Series. Green flag waves and we go racing. Good start from the inside of the grid. You can see Longitano already going through from third, now into second position in the Spirit karting team. There's a couple of cuts off at turn number 4 as Nicola Pedico will carve his way through and up in a third position. Nice stuff there from the champion. Look over his shoulder in the top 3, a country mile clear of the pack.
Zach, it was Elton off in the grass at the exit of turn 5. Head force gets back on, but he's way down at the bottom of the field.
It's gutting for Elton Head Force, who's, well, coming into this second place in the championship. That could well be disastrous for those hopes. Of course, Pedico uncatchable, but trying to catch on the back of Longitano. Down the inside goes the Mercedes Junior, finds the space, eventually was thinking about working together. But of course, the Spirit Karting was more interested in defending. So Pedico went down the inside and said, you know what, I'll do it myself. Gets now onto the back of Luigi Diascoli and wants to go 5 from 5. These two clashed horns in the pre-final earlier on today. They do it once more in the final, this time with a bit more at stake. There's a trophy at hand, and Pedico's record of 100% win rate in the Supermaster Series on display. And at risk, potentially, Luigi Diascoli being the one in control, potentially, to go and break that streak.
It's looking good for Il Bergamaschino at the moment. He's in P2. Longitano for the Spirit Karting team from north of the border in Switzerland. Tony Kart had a great run this weekend, powered by the Modena. He's in P3. Nick down the inside. Pedico goes on through. It's looking good for Nick Dangerous to clean sweep the WSK Supermaster Series. Longitano goes on through into position 2. And now we see if the Swiss driver can set off after the Mercedes AMG Junior and deny him 5 from 5 in the Supermaster Series. Elton Head Force, incidentally, has crossed the line down in position 30. The Swede will not win here this afternoon, despite taking pole position on Friday.
As it stands as well, Luigi Diascoli tips Elton Head Force to second place in the championship, and Leo Lassinen is only 2 points off the back of doing it and tipping him out of the top 3. Platon Kovtunenko, you can see we ride on board with the Ukrainian, currently running P10 is Platon on the back of Atika Mir, who's had a really good weekend as the Indian. She's been driving towards the sharp end of the field, a couple of top 5s over the heats, and P6 in that area, well inside the top 10 for Atika. Platon Kovtunenko trying to chase her down. Fast lap of the race from Longitano, chasing after Nicola Pedico. A great move from the Tony Kart to follow the Kart Republic down the inside of the Hotel Hairpin. It all happened very slowly, rolling in the braking zone, but nice sort of awareness from Diascoli to give that space, and now to stay with them and contest. Maybe Longitano could be the one to dethrone Nicola Pedico's streak of 4 victories, but well, the parallel ducks onto the inside of the left-hander. Now that was a good send, ambitious, exactly what we like to see, but what it has done is ruin the momentum of second and third and allowed Pedico to have a little bit of a reprieve, a little bit of breathing room. Longitano, though, I'm confident, has got the pace to stay with the Mercedes Junior and apply pressure as we find our way onto lap 5 of 13.
The battle between Kart Republic and Tony Kart rages on. The Modena-powered Racer 401T chassis. In second, the Eagle. EKS car, the Condor. It's just gone fastest. GC. Joella Carriera with the 48.326. Pedico under pressure from Aurelio Longitano. Right on the back of Niccolo Pedico, who has clean swept the series thus far. Luigi Diascoli, who started from pole position for the Modena Kart Racing team, not out of this yet. Back to Leo Lattinen. Aurelio down the inside. Nico looks over his shoulder, gives space, had to concede. Intelligent from the Italian, but it's the Spirit driver from Switzerland who goes P1, Aurelio Longitano. Pedico back down the inside. Diascoli, watch Lattinen and Carriera in the background. They're both catching, as is Patrick Christensen. Pedico back in P1 just. Here is Carriera on the back of Leo Lattinen. Fabulous racing, exemplary racing from the OKN Junior drivers. Halfway through already the OKN Junior final here this afternoon. Patrick Christensen, the Norwegian 14 Moto, Bottas Mia. She's in P8. Great drive from Matika.
Lap 7 of 13, so over half distance, and Niccolo Pedico fighting away with Luigi Ascoli. I think in favour, as it stands, of the Paralin. Niccolo Pedico has dropped to third. You can see Longitano goes through as well. So it's the 712 of Diascoli leads the Swiss driver of Longitano. Pedico drops to third position. And into the clutches, potentially, of Leo Lattinen and Joao Correa, who has, well, thwarted Niccolo Pedico's streak of maybe doing the sweep of pre-finals and finals. Pre-final way back at Sarno, Pedico versus Correa. Finished about 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds adrift from each other, but Correa was the one to acclimatise to the soggy conditions quicker. And now Pedico's streak of maybe doing 5 from 5 could be at risk unless the top two battle. Diascoli from Longitano, they started first and third. They carved their way on the opening lap. Longitano straight down the inside of Elton Headforce, then went spearing off at turn number 4. So Longitano in the Tony Kart, still contending for the lead, still opportunities to be had, still in the slipstream, and 5 laps to go at the line, 9, 10, 11, 12 and 13 for the OKNJ final in the WSK Supermaster Series, the final round of 2026. We've already crowned our champion. Niccolo Pedico cannot be caught. He sits on 593 to Luigi Diascoli's 337. I think he's comfortably got enough of a margin to win the championship. He'd done it last time out at Lenato. But the record that he's interested in is doing 5 from 5 in terms of the final victories. But here at Franciacorta, Luigi Ascoli, Longitano have both risen to the occasion. The field much tighter than what Pedico has been used to so far this season. And his biggest challenge yet, can he rise above it? He set the fast lap of the race last time through, clawing his way back into contention against Diascoli and Longitano.
Here we go, Nick Pedico goes fastest. Incidentally, Zach, you mentioned the championship, Elton Headforce in the grass, back to dead last in the first lap. The Swede is carving through the field. He's now up into position 15. He's third in the championship. Luigi Diascoli is second in the championship, but he's first in the race. Longitano in P2. 4 laps to race.
Across the line to start lap 10. Luigi Diascoli, the last couple of rounds, the form has just been there. Now we've got 5 karts, all for the lead. Niccolo Pedico, you can see, settled in the middle, settled in the middle, I will say eventually. You can see the white and orange Kart Republic with the Eagle alongside. That's Niccolo Pedico, the Mercedes Junior. The championship wrapped up again. He's doing this for the record. He's doing this for the pride, for the love of the game, for the love of the trophy. Is there space to the inside of the left-hander down the hill? Not quite for Pedico. Time of the essence here, Luigi Diascoli, Longitano, not putting too much pressure on each other. The moment they do will be the moment this battle bunches up somehow even more. Nose to tail from Diascoli down to Joao Correa. Any one of these 5 can finish in any one of the 5 positions that they're in. Patrick Christensen in P6 as well. If the 5 battle more, maybe we could reel this in for a 6th car battle, but I see that as unlikely. It's going to be one of these five. Nicolo Pedico sees the move. He thought about it for a second, then he committed the second time down the inside on the anti-penultimate lap. There's contact, and Pedico gets spearing off into the grass. Is he in the wall? He's out. His win streak comes to a close here at Franciacorta.
Nick Dangerous is out. He will not clean sweep the WSK Supermaster Series. Pedico into the wall and out of the final here at Franciacorta. Joelle Carriere goes through into position 2. You're looking at Leo Lahtinen, who is in position 3 and potentially will take third in the championship away from Elton Headforce. The Italians 1-2, Luigi from Joelle Carriere, the EKS racing team. Lahtinen third in the race and moves into third in the championship by just a single point over Elton Headforce, who is stuck down in 14th place. Longitano goes down the inside. Aurelio goes on through into position 2. That's GC into 3 in the EKS kart. A sensation in the final here this afternoon. Luigi Diascoli for the Modena kart racing team with the lead of 2 seconds going into the hotel hairpin. We're about to start the last lap of the race.
One more tour left to go. The WSK Supermaster Series, the final checker flag will fall in 1.3 kilometers time, and Luigi Ascoli wants to take second place in the championship. Leo Lahtinen, his efforts by 1 point could scrape his way through ahead of Elton Headforce. Nicolo Pedico has settled into what is seventh position, but that 6th place is behind where he wants to be.
Incredibly, he's recovered. He's still there, but further back.
Indeed so. Somehow kept that out of the wall. I don't know how. No idea how. A tough pill to swallow for Pedico, and a lesson learned, one that he needed maybe to learn after 4 consecutive victories. Fight here going on for second position. In fact, third position, the final place on the podium, the 720 of Leo Lahtinen fighting for third place in the championship. He needs to keep this podium to keep that position. Down the inside, Carrere defends from Christensen, but across the line, Luigi Ascoli. Look at that celebration. He takes the final victory of the final round of the Supermaster Series in OKNJ. What a drive from the Italian to secure second place in the championship. Longitano, Leo Lahtinen will join him on the podium, and Lahtinen's efforts, the Finn will complete the season in P3. But nothing, even though the win streak ended, it was 4 from 5 for Nicolo Pedico. He takes the championship, his first in juniors. On the cooldown lap, someone went spearing off. But nonetheless, Luigi Ascoli will come around. We'll look at the highlights. Of course, Diascoli got away very nicely indeed from the pole position. Longitano would follow him through. Elton Headforce contact through turn number 4. Pedico found his way up into third, would put some pressure on Longitano, who would go to the middle to defend. Pedico says, you know what, you go to the middle, I'll go even deeper to the inside. Pedico down the inside of Diascoli, following him through. There goes the Swiss driver of Longitano to take second, and this battle would rage on for a good few laps. At the very least, the opening half of the race. Pedico would lead, and for a moment, you'd think he'd go 5 from 5. A couple of looks from the Paralin of our eventual race winner of Luigi Diascoli. Pedico opting not to defend, stayed on the outside and lost him 2 positions as a result. He then quickly recovered by following Longitano through and pushing him into the lead. A quick response, and this is where it all came undone for Pedico. Contact, tagged round narrowly, keeping it out of the wall. Somehow the quick hands there. I mean, his father's a rally driver, that definitely coming in handy to keep that car out of the barrier. Joao Carrere and the likes of Leo Lahtinen and Christensen would get themselves back involved in the fight for second. The EKS Cup muscling his way through, desperately trying to bring home some hardware. Having to defend, Christensen, you can see in the MP, would slowly reel them back in. Final couple of laps, and Longitano and Diascoli were gone. The fight for the P3 in the championship, though, and Leo Lahtinen needed to keep that podium. Carrere versus Christensen came down to the wire. The checker flag would fly, and, well, Luigi Diascoli will take the final victory in the WSK Supermaster Series. Better late than never, but in a series that has been, well, dominated by the tyrannical Pedico. Luigi Diascoli walking home with a race victory and P2 in the championship is something he can absolutely be proud about, leaving Franciacorta.
Luigi Diascoli takes victory in the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series from Aurelio Longitano. Lahtinen P3 from Joelle Carrere. Christensen Butzas incredibly into the wall, but he gets it back on track. Pedico does recover for P7. Great drive from Atika Mir from Platon Kovtunenko. And Giuseppe Noviello rounds out the 10. Aston Asmar into P11. That was an excellent drive from grid 24 ahead of Mark Green. Verde from Nikita Elton misses third in the championship by a single point. He comes home in 14th place. Petticoat wins the championship on 568 points from Luigi Diascoli on 337. Lattinen, third in the race, third in the championship, 285 points. Elton Headforth, 284 points after coming home in 14th. He was in the grass on the first lap of the race today. The WSK Supermaster Series, we kicked off on January 25 at La Conca Muro Lecese World Circuit before going to Circuito Internazionale Napoli, the circuit simply known as Sarno, and then north of the eternal city of Rome, Leopard Circuit Viterbo. 2 weeks ago at the centre of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato, just up the road from here at Franciacorta. The final podiums of the afternoon. Firstly, the OKN Junior race, and then the championship. Luigi wins the race. Nick is the champion.
What a season. The first one done and dusted. The Supermaster Series, 5 rounds complete. 6 champions crowned. Very deservedly so across all of our categories. Max Orlov kicked it off earlier in the day. Lev Krutikolov would take it up in OK. And Tony Pitsonia narrowly hanging on to the OKJ Championship. Zane Burgess wrapping it up in Mini Under 10. Zane Pace in Mini Group 3. And now Petticoat officially about to be crowned as the OKNJ champion from Luigi Diascoli and Leo Lattinen. Thank you for all of your company here at Franciacorta, whether you've joined us circuit side or on the live stream. It's been greatly appreciated. 8 WSK events so far this season. The Winter Cup, the Rotax Max Challenge at Campillos in the early start of January. We also had the opening few rounds of the Supermaster Series, followed by the Euro Series at Viterbo, Rotax Max Challenge, Euro Trophy at Cremona, and now here at Franciacorta, the 8th event of 16 karting events supported by WSK in 2026. Halfway through the year, and well, it's only the end of March. We still have the Euro Series and the Final Cup to look forward to in about 4 weeks' time. We'll be heading to Lonato, South Garda Karting for round number 2 of the Euro Series from the 15th to the 18th of April for round number 2 of the Euro Series, which gave us some thrills and spills at Viterbo. Cremona for the final round in July before we head back here to Franciacorta for the first round of the Final Cup before Lonato and Viterbo to round off the 21st season of WSK promotion here in 2026. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Ian Salvestrian alongside me in the commentary box, and well, one of those team members. Probably how we all feel there. It's been a long weekend, a long season. Probably all very looking forward to having a nice lie down, a nice little rest. Of course, for a lot of these drivers, a lot of these team members, it might be the end of the Supermaster Series, but next week they'll probably be somewhere doing something else in some other country. There you can see the Spirit Karting guys. Longhitano probably quite pleased with the P2 and the pace of a race victory as well. Very good drive from the Swiss driver. And you can see what it means to the Spirit Karting guys. We saw over the moon with their driver, and rightfully so, for the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series here at Franciacorta. Big thank you, as always, to the marshals, to the WSK staff, to the medical crew, to everyone watching along at home, to the mechanics, to the team members, to the family members, to all of the supporters for driving their careers forward and giving us a good show out on circuit. Big thank you, of course, to Ian for being bearable to work with in the commentary box. I kid, obviously. It's been great. Look forward to be back in a few weeks' time for the second round of the Euro Series. Hopefully it won't be too much longer until we can head down to him for the final podium of the day with OKNJ. You can see a big gathering occurring down at the podium to celebrate the successes of Luigi Diascoli, Longhitano and Leo Lattinen, 1, 2 and 3 in the race. And then the championship of Petticoat, Diascoli and Leo Lattinen. Petticoat unable to go 5 from 5 in terms of wins, but his historic championship, 568 points to his name, 4 of the 5 victories to the Italian. I mean, you can't ask for much more than that. I mean, he had the pace to win as well. It was an unfortunate incident that largely wasn't his fault. I mean, that's besides the point. He was involved in the incident nonetheless, but largely could have been avoided, and he had the pace to win. A bit of a bittersweet moment nonetheless, but it cannot take away from the fact that he has had just a phenomenal season, and the kid is going to go very, very far indeed. You can imagine whatever holds for him, of course, stepping into OKNJ to get the experience of the junior class. And then the rest of 2026, well, is anyone's guess as to what Niccolò Pedico can go and achieve. There you can see the Italian, Swiss and Finnish flag flying proudly on the WSK podium, and waiting the arrival of Diascoli, Longitano and Leo Lahtinen to go and collect their trophies. We've had 5 finals done and dusted, 5 podium ceremonies done and dusted. This is now going to be the 6th and final one. Thank you once again for your company joining us in the YouTube chat. Whether you've joined us for all of the 12 pre-finals this morning back at 20 to 10 here in Italy, till now, or you've just joined us for the finals, or you've just joined us for one race, your support means the world. And I hope you have enjoyed the coverage here on WSK.it, or also on Motorsport TV as well, and the respective YouTube channels. Make sure, of course, you are following along WSK Promotion Instagram for all of the highlights, all of the news and everything that comes out over the next coming weeks on that build-up to Lonato for the Euro Series. There we can see Luigi Diascoli making his way through the crowd, all swarming as fans of him, I'm sure, on his way to, of course, take the top step of the podium. There you can see Longitano as well making his way to the podium second. So hopefully now we've got the drivers making their way over there. It shouldn't be too much longer until we can head down to Ian for the final time today. And then wrap up a weekend here at Franciacorta. The weather has been brilliant. I know it's a little bit more overcast now, but I promise you the sun has absolutely been shining. That's what it means to the Modena Kart Racing team. A victory for them there. You can see Niccolò Pedico as well. The Mercedes overalls, wearing those very proudly over the last couple of rounds, was announced officially a couple of weeks ago. And of course doing the team incredibly, incredibly proud in the Kart Republic. A very deserved champion, and again, what can he do in the future? Only time will tell. Almost ready down at the podium, I think, so won't be too much longer. And in fact, right on cue, let's head down to Ian for the final time today for the OKNJ race and championship podium.
Yes, that's right, Zach. Not only for the final time today, but for the final time in the WSK Supermaster Series for 2026. Don't forget, we see you on Saturday, April 18 at the center of the karting universe. South Garda Karting Lonato for round 2 of the WSK Euro Series. That's next on the calendar. But first, the final podium of the afternoon, the OKNJ final. Round 5, the WSK Supermaster Series. In third place from Finland, Leo Lahtinen. Second place for the Swiss Italian for Spirit Karting, Aurelio Longitano. And the winner of round 5, the WSK Supermaster Series in OKNJ for the Modena Kart Racing team. Un grande applauso per il vincitore, Luigi Diascoli. And representing the winning team, the Modena Kart Racing team, Gioinata Finocchi. Third place from Finland, Leo Lahtinen. Second place from Switzerland, Aurelio Longitano. And the winner for the Modena Kart Racing team, the Italian Luigi Diascoli. And Gioinata Finocchi for the winning team, the Modena Kart Racing team. The national anthem of Italia. the podium for round 5, the WSK Supermasters Series in OKNJ. Third place for Paralympian Finland, from Finland, Leo Lattinen. Second from north of the border in Switzerland, for Spirit Karting, Aurelio Longitano. E il vincitore qui a Franciacorta, Luigi Diascoli. Stai tranquillo, Luigi. Facciamo le foto. Congratulations to Leo, Aurelio, and Luigi Diascoli, who has come so close in the Supermaster Series. He breaks through and takes victory here at Short France, Franciacorta. The podium for OKNJ. That's for the race. And the final podium, the 12th podium of what has been a massive day here at Franciacorta for the championship in Original Kart National Junior, simply known as OKNJ. The WSK Supermasters Series in OKNJ, the championship for 2026. Third place from Finland, Leo Lattinen. Secondo posto nel campionato, second in the series, the Modern Kart Racing Team driver, the Italian, and today's race winner, Luigi Diascoli. He didn't win today, but it's been a brilliant performance. He won the first 4 rounds of the series. He is a very worthy champion. Welcome to the top step of the podium, Il Bergamaschino, Niccolò Perico. Third place in the WSK Supermaster Series from Finland, Leo Lattinen. Second place in the championship, Luigi Diascoli. And a big round of applause for the new champion, Nick Dangerous, Niccolò Perico. The championship, the 2026 WSK Supermaster Series in OKNJ. Third place in the championship, Leo Lattinen, Luigi Diascoli, today's race winner, and the driver who won the first 4 rounds of the championship at La Conca, Sarno, Viterbo, and 2 weeks ago at Lonato, Niccolò Perico. He is the new champion. Sorridi, bravo Nico. The new champion, the WSK Supermaster Series for 2026. The WSK Supermaster Series, we kicked off at La Conca Muralacese World Circuit on January 25. It was a cold weekend back in January. Then we went to Circuito Internazionale at Napoli-Sano Leopard Circuit Viterbo 2 weeks ago, just over there at South Garda Karting, and the final here at Franciacorta. 372 drivers at the final round. It's been a brilliant championship. From here, we go back to South Garda Karting. That's on Saturday, April 18, for the second round of the WSK Euro Series. The 21st season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. We've kicked off with the Supermaster Series. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast as the weather threatens here at Franciacorta, the first weekend of springtime. On behalf of everyone, Stefano, Raffaella, qui a Franciacorta, tutto lo staff, VSK Promotion, everyone for watching us live around the world on Motorsport TV and WSK.it. Thank you for watching. We'll see you for the WSK Euro Series Saturday, April 18, at the centre of the karting universe, South Garda Karting. Goodbye from Franciacorta.